What was this? Seong Ki-hoon realized now that the identity of the porter or whatever didn't matter anymore. No, he was just set off. He was angry at himself for being toyed around with by the monsters like that. Tears rolled down Seong Ki-hoon's face. Please. I beg of you, do something. With that, it was done. When Jin-Woo stood back up, high orcs approached him. The shaman was behind them. The boss began smirking in derision. For a measly human, you know some interesting skills, don't you? The boss gestured, and the high orcs quickly surrounded Jin-Woo. However, just how far do you think your tricks will get you? Jin-Woo's glare became so much colder. He never really cared for any of the monsters he killed so far, but this would be his first time wanting to slice one up this badly. I'll take care of you last. If the boss knew the meaning of enjoyment, surely it'd know what fear tasted like. Jin-Woo slowly murmured out. My shadows. 2 daggers appeared in Jin-Woo's hands. Come out and play. Chapter 88 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89. Chapter 89, Chapter 89. Screech. A black sedan stopped by the side of the road. The man climbing out of the driver's seat, kitted out in a pair of sunglasses and a black business suit, was none other than Woo Jin-Cheol, the section chief of the monitoring division, the Hunters Association. Soon after his exit, 3 more men climbed out of the car from the passenger and rear seats. All of them were from the monitoring division as well. Chief, weren't we on our way back to the association? I just wanted to confirm something, first. Woo Jin-Cheol shifted his gaze over the gate, some distance away. A Ranke gate still gives me the creeps every time I look at it. Woo Jin-Cheol frowned deeply. If that giant hole opened up like a door and monsters trapped inside emerged outside. Just imagining that made him shudder. However, why did that man apply to become a miner in such a horrifying place? Not only that, for 2 days in a row, too. Even if Association President Go Gunhui hadn't asked him, Woo Jin-Cheol would have personally come here to find out, anyway. Investigating behind his back is impossible. The man in question was a rank S awakened. A measly rank A like him going undiscovered while secretly investigating a rank S was, realistically speaking, an impossible dream. That was why he decided to show up in the open like this. Since he had a matter to attend to nearby anyway, he was thinking of greeting the youth while saying he was in the neighborhood, and then ask a couple of simple questions. I hope he won't find me strange or anything, Anyone would get curious of the circumstances if a hunter, already pretty much confirmed to be a rank S, chose to shovel the ground for some reason. On top of this, wasn't Seong Jin-Woo someone the association president was paying close attention to? The association president must have found this young man very much to his liking, because he even focused all of his attention on everything Jin-Woo did. No, I'm not the strange one here. It was obvious that you'd get curious, and it was only natural to ask. While telling himself that, Woo Jin-Cheol walked over to where the representative of the Hunters Guild was. I'm looking for your mining team. Who are you? I'm from the association. The guild employee confirmed Woo Jin-Cheol's identity and pointed in the direction of the waiting mining team. Please head over that way. Thank you. 4 hunters from the monitoring division were now paying a visit to the mining team. As if he had received a heads-up already, Foreman Bae Yoon-suk hurriedly ran to meet them halfway. Agu, what brings the hunters from the monitoring division to this place? The members of the mining team had been relaxing until then overheard those words, and tension briefly flashed by in their eyes. The oppressive pressure hunters felt from the words monitoring division was rather huge. The people whose job was to arrest the awakened that the normal laws couldn't do anything about, they then either reformed the troublemakers or simply eliminated them. The monitoring division was where those kinds of people worked for. What's going on? Hunters from the monitoring division are here. Monitoring division? Something must have happened. Feeling curious now, the mining team members began flocking around Foreman Bay. Woo Jin-Cheol took his sunglasses off. He swept his gaze around the miners to locate Seong Jin-Woo, but in the end, he had to ask for that man's whereabouts from Foreman Bay. Do you know by any chance where Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim is? I bloody knew it. Suddenly, a man jumped out from among the miners. It was Lee Seong-gu, who had run into Jin-Woo's shoulder yesterday. Lee Seong-gu passionately spat out his complaints, flying spittle accompanying his rapidly firing words. When that bastard looked at me and began grinning, I was terrified that he might eat me alive or something, you know. It's still so DMN scary even when I think about it now. Woo Jin-Cheol's brows furrowed slightly. Terrifying enough to eat a person. Just what on earth was this man talking about? Murmur, murmur. The voices of the hunters rose up higher and higher. Woo Jin-Cheol ignored the background noise and asked Lee Seong-gu. Did something happen? Well, that is, ... Lee Seong-gu was about to answer him, but then, he rapidly realized that he was also at fault and quickly waved his hands around. Well, that isn't really important, but the main thing is, his eyes were really scary, man. Woo Jin-Cheol's gaze shifted back to Foreman Bay. Where can I find Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim? Mr. Seong is. He's inside the gate right now. Seong Jin-Woo was inside the Rankhead dungeon, where a raid was ongoing. Woo Jin-Cheol's eyes opened wider. Why did he enter the dungeon? Well, the raid team's porter hasn't shown up today, you see. Nobody wanted to go in there, so Mr. Seong volunteered as the porter. But, it's a wee bit weird, you know? What do you mean, ... Well, it's nothing particular, but... Cha Hunternim, Cha Hayan Hunternim was also looking for Mr. Seong, so she entered the gate just now, you know? Isn't it just too weird? Foreman Bay spoke up to there and tilted his head. Meanwhile, the mind of Woo Jin-Cheol became a bit of mess after hearing that. The vice chairman of the Hunters Guild Cha Hayan was looking for Seong Jin-Woo? Not only that, she even went after him into the dungeon, too? Just what was happening here? He only stopped by to say hello to Seong Jin-Woo, but now, it felt like something big was afoot here. For the time being, I should head over to the gate. That seemed to be the best choice he could make for the time being. We'll stop by at the gate and leave afterwards. Oh, sure thing, ... Foreman Bay chuckled genially and nodded his head. Just as Woo Jin-Cheol and his subordinates turned around to leave, Lee Seong-gu quickly grabbed his arm. Excuse me, Mr. Hunter? Lee Seong-gu had this expectant face for some reason as he hurriedly asked Woo Jin-Cheol. That be *starred, Seong Jin-Woo, did he do something bad? Maybe, he's killed someone? I mean, he looked like someone fully capable of that. Woo Jin-Cheol frowned slightly again. He sort of could understand why Seong Jin-Woo glared scarily at this moron. A fool who'd get blown away into the weeds if Seong Jin-Woo snorts in front of him. Still, there were too many eyes watching. As a hunter working for the association, he couldn't carelessly display his irritation at a stranger. This was why working for a public organization sometimes could get rather annoying. Woo Jin-Cheol spat out a long sigh and did his best to sound as diplomatic as possible. You'll find out when you take a look at tomorrow evening's news broadcast. Perhaps that answered most of his own suspicions. Lee Seong-gu raised his voice high as if he had correctly predicted this. I told you, didn't I? I told you that man is too suspicious. But, he didn't look that way. Right. And he worked so diligently, too. Not minding the lukewarm responses of his colleagues, Lee Seong-gu went on about how great his discerning eyes were. TSK. Woo Jin-Cheol stared at that man making a fool of himself, before taking his subordinates towards the gate. However, Woo Jin-Cheol instinctively stopped a few steps away from the gate. Chief? The subordinates began staring in confusion at Wu Jincheol's stiff face. This can't be. It makes no sense. Wu Jincheol quickly yanked his phone out. He then accessed the association's information hub and checked out the available info on the rank A gate the Hunters Guild was supposed to conquer today. Wu Jincheol's eyes widened in shock. Why is the measured value of the magic energy so low? His head began rocking side to side automatically. The measurement results are wrong. Not all rank A hunters were equal. For instance, Hunter Wu Jincheol was right near the top within the rank A. And his instincts were telling him this, the measurement value was all wrong. Wu Jincheol quickly issued an order to his subordinate next to him. Go get the magic energy measuring device. The subordinate immediately realized that Wu Jincheol's expression was grave, and hurriedly ran to where their car was parked. The miniature measuring device used by the monitoring division was a world apart in quality from the devices used by the regular association employees. As befitting a device created from a top-grade magic crystal that cost over $1 billion, this piece of equipment very rarely threw up errors or mistakes in its results. Bleep. The measurement result quickly came out. I knew it. The displayed result showed a clear discrepancy to the previously measured value. If the guild formed their raid team according to the measured value presented by the association, then it had definitely become a serious situation. Well, with 2 rank S hunters inside, I'm sure nothing untoward would happen, but when Wu Jincheol placed the measuring device on the ground and tried to stand back up, the gate suddenly began vibrating. The powerful gushing magic energy wave caused Wu Jincheol and his 3 subordinates, with far worse perceptions than him, to flinch grandly on the spot. They began trembling like leaves right away. S-Section Chief? What was that, sir? Wu Jincheol shifted his gaze to the youngest of the agents present, the kid's complexion looking awfully pale now. You okay? Why yes, sir. I'm okay. The youngest agent cautiously stared at the back of his hand after making his reply. He could see goosebumps covering up his skin. Wu Jincheol stood upright. We're going inside. Pardon me? You want to go in there, sir? Wu Jincheol's determination didn't waver, even for a second. If you're scared, it's okay for you to back out. Only he knew that the measurement value was incorrect at this stage. It was his duty to inform the hunters trapped inside. It was the duty of the association's agents to manage other hunters, and to keep a close watch on them, but also to aid them in time of their needs. And no, sir. We'll go with you. Wu Jincheol nodded his head in satisfaction. Junior. Stay behind and report the new measurement result back to the association. Yes. No, wait. Sir? Can you do it? Wu Jincheol lightly tapped the youngest agent here on the shoulder, and the latter nodded his head with some difficulty. Yes, sir. I understand. Wu Jincheol turned to look back at the gate. On top of its already nonsensically high magic energy emission, an even greater storm of magic power rushed out from the gate just now. What the hell is going on inside this gate? With Wu Jincheol as the lead, the 2 agents of the monitoring division also threw themselves beyond the gate's surface. Around the same time, Cha Hae-in was following after the traces left behind the raid team. This is so weird. Why can't I find the traces of monsters? In a regular dungeon, it was normal to find the corpses of monsters strewn about here and there, starting from somewhere near the entrance and all the way till the boss room. But, no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see any dead monsters. Did the monsters gather in one place or something? She thought like this and continued to walk forward, until... She finally located corpses in the distance. As befitting a rank S melee-type hunter, Cha Hae-in arrived at the location of the battle in the blink of an eye. How can this be? Her eyes opened up super wide. All the corpses belonged to the high orcs. It was easy to identify them, because they featured red skin and their fangs were noticeably longer, too. How did Mr. Seong Ki-hoon's team manage to defeat this many high orcs? And, was that all? There was seemingly not one casualty, too. Of course, if there was a casualty, they would have retreated on their own accord, saving her the trouble of having to step foot inside here. Did I underestimate the rank A and B hunters by too much? That could certainly be the case. Surveying the location, she thought that the battle had to be a bit one-sided, as well. However. Wait, isn't that? Cha Hae-in discovered something odd and crouched down to take a closer look at one of the corpses. And her eyes grew even wider than before. She stood back up and quickly began checking out each of the high orc corpses. This one, and this one, too, Her suspicion gradually morphed into certainty. But, how? How could something like this happen? Almost all the high orcs were left with injuries inflicted by short but incredibly sharp weapons. They weren't blows fatal enough to kill, but she thought that these were definitely enough to hinder the movements of the high orcs. Which meant that other hunters were simply dining on the table full of tasty dishes prepared by someone else. It also meant that one hunter managed to almost single-handedly massacre all 20 high orcs. Only 2 high orcs were killed off in a different fashion to everyone else. One had its head ripped off by an incredible force, while the other one had died after something blunt hit it in the head. Excluding those 2, one person managed to drive all the other orcs to the brink of death? Could such a thing even be possible? She was deeply confident of her own speed, but even then, she couldn't be sure of achieving the same feat under the same given situation. And also, from what she knew, there was no assassin-type hunter wielding daggers or short swords within Seong Ki-hoon's team. Short swords? It was then, a certain scene flashed past her brain. The man who stood near the boss room yesterday. Seong Jin-Woo was definitely holding short weapons in both of his hands. Could it be that man? When her thoughts arrived at this point, Cha Hae-in's head snapped towards the deeper parts of the dungeon. And her expression rapidly hardened. She could sense this incredibly powerful magic energy wave, magic energy tremors, the kind she'd never experienced before, coming from there. The air itself was trembling, hard. No! Cha Hae-in bit her lower lips. If that magical energy belonged to the boss monster, then no one from Seong Ki-hoon's team would be able to survive. She began running towards the boss room with all her might. Chapter 89 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Come out and play. Everything began with those words. Whoosh dash, dot. A ripple incomparably greater than that of the magic energy wave from the high orc shaman spread out everywhere. That wasn't the only change to take place, however. Along with him unshackling his magic power, the shadow beneath Jin-Woo's feet spread out, too. And it covered the entirety of the chamber's surface at a frightening pace, as if someone had poured a bucket of pitch-black ink onto the floor. Heek. What's this? The hunters of Seong Ki-hoon's raid team saw the shadow spread beneath their feet and freaked out. How should they even go about describing this situation? Even the most experienced, grizzled hunters among the group hadn't heard of anything like this, never mind seeing one. Tremble. An unknown fear crept up over them. Seong Ki-hoon, lying on the ground, powerlessly began trembling violently while staring up at Jin-Woo. What? Just what are you planning to do? As if to answer his silent question, when the spreading shadow completely covered the floor of the boss room. Shurarek. The surface of the shadow wavered, and soldiers wearing jet-black armor rose up one by one. You have activated skill, Sovereign's Territory. All stats of the shadow soldiers fighting over the summoner's shadow will rise up by 50%. A thin smile spread on Jin-Woo's lips. Good. This was the new class-specific skill he learnt when he broke past level 70 back in the demon's castle. He sensed the fighting spirit of his enhanced soldiers soaring higher. Quite obviously, a satisfied grin formed on his face. 50 summoned shadow soldiers stood around Jin-Woo in a circle as if to protect him. Kukuroruk? Koruk. The High Orc warriors, famed for their bravery, began retreating one step at a time after getting their wits scared off by the dangerous pressure emitted by Jin-Woo and his soldiers. Orcs are retreating? Just what is the meaning of this? Even though they were trembling like a leaf from this unbelievable situation, the hunters also began clutching onto a slender thread of renewed hope now. Did you feel that? Yeah. Can that even make any sense? The mage-type hunters were sensitive towards the magic energy, to begin with. And they couldn't control their furiously quickening heartbeat no matter what. Because an insane amount of magic energy was gushing out from the man who subbed in for their luggage carrier. Someone whom they thought of as a simple rankee, no less. No, hang on. Is this even magic energy? To think, this magical energy is even more ominous than what the High Orc shaman is emitting. The sheer pressure from the magic energy thickly filling up the boss room made it difficult to even breathe properly. The fact that this incredible power didn't belong to an enemy relieved them to no end. On the other hand, indescribably heavy and taut tension was flowing among the ranks of High Orcs. With the appearance of the shadow soldiers, the difference of 1 to 150 suddenly got reduced to 50 to 150. More importantly, though, those 50 were no ordinary 50 at all. No, that was the power that already transcended common sense, the one that couldn't be quantified with mere numbers. As if to prove that reality, Jin-Woo was the very first one to dash forward. The shaman hurriedly shouted out, then. What are you doing? Kill that human right now. With their backs pushed forward by the voice carrying a thick amount of the shaman's magical energy, the High Orc warriors all roared out and raised their weapons. Kuo-or. Step, 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 slice. The skill, Sovereign's Territory, was designed solely for his shadow soldiers. However, even without a status-boosting buff, Jin-Woo's displayed strength was already out of this world. Kawak! Kwa! High Orcs screamed out. Limbs, bits of body parts sliced off by Jin-Woo's 2 daggers, and the ensuing trails of blood scattered in all directions. He was so fast that even the elite hunters could only catch the glimpses of his afterimage. That. Right. That's like seeing our vice chairman. Cha Hae-in's nickname was the Dancer. Normally, she remained a calm, composed figure, but when she jumped into a battle, she swiftly cut down monsters as if she was performing a fast-tempo dance routine. Hence, that nickname was given to her. The woman in question forbade the use of that nickname because of how embarrassing it sounded, so it wasn't widely known, but some people still resorted to calling her that every now and then. And now, their supposed porter was displaying a movement that equaled Cha Hae-in, no, even exceeding her speed. If Cha Hae-in danced, then Mr. Porter was a typhoon. He had become the center of the storm to obliterate the surrounding monsters. Kuo-hua! The shadow soldiers didn't lose out, either. The former leader of the Ice Bears, Tank, took a step forward and that signaled the attack of the shadow soldiers. Iron took to the front. Just as he had done previously, Iron yelled out at the top of his lungs before he could enter the fray properly. Wa-waya-wa! Iron has used skill, Shout of Provocation. The target's resistance is too high and the intended effect didn't activate. When his skill failed to work, Iron got angry and began roaring out like a beast. And then, he began destroying the hapless High Orcs with his massive hammer. Swoosh dash. Kwajiek. Crack. Ku-hark. Kiek. He was so destructive that one even felt a smidgen of pity for the High Orcs. On the other hand, Ygritte was elegantly and efficiently cutting down the necks of his enemies in complete contrast to Iron's brutality. High orcs running into Ygritte didn't even have a chance to scream before their breaths were cut short. Slice. When Ygritte's sword drew an arc in the air, another high orc lost its head. Regular shadow soldiers found it hard to fight against individual high orcs, but they possessed stamina that didn't know the meaning of fatigue, and the capability to regenerate almost endlessly. And by buying time in this fashion, the sea of fire shooting out from the magic soldiers would rain down on top of the enemies with no exceptions. Kaboom! Rumble dash! The number of high orcs decreased substantially in no time at all. The shaman's swine-like cheek meat quivered in rage. How an insolent human being dares to! The boss's glare was now firmly fixed on Jin-Woo. The boss quickly decided to kill that human first. The black-armored soldiers were summons called forth by that human. If that human died, then these soldiers would disappear, too. In order to kill Jin-Woo, the shaman began chanting a spell. The lips of the shaman quickly moved up and down. The song of slowness, the song of blindness, the song of crippling fever, the song of intolerable pain, and the song of demonic slumber, 5 different types of hexes were completed in an instant and flew towards their intended victim. It's done! The corners of the shaman's lips arched up. The moment all those hexes were completed, Jin-Woo also sensed the unnatural movement of magic energy. Magic, is it? Jin-Woo's eyes met those of the shaman's. The orc shaman smirked derisively. It's already too late, human. Hexes were different from normal magic spells and couldn't be evaded. The moment it was cast, that would be the end. With that human the * started turning into a walking corpse wrecked by all sorts of afflictions, his fate was sealed, to be ripped to shreds by the high orc warriors and their weapons. That was the end truly befitting a measly human who didn't know his place and dared to show off. Unfortunately for the monster, however, a familiar mechanical beep rang in Jin-Woo's ears. T-ring. Abnormal status has occurred. All abnormal status will be removed with the effects of buff immunity. T-ring, T-ring, T-ring. Mechanical beeps fired out one after the other. Hex, slow has been dispelled. Hex, blindness has been dispelled. All 5 hexes were dispelled even before they had the chance to activate. Grin. Jin-Woo smirked at the results. There was this buff he received when he changed into the player. The blessings from the Grand Sorcerer, Candiaru. Continuous effect, good health and long life. You'll be immune to all types of diseases, poisonous substances, as well as all forms of status debuffs. During sleep, your recovery rate will increase exponentially. Thanks to that, he didn't have to worry about status-altering magic, such as hexes. What? The shaman shuddered in shock. Fitting for a boss of the Ranka dungeon, the high orc shaman had immediately realized that its curses were rendered ineffective by an even greater power than it. But, those were hexes I cast. This made no sense. In order to dispel hexes, one required the purification magic, or the blessings of a being possessing greater power than that of the hex itself. There is an even more excellent shaman than this great me among humans? Even before the monster could think about it some more, the shaman cried out from the pain shooting up from the back of its foot. Kowaak! When it looked down, it found a dagger deeply lodged in its foot. Ku! It was Jin-Woo's night killer. The shaman raised its head and its bloodshot glare landed on Jin-Woo. How dare a mere human! Jin-Woo casually cut apart a high orc trying to pounce on him, and silently mouthed some words to the orc shaman. Quietly wait for your turn. Don't do anything useless, in other words. Immediately, the shaman's face reddened up like a beautifully ripe persimmon. How dare a measly human! So, it still has some mental capacity left to get angry, huh? Jin-Woo's expression turned icy in the blink of an eye. In all honesty, he could have eliminated the shaman right at the beginning of the battle if he wanted to. However, he chose not to. Because he wanted to instill the sense of fear into the heart of that shaman, the way it managed to do to the hunters present. However, it seemed not quite enough to make that arrogant monster taste the true meaning of fear. The B******'s eyes were still alive. In that case, let me show you an interesting spectacle, then. From now on, he'd show the true sphere of influence of a necromancer. In the eyes of the Shadow Sovereign, his surroundings now resembled a location of celebration, filled with all sorts of delicacies. From the corpses of the high orcs sprawled on the ground, black smokes eerily rose up as if they were waiting for Jin-Woo's call. So, Jin-Woo called out to them. Rise up. Shadow extraction has commenced. Accompanying the system's message alerting him to the activation of his skill, horrifying screams that resembled death throes resounded out from somewhere unknown. Woaewa dash. The shaman's eyes widened in shock. What is? The shaman didn't get to finish its sentence. Even before it could, black hands began rising up from the shadows beneath the corpses of the high orcs. That was why. Shadow extraction is a success. Jin-Woo began smiling deeply while gazing contently at the newbies joining his shadow army. My warriors have become undead. The shaman began shuddering uncontrollably. About 50 warriors had lost their lives so far. And about the same number had changed into those black-armored soldiers. Which means, those soldiers that B****** had summoned are. The shaman finally realized that the unidentifiable human was not wielding regular summons at all. And at the same time, it also realized how disadvantageous they were against the enemy's powers. The fight between 50 and 150 had morphed to 100 versus 100. High orc warriors would bravely jump into a fight against enemies stronger than themselves without fear, but they rapidly lost all their fighting spirit the moment they saw their former comrades being revived as shadow soldiers. Kururuk. Korak. Kawak. High orcs, renowned for never backing down from a chance to shed some blood, were now openly retreating out of terror. The fact that they wouldn't be able to ascend to the warrior's heaven after their death and instead become the puppets of the enemy was the worst possible nightmare for these high orcs. For sure, the impact of him showing off the shadow extraction skill was quite huge. It worked against the warriors, so what about the shaman, then? Jin-Woo scanned the complexion of the shaman next. Jin-Woo's expression brightened. Finally, there were signs of fear in that B******'s eyes. While shaking like a leaf, the shaman recalled the existence that could revive the dead into shadows. There could not possibly be two people possessing the exact same power. So, that human had to be him. If that person is him, then why are we here? However, the moment the shaman thought about itself and we, the inside of its brain blanked out and the relevant memories contained within were wiped out in an instant. The only emotion remaining there was fear. Not knowing what happened, Jin-Woo formed a satisfied expression. That's right. Stay exactly like that. His plan of making the shaman shudder in fear until the end was a resounding success. He turned his head while smiling like that, and then spotted a certain familiar female standing by the entrance of the boss room. Jin-Woo tilted his head. Who was that? She seemed a bit too distant to be totally familiar to him, however. That was why he needed a bit of a moment to recall what her name was. And she was none other than the rank S hunter currently affiliated to the Hunters Guild, Cha-Haen. But, what is that woman doing here? Jin-Woo might have been somewhat surprised by her presence here, but then, Cha-Haen's own shock was far greater than his. Her wide-open eyes stared at Jin-Woo and his shadow soldiers. Chapter 90 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Summons? The first thing Cha-Haen thought of was summoning when she saw the shadow soldiers. However, there were simply too many of them to say that this was the result of summoning magic. The thing was, the mage-type hunters specializing in summoning magic could only control one or two at a push. If one could control two, then the treatment one received improved greatly, and she hadn't yet heard of anyone capable of controlling 3 or more summoned creatures. However, just how many of them were here? This makes no sense. One man summoned over 100 in one go. And he didn't even need a lot of time to summon them, too. No, he only needed a moment to summon dozens and dozens in one go. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes. She might be one of the top 10 ranked hunters in South Korea, but another hunter's ability had managed to leave her totally speechless now. However, this isn't the time for me to stand around like this. Her gaze immediately shifted past the shadow soldiers and locked onto the raid team. Their complexions were not good at all. Some of them were squatting on the ground as if they no longer had any energy left. Didn't matter what the identity of the man named Seong Jin-Woo was, didn't matter what kind of ability he possessed, her priority lay with lending him aid by taking care of these high orcs right away. The results of her thought process might be simple, but she was incredibly quick to put them into action. Cha Hae-in tightened her grip on the weapon in her hands and took a step towards the high orcs. However, it happened then. Her eyes met Jin-Woo's. And his eyes were telling her in no uncertain terms that it was not necessary, that she shouldn't interfere. That she should just observe from the sidelines. Cha Hae-in couldn't understand why. But, how come? She could easily tell that Seong Jin-Woo was capable of controlling countless summons. However, there were just as many high orcs standing, and there was also the boss possessing greater power, too. Because he had to summon that many creatures, and he had to maintain them constantly too, his magic energy reserve should be running empty by now. Yet, what is he trying to do on his own? She was puzzled, sure, but in the end, Cha Hae-in lowered her weapon. It wasn't because the so-called weapon just so happened to be a pickaxe she borrowed from the mining team. No, she became curious with what the hunter named Seong Jin-Woo would do against the army of high orcs, instead. Expectations. Her cool-headed reasoning and her expectation had a fight in her mind, and the latter achieved a resounding victory. For some reason, her heart began palpitating faster now. Phew, that's a relief. Jin-Woo inwardly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Cha Hae-in's response. Seriously, the real thing was about to begin, so it wouldn't do for some interference to suddenly pop out, now would it? Heck, he even had to let the poor Seong Ki-hoon go through that crap until the very last moment humanly possible, just for a chance to monopolize all the monsters in here. Well, he's the kind of a guy who'd try to fight alongside if he has some energy left still. That was why he only acted the moment Seong Ki-hoon let go of his sword. Even though he had to suppress his urge to rush forward and kick the head of that D*MN shaman. It was all for this moment. As expected of a quick-witted woman. What a relief it was that Cha Hae-in turned out to be a smart girl. She backed off without him needing to raise his voice, after all. Jin-Woo turned his attention back to his front while a deep smile formed on his face. Shadows. Jin-Woo's loud yell reverberating within the boss room prompted the shadows to take the battle stance all at once, not one of them deviating from the formation ever so slightly. Clack! Only a moment later, an eerie silence filled up the chamber. The thing that broke this silence was the single word Jin-Woo threw out while pointing at the high orc shaman. Go! With that, over 100 shadow soldiers rushed towards the cowering group of high orc warriors. Rumble! The black soldiers and their controlled march shook the ground, the cavern, and even the eyes of all those witnessing this scene. Wu Jin-cheol was running breathlessly. Pant, 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 dot. He ran so hard that he now tasted sweetness in his mouth. He bent over and tried to catch his breaths, before raising his torso up, only to spot a woman with a short hairstyle standing near the entrance of the boss room. He immediately recognized who she was. Cha Hae-in. Where would you find a female hunter possessing an aura like hers? However, why is she standing still like that? Wu Jinxiol found it strange that she didn't try to participate in the battle and simply stood by, so he quickly walked up next to her. And it was at that point he got to see clearly the situation inside the boss room. What is this? Soldiers wearing jet black armor were one-sidedly massacring the supposedly powerful monsters, also known as High Orc warriors. Kekawak. Kayak. Queek. The pitiful screams of the High Orcs even managed to deafen Wu Jinxiol's hearing. Also, he might have been less shocked if there were only human-shaped soldiers present. But then again, just what were those nonsensically huge black bears with smoke coming out of them, as well as High Orcs kitted out in various black-colored armors? Been a while, Chief Wu Jinxiol. Ah, yes, miss. It's been a while, but what are they? They don't seem to be simple monsters. They are summons that man called out. Cha Heian greeted Wu Jinxiol first before pointing at Jinwoo in the distance. Wu Jinxiol quickly took his sunglasses off and stared at Jinwoo, now standing in the middle of the battlefield. While wielding two short swords that looked like daggers, he was busy destroying the formation of the High Orcs. No matter how I see it, doesn't he look like a top-ranked melee-type hunter? However, he could even use summoning magic, too? And, sure enough, when Jinwoo's lips moved a little, dozens more summons rose up from the ground. Oh, my god. Wu Jinxiol's jaw fell to the floor. Just how many summons could that man control? This is the true ability of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. He couldn't shut his slack jaw at all. Could the association president Go Gunhui have recognized the skill set of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo already? If so, then his sky-high interest in Hunter Seong Jin-Woo made plenty of sense. Cha Heian couldn't rip her eyes away from Jinwoo for a long time, but she belatedly did manage that and asked Wu Jinxiol. By the way, why are you here, Chief Wu? Was the call made to the monitoring division already? When Cha Heian asked him that question, Wu Jinxiol somehow managed to regain control over his emotions and replied. No, that's not it. We were in the neighborhood, just passing by. But, it was a coincidence that we discovered the gate's abnormal condition, and we came here to help facilitate the evacuation of the raid team, but well. Wu Jinxiol stopped talking there and stared at Jinwoo again. However, looks like that won't be necessary. This would be his first time witnessing Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's true skill. And that just so happened to be the spectacle of him clearing a ranked dungeon with his own power. It didn't look like others' help was necessary. Yes. I think standing still is the right call to make here. Cha Heian too agreed with that assessment. That man's battle didn't leave any gaps for a rank S like her to butt in at all. Do you know who that man is? Cha Heian asked. Wu Jinxiol was clearly admiring Seong Jin-Woo's skills, and obviously not worried about his identity, at least not outwardly. Also, he was an agent of the association which did block Jinwoo's information from leaking out, too. So maybe, Wu Jinxiol might know who that man is. Her expectation was on the money. Yes, a little bit. That man, just who is he? Wu Jinxiol put his sunglasses back on and replied. I can't reveal that information. The shaman was furious. When it first opened its eyes in this place, only one order was filling up its mind. Hunt down humans. However, what was the meaning of this pathetic display? Wasn't a lone human easily hunting down every single member of its tribe? This wasn't supposed to happen. No, such a thing must not happen at all. The shaman's eyes reddened even further as it witnessed the massacre of its subordinates. You insect-like B*****. I'll step on you. If hexes didn't work against the enemy, then all it had to do was to bless itself and fight. The Song of Rage. The Song of Strengthening. The Song of the Giants. The Song of the Fire Dragon. With the completion of the various spells, the shaman's body suddenly ballooned up to nearly 10 meters tall. Its strength, agility, stamina, and even its confidence increased greatly as well, power filling up every square inch of its frame. Right away, the shaman used its gigantic arm to swat away the shadow soldiers, and then took a deep breath. And then, for a hook! When the shaman spat out its breath, reddish-black flames erupted out of its mouth. Rumble! The soldiers immediately dissipated and scattered away when they were struck dead on by the flames. Even those grazed by it were no exception. Parts of their bodies were blown away and they were rendered unable to carry on fighting. The flames didn't end with one attack. The second wave of flames spat out of the shaman's mouth in a row. The shaman was able to greatly reduce the number of the shadow soldiers with its continuous attacks. Having received a boost to its confidence, it roared out at the top of its lungs. "Do you still find this great Karagalgan funny now?" The reply came from above its head. "Yup." The shaman flinched and raised its head, all the while hurriedly trying to chant a defensive spell, but Jin-Woo was one step quicker. Pow! Crack! The shaman's head smashed down into the ground. The floor shattered and spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread out. Jin-Woo had already experienced blowing away Vulcan with his bare fist. And that demon was much, much larger than this arrogant shaman, too. "You have killed the owner of the dungeon." Tab. When he lightly landed on the ground, feel-good messages began popping up in his view one after the other. TT ring. Level up. There you go. Jin-Woo pumped his fist. Back when he was fighting using stealth, he leveled up once. When he was killing these orcs, another level up. And, after killing the boss just now, another level up. Clearing this ranked dungeon netted him 3 level ups, in other words. This was a result well above his expectation. He even felt very grateful towards Foreman Bay for suggesting yesterday that they should work together again. This is very good. With an elated mind, Jin-Woo walked closer to the boss. The once buffed-up shaman's body had reverted back to its original size already. He saw an egg-sized magic crystal embedded in the dead boss's necklace, but he decided not to get too greedy. Earning experience points is good enough. This was the Hunter's Guild's dungeon, at the end of the day. If he wanted to get his hands on a magic crystal from a ranked dungeon, he didn't need to enter someone else's dungeon, he'd just buy himself a permit for a dungeon of his own, instead. No, what Jin-Woo was aiming for was something else. And that would be the black smoke beginning to rise up from the boss's corpse. Gulp! Jin-Woo licked his lips in anticipation. He couldn't help but remember the corpse of Baruka, the one that slipped through his fingers back in the Red Gate. But, my situation is a lot different compared to then. Compared to now, his stats weren't that high back then. Also, killing that B** starred took a lot out of him. Only after receiving the aid of 2 night-grade soldiers, Ygritte and Iron, did he manage to beat that boss down. However, he was able to kill this shaman comparatively easily today. A week spent inside the demon's castle, this was the definite proof that the events of those short 7 days weren't in vain. Jin-Woo issued a new order at the rising, wavering black steam like smoke. Rise up. At the same time, an ominous wind brushed past his 2 cheeks. He instinctively realized it right away. It worked. A radiant smile bloomed on Jin-Woo's face. Kawaii. As the soul-tearing scream resounded out, a mage covered in black robe rose up from the shadow of the dead shaman. Ha! Jin-Woo sensed something was different about this guy, and so he checked the information window. LV.1. Elite Knight Grade. An Elite Knight? Previously, Jin-Woo was able to confirm that there were 3 grades to the Shadow Soldiers. Regular Grade. Elite Grade. And then, the Knight Grade. But now, for the first time ever, the Elite Knight Grade appeared. He began to think that, seeing the word Elite tacked onto the already existing Grade Knight, this new guy had to be a realm higher than either Ygritte or Iron in terms of combat prowess. For sure, I can sense that its magic energy is far greater than that of my two knights. As expected of turning the boss of a ranked dungeon into his shadow soldier. T-ring. Please set the soldier's name. And also as expected, he got another system message telling to name the new guy, now that another night-grade shadow soldier had appeared. A name, is it? Well, its face was hidden under the hood of the robe now, but still, high orcs and lengthy fangs went hand in hand, no? Right, let's name it Fangs. TL note at the end. He didn't need to issue a separate order, just thinking about it meant the new guy's name would be set. Fangs LV.1. Elite Knight Grade. Instead of question marks, the new name appeared in the information window. If the shaman who remained utterly arrogant right till the moment it died heard this name, the poor guy might have fainted on the spot. But well, who cares? It was already dead, anyway. With a satisfied grin on his face, Jin-Woo recalled his shadow soldiers. He could now store almost 130 of them. Although it was a bit regrettable, he had to return the rest back to the void. This much is more than enough, though. He stepped off from the altar with a big smile on his face, but then, several people rushed over to him. They were hunters from the raid team, Shahayan, and finally, a group of men wearing matching black business suits. Jin-Woo recognized one of the faces among the black suits. Since when did Chief Wu Jincheol show up? Seeing the expression on Wu Jincheol, he probably had witnessed the shadow soldiers in action in full. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo. Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. Mr. Porter? Everyone called out to him at the same time, then they took glances at each other. Well, it was all fine and dandy that he got to fight to his heart's content since he no longer had any reason to hide his powers, but how am I supposed to get out of this now? Jin-Woo looked at all these people surrounding him and scratched the back of his head. Chapter 91 Fin. TL, right, for some reason, this author keep using the Korean word for molars when describing the characteristics of the high orc. So, he named the new shadow soldier Molar, but I just couldn't use that in my good conscience and swapped it out to Fangs, which, to me personally, make more physiological sense. I mean, lengthy molars wouldn't be practical at all, right? And I'm pretty sure orcs have long fangs, not long molars. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Wu Jincheol was the first to react. While everyone else was busy eyeing others around them, he quickly walked right up to Jin-Woo's side, pulled out his identification card and displayed it proudly for all to see. We're from the association's monitoring division. Didn't matter whether you were a high-ranked hunter or a low-ranked one, you'd inevitably tense up after hearing the name of the monitoring division. And this tactic was the right one. It was only for a brief moment, but a hint of nervousness flashed past the expressions of the Hunters Guild members, with the sole exception of Shahayan. Wu Jincheol seized upon this chance and carried on with what he wanted to say. The identity of Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim is being strictly guarded by the association. It is highly classified information that cannot be revealed publicly. Jin-Woo could only stand back in dumbfounded admiration at Wu Jincheol's skillful bullshit-ting. Heck, his expression and words looked and sounded so natural that one couldn't help but wonder if he practiced it every morning while looking in the mirror or some such. Whatever the case may be, his intentions definitely got through to the other party. At the same time, Wu Jincheol sent the slightest hint of a signal to Jin-Woo with his eyes. We will assist you with avoiding unnecessary fuss when exiting from this place. Jin-Woo had no idea why the monitoring division were helping him, but since they were volunteering to take care of the aftermath, was there a reason for him to refuse now? Jin-Woo nodded his head. That's what he wanted, anyway. The quick-witted subordinates of Wu Jincheol quickly surrounded Jin-Woo like bodyguards. If you have any questions, please send them to the association. We shall escort Seong Jin-Woo hunter now. Not so subtle implication of we won't hear any of your objections was apparent in his voice. All thanks to Woo Jin-cheol's hardened attitude, hard enough to shatter a rock even, the members of the Hunters Guild had no choice but to rein in their questions and stay silent. Shall we go? While being escorted by the agents of the monitoring division, Jin-Woo walked past the hunters. Well, I am grateful, but something felt a bit odd, just then. Why did Chief Woo Jin-cheol do something no one asked him to do in the first place? Once they got to a sufficient distance away from the members of the Hunters Guild, Jin-Woo quietly asked, "Why are you doing this all of a sudden, Dot? By any chance, are you thinking of signing up with the Hunters Guild?" Jin-Woo shook his head. As if he knew that such an answer was coming already, Woo Jin-cheol quickly made his reply. "What you did just now was to display the kind of power that exceeds rank S classification in front of the employees working for the largest, wealthiest guild in South Korea. If you wish to avoid annoying matters in the near future, this method is the best one." Indeed, he was right. No one could tell just what lengths the wealthy Hunters Guild might go to secure another rank S hunter. Other hunters would raise their hands and welcome that, but Jin-Woo was different. It was the same story for the Hunters Association, too. And so, the interests of both the association, trying to prevent the concentration of too much power to one specific guild, and Jin-Woo's, who found the hindrance of the guilds annoying, lined up rather nicely. Since this wasn't one-sided goodwill coming from the other party but something that would help both sides, Jin-Woo didn't feel uncomfortable by the current situation at all. Well, things have become more convenient thanks to the association. Because this matter had been resolved quite nicely in an unexpected manner, Jin-Woo could afford to float a thin, nearly imperceptible smile on his lips. But, as they were about to exit from the boss room for good, hold on. An urgent call came from behind the group. Unintentionally looking back, Jin-Woo spotted Seong Ki-hoon approaching them while being supported by his big-framed colleague. All of his external wounds had been healed perfectly, but his complexion remained pale as he had lost a lot of blood. It'd be better for him to not move yet, though. Despite Jin-Woo's worries, Seong Ki-hoon managed to stand before him. He then bowed deeply. "Thank you." And he began speaking up his mind without holding anything back. "Thanks to you, we are all still alive. On behalf of the raid team, I'd like to thank you." If one believed the words of the monitoring division's hunters, then this young man seemed to be burdened by some kind of circumstances preventing him from revealing himself. With that kind of power, it'd not be too strange if he does have some kind of an unspeakable circumstance. However, he risked his identity being revealed to aid Seong Ki-hoon and the rest of the raid team. But, was that all? He didn't even ask for any compensation either. He could have easily requested the Hunters Guild for the corpses of the monsters or for the cost of saving the lives of the raid team, but he backed off without saying a thing. So, how could he not bow down to this young man? "Thank you very much." His emotions now getting raw, Seong Ki-hoon bent his back forward 90 degrees once more. That sudden movement caused his aching body to scream out in pain, but he actually found that rather welcoming. His heart had welled up with emotions when he saw Jin-Woo kill the monster in the exact same fashion as how he had been toyed around with before. Thinking back to that moment was enough for him to thank this young man a countless number of times. The hunters of the raid team saw their leader bow down to express his gratitude and finally snapped out of their stupor. "If it wasn't for that man, he's our savior, isn't he? In that case, I shouldn't be standing around like this in a daze." They scrambled to get closer and bowed their heads as well. "Thank you, Mr. Port. No, I mean, Hunter Nim. If it wasn't for you, Thanks to you, my wife won't become a widow now, A young male hunter who showed off his shaking hands back when Seong Ki-hoon decided to give up on raiding this dungeon, approached Jin-Woo with a tearful face. "Excuse me, Hunter Nim. It's because I'm really grateful can I hug you just this once?" "Yeah, that's too much, dude." He's starting again. Someone stop him. Well, why don't you hug me instead, then? Hug? You heek? You're giving me the creeps, so let go of me. Wahahaha. For the first time ever since entering this particular rank A dungeon, the members of the raid team got to laugh to their heart's content. Jin-Woo stared at these hunters, feeling content inside. He didn't help them out for their flattery or for their praises, but their genuine thanks did automatically bring about a warm smile to his lips. Ah! Jin-Woo walked over to the female hunter jumping up and down by the corner. Because she's so small, I nearly failed to spot her. When he pushed forward the memo she gave to him earlier, the female healer blushed and received it with both of her hands. Thank you. Inwardly, though, she was admonishing herself. Ah phew. Why did I even say those embarrassing things to him back then? She now had one more reason to kick her sheets before going to bed if and when she ended up remembering today's event in the future. From the perspective of Mr. Porter, who could easily punch the dungeon boss to death, she must have looked really funny when she handed over a memo while saying it contained her final will. She slightly raised her head and found that, thankfully enough, he wasn't sneering at her. No, actually, he began speaking to her in a bit of strict voice. Miss Healer. Why yes. The female healer straightened her posture right away like a student being reprimanded for her sloppy behavior. From today onwards, please refrain from placing your personal articles inside the raid team's luggage. It only serves to increase the volume. Pardon me? The female healer became utterly speechless, her eyes opening up to form round buttons. Jin-Woo grinned in satisfaction. He said all he wanted to say. And it seemed that the other party had pretty much said everything in her mind, too. So, putting the dazed female healer behind him, he coolly turned around to leave. Let's go. As soon as Jin-Woo began walking, the agents of the monitoring division moved together in one unit as if they had been rehearsing it. There was one exception, though. Only Cha Hae-in had failed to say something to Jin-Woo and she tried to reach out to him, but gave up in the end. I wanted to ask him for his contact numbers. All she wanted was to ask him if he could find some time to talk to her. However, she might be misunderstood if she asked him that now, what with the current situation not being settled yet. It was then. A female hunter walked over to Cha Hae-in. Excuse me. Vice Chair? Yes? When Cha Hae-in turned around to look, the female hunter pointed to her hand. Why are you carrying a pickaxe? Cha Hae-in's gaze drifted towards the head of the pickaxe and her face began blushing rather quickly. She hurriedly lowered the pickaxe and cautiously asked. You think he found me weird? The female hunter, a mage, tilted her head and asked back. Who did? And that caused not just Cha Hae-in's face, but even her neck to blush in the deep shade of crimson. When they came out of the gate, Woo Jin-cheol took a look at his wristwatch and asked Jin-Woo. We're planning to return to the association but, well, if it's okay with you, why don't you ride along with us and join the association president for dinner? What time is it now, Dot? It's 5:15 p.m. Although he was cutting it close, he should be able to arrive at the promised location in time. Jin-Woo politely rejected Woo Jin-cheol's invitation. I'm sorry. I've already made a prior engagement. Fu. Eugene-ho did his very best to maintain his calm by breathing in deeply several times, just like how he saw it in one of the movies. My fated hour is approaching. Indeed, Hyungnim's choice would decide Eugene-ho's fate. His heart was palpitating faster, and he felt even more nervous compared to a few days ago when he was negotiating with his father for the right to become the Eugen Guildmaster. Let's go back to my original purpose. My original purpose, Dot. It was no coincidence that he chose the exact same cafe as the first time he met Hyungnim back when to propose his plan. Without Hyungnim's help, I wouldn't even be here right now. He began looking around the interior of the cafe while thinking as such, and he was able to see this place in a new light. Quite coincidentally, the table he chose was the exact same one as the last time, too. Ring. Along with the doorbell, Jin-Woo entered the cafe. Hyung Nim. Jin-Ho discovered Jin-Woo and shot up from his seat with a welcoming smile on his face. He bowed down as his greeting. Jin-Woo performed a simple little greeting with a nod and settled down on the opposite side of Jin-Ho. The latter sat down after that. "So, what did you call me here for, dot?" Jin-Ho raised his head, only for his eyes to widen. Hyung Nim, your clothes." "Oh, this?" Jin-Woo came running here right after killing the high orcs, so his clothing was understandably dirty. His shirt even sported bloodstains from the dying high orcs, too. He spoke as if there was nothing to worry about. "I was coming straight from a dungeon, that's why." Heek. Jin-Ho was taken by surprise once more. He was nothing compared to someone like Hyung Nim. After getting his guild master license, all Jin-Ho did was to waste time by drinking and partying. But what did Hyung Nim do in the meantime? He possessed incredible power, yet he still found time to enter dungeons to further hone his crafts. Suddenly, Jin-Ho felt ashamed of himself. As expected of Hyung Nim. And at the same time, he held Hyung Nim in an even higher reverence now. The reason why Hyung Nim didn't bother to wipe away the blood on his clothes was probably because he was confident and forthright enough not to feel the need to hide his training process. Well, the evidence of battle would be more like a medal of honor that he earned through his own two hands, after all. Jin-Ho's expression hardened. He was ready to follow Hyung Nim's decision, regardless of which direction he'd take. So, he should come clean and don't hold anything back. Hyung Nim, actually, dot. Jin-Ho didn't leave anything out and reported everything that happened during the negotiation with his father to Jin-Woo, even the event of Go Myung-won's testimony revealing the truth of who saved the hunters of the White Tiger Guild from the Red Gate incident, too. That uncle, doing something unnecessary. Still, that man did that for Jin-Woo's benefit, so he couldn't get angry at that. Perhaps that was the reason for Jin-Ho's expression to be a bit more glowing than usual when he was talking about the Red Gate incident. In any case, Jin-Woo knew what Jin-Ho was trying to say here. "So, in order for you to become the Yujin Guild's new master, you need my help, is that about right?" Finishing all he had to say, Jin-Ho calmly waited for Jin-Woo's reply. He didn't grow restless or try to sweet-talk like how he would do normally. "Well, I'm talking to Hyung Nim here, after all." Jin-Ho was definitely thinking of leaving everything to Hyung Nim's decision. Remaining silent as long as Jin-Ho's worries were deep, Jin-Woo finally raised his gaze. "Hey, Jin-Ho. I am." Gulp. Jin-Ho swallowed his drying saliva. The chairman of the Hunters Guild Choi Jung-in received a certain call. After answering that, he abandoned what he was doing, entered his private chamber, and began shouting out loudly at the phone. "What was that? Seong Jin-Woo was present during our raids yesterday and today?" The newly appeared Rank S hunter, Seong Jin-Woo. Such a man decided to present himself right before Choi Jung-in's own guild, yet why did he fail to even notice that? It was the same thing as kicking away the golden goose willing to enter his house. It was enough to make him tear his hair out, but... What? He was working for the mining team yesterday, and today, he was carrying luggage? After hearing that revelation, it did make sense for him to not know. Okay, for the time being, let's not worry about why he did what he did. He got this feeling that sweating over that mystery would only give him a case of a migraine and no tangible answer to chew on. Besides, that wasn't important at all. After White Tiger, us hunters also owe that man now. Indeed, they were indebted to Seong Jin-Woo. Choi Jung-in wished to talk to that man as equals as much as he could before attempting to scout him, but now, his position was no different than that of the White Tiger. Even still, I learned of the 10th Rank S's existence before anyone else, so that's something. That's right. The more pressing issue here was not the fact that his guild received that man's aid, but rather, knowing of what his abilities were. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, what type of hunter was he? As he listened to the explanation coming from the other side of the phone line, Choi Jong-in began talking progressively less and less. The person he was talking to right now, the hunter who took on the role of the raid team's captain, Seong Ki-hoon, was it a fellow who'd lie about something that didn't happen, or embellish something minor as if it was a big deal? Even then, Choi Jong-in asked reflexively. Are you telling me the truth? Yes, sir. That's all I saw. That's all he saw. Does that mean there could be more? If Seong Jin-Woo was that powerful, then. If you compare him to me, then how about it? Although he may have sounded a bit childish just then, there was no better way to ascertain someone's strength than this question. Seong Ki-hoon took a little time before continuing on. Chairman. Can you solo an upper-grade rank A dungeon by yourself? No, it's impossible. However, that man did precisely that. He even dissuaded Cha Hunter-nim from lending her aid, as well. Cha Hae-in was there, too? Something felt a bit off, but her being there was not a big problem to worry about. Is there a chance that the dungeon was not an upper-grade rank A? If it wasn't, we wouldn't have encountered so much difficulty, sir. That man saved us all. Choi Jong-in was often referred to as the ultimate weapon. From a certain perspective, one could argue that he was being roundly disregarded in this situation, but rather than feeling sour, his heart was pounding harder instead. Me, Cha Hae-in, and then, Seong Jin-Woo. This was the golden chance that his guild could become renowned in South Korea, no, Asia, no, the whole world, on the back of Seong Jin-Woo's abilities alone. Chairman Choi. I know that I'm in no position to advise you on how to run the guild, but Seong Ki-hoon was definitely not someone who'd go beyond his stations and run his mouth off about the guild. So, Choi Jong-in became even more curious about what he might say next. No, it's fine. Please speak. That man. You must scout Seong Jin-Woo Hunter-nim to our guild. With him, your dream might become reality. Ba-dump. Choi Jong-in's heart began beating faster. He tried very hard to disguise his trembling voice as he spoke. I'll do my best. In front of the Korean Hunters Association main building. The sea of reporters showing up to cover Ri Min-sung's rank assignment test had set up a camp in front of the association building. South Korea's own Ri Min-sung, often referred as Asia's top superstar, becoming a hunter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the cameras from the entire world were being focused here today. What with space being such a premium, the reporters began a war of nerves with each other. Excuse me. We already reserved this spot. Hey man. Are you blind? Can't you see how many people showed up today? Who cares about your spot or mine? Your spot is where you're standing. Dang it. Meanwhile, a full-blown smile was forming on Ri Min-sung's face as he stared through the window at the sea of reporters extending as far as the access road while standing inside the association building. Indeed, this many people showing up sounds about right. Deliberately wasting time and attracting the attention of the public definitely paid off today. Excuse me, Mr. Min-sung? This will be tomorrow's headline, but what do you think about it? South Korea's top newspaper reporter showed Ri Min-sung the manuscript for tomorrow's front page and asked, Don't you think using that as the headline is a bit dull? You think so? How about this one? The man who has everything, Ri Min-sung. He now grasps power transcending humanity. Well, But, if we use a strong lead-in like that, don't you think a portion of the readers will feel uncomfortable? Well, I'm not exaggerating here, and besides, no one in their right minds would talk rubbish about me in South Korea, anyway. I mean, both the media and my fans are watching closely with their eyes wide open, after all. Okay. Got it. We'll go with that one. I'll be in your care. Ri Min-sung bowed his head good-naturedly, but when he raised it again, a deep frown was etched on his face. He's going to do what I told him in the end, so why does he have to yap on about so much crap? It was then, 2 imported luxury sedans arrived at the parking lot of the association. 2 men climbed out of their respective cars almost at the same time. They were none other than Baek Yoon-ho from the White Tiger Guild, and Choi Jung-in from the Hunters Guild. Look at that! It's Baek Yoon-ho. Choi Jung-in's here too. The reporters blocking the front entrance of the association building all rushed towards the sight of these 2 men. Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jung-in both frowned unhappily. What is up with these reporters? Why is it so chaotic today? The noises of camera flashes going off were ringing out loudly. Countless reporters surrounded these 2 men and began their barrage of questions. Are you 2 visiting the association to scout Mr. Ri Min-sung? As the hunters representing South Korea, what do you think about Mr. Ri Min-sung potentially retiring from the entertainment industry? What do you think will be Mr. Ri Min-sung's rank? Please share your thoughts on Mr. Ri Min-sung. The famously short-tempered Baek Yoon-ho waved his hands around as if he found all this annoying. I'm not here because of that man. I've nothing else to say. While Choi Jung-in emotionlessly stated the facts. Anyone related to this matter would know by now that Mr. Ri Min-sung has already signed up with the Reapers Guild. I'm visiting the association today on an unrelated matter. After hearing answers that didn't meet their expectations, the reporters inwardly grumbled and turned around. What the hell? And I thought I might have a juicy news story. I got excited for no dang reason. Still, none of them dared to express their dissatisfaction in front of a pair of rank S hunters. Reporters returned to their spots and began their waiting for Ri Min-sung's emergence once more. Once the reporters left them alone, Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jung-in met each other's glare. Baek Yoon-ho greeted his counterpart first. I heard the story. Hunters Guild almost got into a big tangle yesterday, too. Or so I hear. He even deliberately emphasized the word "too" as well. Well, it wasn't much of a big tangle, compared to how the White Tiger had to lose their newbie rank A. The 2 men's war of nerves was just as fierce as the one taking place among the reporters. Baek Yoon-ho was incensed for a little bit there, but eventually, he sighed out softly and spoke up. In any case, both the hunters and us are in that man's debt. We really were kissed by Lady Luck yesterday. If he wasn't there, my second elite team would have been wiped out. Even though both men knew that person's name, not mentioning it could be considered the final act to their war of nerves. Choi Jung-in took a step closer. That is why, out of principle, I'd like to definitely bring that man over to our guild. Baek Yoon-ho didn't back down. He and Choi Jung-in got close enough for their foreheads to nearly butt against each other. We even had suffered casualties. Looking at the need to replenish our combat force, wouldn't you agree that person joining us makes more sense? Just what are you planning to do by recruiting a rank S to shore up your combat force? Are you thinking of invading North Korea or something? What about you? Since when did you worry about principles and the like to talk about your principles here? Flames erupted out from the eyes of the 2 men. Master of the Reapers Guild, Im Tae-gyu, was arriving at the association building just now to match the timing of the press conference. When he saw those 2 growling at one another, a mocking smirk formed on his face. Wasn't there an old saying for that? Didn't it go, counting chickens before hatching or something like that? For Im Tae-gyu, this sure was an exciting development, since he always lost out to their 2 guilds when trying to secure resources until now. He did his best to not to let the corners of his lips arch up and approached the 2 men. Oh, 2 guild chairmen over there. I hope you aren't acting like that over my Min-sung, no? And then, both Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jung-in's heads spun at the same time towards Im Tae-gyu. It was hard to tell who was first, really. What the hell is up with this moron? I don't give a rat's guess about this Ri Min-sung or Ri Min-gun or whatever. Tae-gyu flinched in surprise and took a step back when two rather terrifying glares landed squarely on him. What is up with these two B***stars all of a sudden? What's this? Choi Jung-in and Baek Yoon-ho, too? Ri Min-sung grinned deeply. He already familiar with Chairman Tae-gyu when they met during the signing of the contract. Ri Min-sung signing up with the Reapers Guild, which had been criticized for being a shell of its former glory, while disregarding the country's top two guilds, was a calculated move on his part. I mean, with this, I'll enjoy the image of someone willing to stand up for the underdogs. Crudely speaking, celebrities survived on their public image. And Ri Min-sung was really meticulous about maintaining his. The best guilds in Korea are fighting over me. He wasn't thinking of carrying on this hunter lifestyle for long, but still, that sight naturally made him feel even better about himself. Soon afterwards, his manager entered the reception area. Min-sung, they say they are ready now. Let's go and do the press conference. All right. The manager took the lead. He opened the glass front entrance and allowed Ri Min-sung to emerge from the association building. Camera flashes exploded in a scary cacophony of endless shutter clicks. Click, 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 click. As he would do every day, Ri Min-sung formed a fake smile towards hundreds of lenses surrounding him. It was then. Jin-Woo had finally arrived at the front of the association. Just like he'd been told, he was stopping by the association 3 days later. Why is it so noisy here? However, it didn't look like he'd be able to enter the association at all under the current circumstances. Of course, there were plenty of ways to go around these people, such as using stealth, or jumping over the reporters, or even by finding a back entrance. But then again, his re-evaluation test had been reserved in advance 3 days ago, so he didn't feel like going through the back entrance just to avoid this wall of reporters. It's not like I committed a crime or something anyways. He had no reason not to use the front door at all. Jin-Woo then proceeded to push away the tightly packed throngs of reporters and made a path for himself. I'm coming through. Oh aye, what are you doing? What the hell? What's wrong with you? This was the physical strength of a rank S hunter. Reporters were all helplessly pushed away, deep frowns etched on their faces. The path forward was opened up in the blink of an eye, and Jin-Woo could walk up the steps leading to the front entrance of the association. However, even before he could take another step, a large, muscular dude suddenly blocked Jin-Woo's path. Oh aye. He was Ri Min-sung's manager. His eyebrows rose up as he growled menacingly. Who the hell are you? You work for the association or something? Jin-Woo didn't bother to avert his gaze and met this manager's glare squarely, before shaking his head. Huh? Would you look at this B******? The manager's thick eyebrows quivered. Can't you see all those reporters behind you? Jin-Woo took a short glance at the reporters. They were all shooting him with unhappy glares. Even Jin-Woo could understand that they were trying to do a press conference here. However, it wasn't as if they had rented out the whole entrance, now had they got it. A private individual had no right to chase away the reporters, and conversely, they had no right to chase him away either. That was common knowledge. There were plenty of eyes watching and Jin-Woo didn't particularly want to raise his voice here, so he was going to ignore this idiot and walk right by, but at that moment. Go back to where you came from. You can't go through here. Get lost, punk. The manager blocked the path again and tried to shove Jin-Woo's chest away. The light in Jin-Woo's eyes changed immediately. What was that? The manager was taken by a huge surprise. He was a melee-type rank D awakened, and pushed this young punk away with the full intention of embarrassing him, but the guy didn't even budge from the spot as if his legs were nailed to the ground. The manager had used enough force that would have injured a regular person greatly. Jin-Woo also knew that fact very well. That was why he wordlessly glared, and that alone was enough to gradually drain the manager's face of all color. What the heck? What's the matter with that guy? What happened? Are they going to fight? Bustle, bustle. The reporters present all sensed the atmosphere becoming rather strange, and they became noisy quite quickly. Cold sweat was pouring out of the manager. If there was no one watching, he'd have conceded already and stepped aside. However, never mind the reporters, his employer Ri Min-song was watching him from behind at the moment. Ri Min-song walked closer to the manager and whispered with a deep frown. "Arg, Hyung, what are you doing? Hurry up and get rid of this loser already." Sure thing. If he showed a shameful sight here, then he'd lose his job without a doubt. The manager's expression crumpled unsightly and he raised his voice up high. "You can't pass by here, so get lost already. And just who said you can block the entrance like this?" The reply didn't come from the manager's front but from his back. The manager quickly spun his head around. The Hunters Association president Go Gun-hui stood tall in front of the glass doors. The eyes of the reporters grew extra round. They were so shocked that they even forgot to operate their cameras. Go Gun-hui? President Go Gun-hui's here, . The once chaotic bustling atmosphere immediately cooled down with the entrance of someone completely unexpected. Go Gun-hui walked right up to the steps and spoke up. "This gentleman is my guest." And then, Go Gun-hui stared at Ri Min-song. "I hope you haven't forgotten who gave you the permission to hold a press conference in this place, Mr. Ri Min-song." Ri Min-song recovered his wits right away. "Oh, of course, sir." The first day as a hunter, he falls out of favor with the association president and loses the location of the press conference. Ri Min-song couldn't afford to suffer such a humiliation when there were so many eyes watching him right now. Ri Min-song frowned and quickly signaled his manager. The burly guy bowed slightly to both Go Gun-hui and Jin-Woo and voluntarily stepped aside. "Please, follow me, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim." Even until Jin-Woo disappeared into the association building under the guidance of Go Gun-hui, the gathered reporters couldn't hide their confusion at all. Noisy, noisy. What was that all about? Who was that man, and why is the association president personally coming out to greet him? Does anyone know who that man is? Reporters felt frustrated and raised their voices, but there was no one answering them. Chapter 92 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Ri Min-song's expression stiffened right away. A mysterious man who cut through the throng of reporters, and then, the association president Go Gun-hui who came out to personally escort that man into the building. How does President Go Gun-hui's schedule look like for the rest of today? I hear he cancelled everything for the morning. Are you telling me that the association president cancelled the whole morning's worth of appointments for that man? Noisy, noisy. This place had become too restless after those two men's sudden entrance, and the current situation was no longer suitable for holding a press conference. But, just how much effort did Ri Min-song pour in for today's event? He shot a glare at his manager with an expression of a man chewing on insects. An idiot of a manager who can't even take care of something so simple. The manager couldn't meet that glare and powerlessly lowered his head. Now that Ri Min-song had become a rank A awakened, the manager couldn't even win against him in physical strength anymore. He had no choice but to cower accordingly. Ri Min-song glared at his manager for a long time, before his head naturally spun towards his side. Q. D***it. Like throwing salt on the wound, the camera crew from the news stations were getting ready to leave. They were supposed to broadcast everything live. If this distracted spectacle got on the airwaves and was broadcast to the rest of the country, then there was a good chance that all of Ri Min-song's hard work to increase his brand's value by becoming a rank A hunter would go down the drain for good. However, the association president Go Gun-hui's entrance caused too much of a ripple to calm the mood down and restart the press conference. Just why did someone so big have to appear at such an important time? Isn't there a way to reverse this situation? The quick-witted Ri Min-song began kicking his brain into gear. Right. Only a big something can reverse a situation like this one. These reporters didn't come here because they wanted to find out about his feelings regarding the rank assignment test or some such. No, they came here to find out what the top star Ri Min-song's hunter ranking would be, as well as what his future plan was after he got his license. If he gave them what they wanted, then everything would return to order. I should start the assignment test ahead of schedule. A sly smile formed on Ri Min-song's face. Indeed, his ability to come up with schemes on the fly, something others around him had already acknowledged him for, remained rather exceptional. Excuse me, everyone. Allow me to go have a quick chat regarding my schedule today with the association's representatives. Blurting that nonsense to the reporters, Ri Min-song then headed to the main association building. It was not to discuss the change of schedule but to declare his intentions. I mean, you have any idea how much my dad donates to the association? The association or not, they should grovel accordingly before me. Unfortunately. Ha! Just before he could push open the glass front door, hunters from the monitoring division rushed out first and he was pushed back, instead. They stood in a line to block off the front entrance. What the hell is this now? Ri Min-song's forehead creased up. He quickly checked the name tag attached to one of the men's chest. Section Chief Woo Jin-cheol, Hunters Association Monitoring Division? Ri Min-song questioned Woo Jin-cheol right away. What's the meaning of this? Why are you blocking the entrance? Woo Jin-cheol's sunglasses-covered eyes stared down at Ri Min-song. Currently, another awakened is going through the process of the rank reassignment test. No one will be allowed to enter the building until 11 o'clock, when the test is scheduled to end. What did you just say? By another awakened, was this man referring to that young man who followed the association president into the building not too long ago? Ri Min-song took a look at his watch. The time now was 10:30 in the morning. 11 o'clock was the originally scheduled time for his rank assignment test. No one was allowed to enter before that? Ri Min-song's scheme to take the test ahead of schedule to reverse the situation was about to blow up in his face. At first, he spoke in a polite tone of voice. Please, don't be like this and let me in. I have something to discuss with the related department of the association. I'm sorry. Woo Jin-cheol shut his mouth up with that single short sentence. With his frustration boiling over, Ri Min-song couldn't hold back any longer and his true colors slowly surfaced to the fore. Look here, mister. Don't you know who I am? I'm Ri Min-song, man. Ri Min-song. Ri Min-song's tone of voice became sharp and abrasive as if he could no longer take this crap, but still, Woo Jin-cheol showed no sign of budging. Ha! Ri Min-song spat out a dumbfounded groan. Oh aye. You know that Yujin Construction is the biggest sponsor of the Hunters Association, right? The corners of Ri Min-song's lips arched up. Vice Chairman of the Yujin Construction, Ri Won-gyu is my father, okay? And do you see all these people behind me? Ri Min-song pointed towards the sea of reporters below the entrance steps. You think you can treat the son of Yujin Construction's vice chairman this badly in front of these many reporters? You think you can handle the fallout? Woo Jin-cheol's reply was pretty simple. Yes, we can. What? Ri Min-song was even more dumbfounded now. Just who the hell was that young man for the association president to personally escort him inside, and block off the entire building for a measly rank assignment test? And, letting a section chief go for someone not even that high up in the food chain like a head of the department, to do whatever the hell he pleased. Ri Min-song's hands were placed on his waist as he began questioning in anger. Just who the hell is this another awakened supposed to be that the association is willing to bend over backwards like this? Only then did Woo Jin-cheol remove his sunglasses. If I were to tell you that. Flinch. When Woo Jin-cheol's sharp, scary eyes resembling a bird of prey were finally revealed, Ri Min-sung unwittingly took a step back. Woo Jin-cheol continued to glare at Ri Min-sung and quietly spoke. "Do you think you can handle the fallout instead, Mr. Ri Min-sung?" The inside of the main building was rather empty. There was no one waiting to take their rank assignment test inside the hallway, with only a smattering of association employees going about their usual business. This unusual situation was probably related to the reason why all those reporters were camping outside. "Please, come this way." "All right." Jin-Woo was about to follow after Go Gun-Ui's guidance and enter the measurement room, but then spotted two somewhat familiar-looking faces. Baek Yun-ho and Choi Jong-in were sitting on the waiting room chairs facing the measurement room. That was where smartly dressed headhunters of various smaller guilds could be found 3 days ago. When their gazes met, both men stood up from their seats and bowed lightly. Jin-Woo reciprocated the greeting and walked past the hallway. As they walked down on the passageway, a soft smile formed on Go Gun-Ui's lips. "Those two men, they have been waiting for you for about an hour." The leaders of two guilds that represented South Korea in the world stage had shown up 1 hour early to wait for the re-evaluation result? Perhaps he had read Jin-Woo's expression, because Go Gun-Ui continued to explain in a calm voice. "A new rank S hunter has appeared after 2 long years. And besides, Choi Jong-in has heard of your powers, so he should be even more anxious at the moment." Jin-Woo slowly nodded his head. "Oh, my. Association President." The association employees they met on the way all politely greeted Go Gun-Ui, and stared at Jin-Woo with mystified eyes. "Who is that man that necessitates our association president to personally guide him? Could he be someone really important? How can someone that young know our president?" Go Gun-Ui had never shown up to personally receive guests even when a government minister came to visit, so the fact that he was doing precisely that had shocked the association employees to no end. Go Gun-Ui spoke while keeping his eyes fixed to the front. "I heard about what happened yesterday." Go Gun-Ui's expression was one of enjoyment for some reason. As a matter of fact, he was indeed feeling really excited. Because his expectation of Seong Jin-Woo being a different type of hunter from the rest proved to be right on the money, that was why. When he heard about Seong Jin-Woo's actions from Woo Jin-cheol, sweat formed in Go Gun-Ui's hands as if he was personally there, witnessing everything. Yes, he does have incredible powers, but also, he found Seong Jin-Woo's actions afterwards even more to his liking. Including the boss, he had almost single-handedly cleared the dungeon all by himself, yet the young man had shown not one trace of greed over the loot found within. If Seong Jin-Woo's real aim was to fight monsters and protect other people rather than become famous and make lots of money, then the association was fully prepared to support him in every conceivable manner. Because that goal lined up perfectly with the purpose of the association's existence. If it's possible, I wish I could bring him into the association with whatever means necessary, but he couldn't do that, now could he? Just like what the young man told him before, entering the association would mean he'd have nearly zero opportunity to fight against the monsters. And from what Go Gun-Ui had heard about Seong Jin-Woo's powers, it was way too good to be wasted outside dungeons. Soon, they arrived at the examination area, located deeper within the building. "Before the re-evaluation can take place, we must confirm your abilities first and set the new classification for you." Jin-Woo already knew that. Hunters were classified as a melee, mage, healing, or even support type according to their abilities, and performed their roles where they were needed the most. The association employee waiting at the examination area bent his back forward 90 degrees to greet Go Gun-Ui, and took over guiding Jin-Woo from him. "Please, come this way." Jin-Woo stepped up to the middle of the examination area. Its interior layout much resembled an indoor gymnasium commonly found everywhere. If there was one thing different from those gymnasiums, then it'd be the fact that one could sense powerful fluctuations of magic energy coming from the walls as well as from the floor. Magic had been utilized to reinforce the structure in case something went wrong. the examiner asked Jin-Woo. What kind of ability can you use? The association president Go Gun-Hui didn't return to his office immediately and, while standing in the far corner, stared at the examination process with a great deal of interest. This was the reason why he came to guide Jin-Woo personally. He wanted to confirm Jin-Woo's powers with his own eyes as quickly as possible. Well, I can do this. Jin-Woo called out a single shadow soldier. Heek. The examiner was greatly taken by surprise. Seriously speaking, how could anyone stay composed when a soldier decked out in jet black armor suddenly rose up from the ground? Jin-Woo deliberately chose the lowest leveled one out of his regular soldiers, but still, the dude emitted intense pressure that most normal people found hard to endure. Is this your summoned creature? You can control a summon? The examiner's voice was trembling noticeably. Jin-Woo had half a mind to helpfully explain that his soldier was definitely not dangerous, but he formed a pitying expression while making his reply. Well, something like that. In that case, how many summoned creatures can you control? Well, it will be useless to lie, so. Indeed, the number of eyewitnesses who saw his shadow soldiers yesterday was nearly 20. Jin-Woo spoke up a slightly reduced number of soldiers sealed inside his shadow through his skill. It's around 100 or so. The examiner's eyes went extra round at the number 100. 100? Yes. On the other hand, Jin-Woo remained nonplussed. At the same time, as he stared at the shadow soldier, Go Gun-Hui's eyes were glittering brightly. 100 of those. At a glance, that soldier possessed around the same amount of magic energy as a rank B hunter. If that young man could summon 100 of those soldiers, then one simply had to concede that his powers had already exceeded a regular large guild's combat force. Truthfully, that was an incredible ability. Jin-Woo could feel Go Gun-Hui's passionate gaze burning up on his skin. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the reactions of the surroundings. Well, if one regular soldier can elicit this sort of reaction, then, he should thank his lucky stars that he didn't choose to call out the highest leveled soldier among his flock, Ygritte, or the boss level creature he managed to poach yesterday, Fangs. Whatever the case may be, this was enough to prove the type of ability he had possessed. In that case, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim, you're a mage type. The examiner studiously jotted down something on the recording document and raised his head up, while looking rather satisfied. We can now head to the measurement room. Jin-Woo held the newly issued hunter license in his hand. It said, Seong Jin-Woo, rank S, mage type. Even though his face was plastered on the photo box, he still found it hard to believe. Very good. It's been smooth sailing until now, Jin-Woo quickly shoved his new hunter license inside his wallet. When he got to the end of the corridor, the waiting duo of Baek Yunho and Choi Jong-in approached him. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo, can we have a chat? Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim, I'm sorry. I'm pressed for time at the moment. Jin-Woo ignored them both and quickly walked towards the glass door. Baek Yunho raised his worried voice. If it was me, I wouldn't use that exit. Is he trying to imply that the sweet deals he prepared for this occasion will make me regret walking out of this door or something? Jin-Woo wasn't interested regardless of what was being offered, so he continued to ignore Baek Yunho's dissuasion and pushed the glass door wide open. When that happened, click, 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 click. The reporters that had managed to climb up the steps to push and shove against the monitoring division's agents began clicking their cameras non-stop, with flashes exploding brightly all around him. What the heck is this? Jin-Woo became utterly speechless at this blinding explosion of lights. As usual, Seong Jin-Ah stopped by the school tuck shop after the third period ended, and bought herself a pack of banana milk. There was still around 1 hour to go to lunch. If she didn't fill herself up temporarily with something like milk, for instance, she'd be unable to concentrate during the class. And sure enough, Rumble. Already, her remorseless stomach was noisily demanding for more fuel to be put in there. Gina rubbed her hungry tummy and was about to enter her classroom, but then, one of her friends grabbed her wrist, a shocked expression clearly visible on that girl's face. Gina. What? With her friend shocked like this, even Gina got shocked alongside her for no reason. It's your appa. He's on TV right now. What? Why is my appa? Jin-Woo felt her heart tumble to the pit of her stomach. Did he get injured again? If not, could it be even worse? The friend dragged Gina by her wrist inside the classroom as if she didn't want to waste time explaining anymore. Gina's eyes immediately shifted over to the large TV located next to the blackboard. And there was. Oh. Appa. The moment Gina saw the TV screen, the banana milk in her hand fell to the floor. Chapter 93 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. 10 minutes prior, in front of the Hunters Association building. When it clearly became impossible to take his rank evaluation test ahead of schedule, Ri Min-sung sensed the looming crisis, and in the end, decided to drop a bombshell. Excuse me, Ri Min-sung, will retire from the entertainment industry regardless of the test result, and I shall pledge my service as a hunter for the betterment of the public. This was his last hurrah at reviving the atmosphere of the press conference that had cooled off from the sudden entrance of Go Gun-ui. Its effect was immediately noticeable. What? Ri Min-sung is going to retire? Regardless of what his rank is? Right away, the atmosphere became frenzied. Click, click, click. Countless cameras were now pointing at Ri Min-sung, and questions from excited reporters poured down on him nonstop. Mr. Ri Min-sung, please look this way. Are you telling us that you'll abandon the title of Asia's top movie star and choose the life of a low-ranked hunter if need be? Are you willing to give up on everything you built up as a successful actor? Yes. Very good. Ri Min-sung was pleased as punch at all the attention being focused on him again. Even if the result is bad and I end up with a low rank, I wish to repay all the love everyone has shown me by fighting the monster threats. Of course, he was lying through his teeth. Just 2 years. He was thinking of helping out with the Reapers Guild's public image as its most famous rank a hunter for only 2 years, while enjoying the sky-high annual pay package. This was the best method to silence those voices raising issues with him avoiding the draft with his father's help, as well as a few distracting noises rising up here and there recently, all in one fell swoop. Climbing down from the summit to protect the ordinary citizens while risking his own life. This was the greatest opportunity for him yet, to achieve that often talked about lifetime guarantee against criticism status. Enjoying the taste of everything finally going according to his plan, Ri Min-sung continued on with the press conference. And, with the master of Reapers Guild, Chairman Im Tae-gyu, who shares my wish, I. And so, as the gathered reporters were listening to Ri Min-sung's future aspirations. Ring. Someone's phone suddenly went off. The surrounding reporters glared at the phone's owner, and he quickly killed the phone before lowering his head in apology several times. Thanks to that, the press conference was slightly interrupted, but fortunately enough, it was not a permanent interruption in the end. Ri Min-sung also pretended to not hear it and continued on. However, this time, someone else's phone went off. Arg, what the hell? Whose phone was that? Isn't it a common sense to switch it off before a conference? Turn it off, now. Thinking that this might be a good chance to earn himself some extra brownie points, Ri Min-sung beamed brightly and spoke up. I'm fine with it, so why don't we continue after you answer your urgent call? Ha 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 ha. Ri Min-sung's spontaneous response elicited jovial laughter from here and there. But, who knew that was merely the beginning? Buzz. VRRRR. Seemingly from everywhere, mobile phones were singing out in a messy chorus of noises. What's this? What the hell? Even me, dot. The first reporter who switched his phone off first realized that something was very wrong. Meanwhile, the eyes of the reporters were growing extra wide after confirming the contents of the calls. You got a call from the association? Why are you only telling me this now? Reporters present hurriedly accessed the association's website. It was then they discovered the new Rank S hunter's photo and his name being uploaded there as if everything had been prepared beforehand. The announcement date for that person's evaluation result just so happened to be today. Wait, but didn't they say something about the measurement room not being available in the morning? It wasn't because of Ri Min-song, dot. In that case, the reason for the measurement room being emptied out wasn't because of Ri Min-song's rank evaluation, but this new Rank S hunter? And then, the face of a certain man flashed by in the heads of all the reporters present. Could he have been? That young man who followed Association President Go Gun-hui into the building. He was the only one to have accessed the measurement room today. If they all go inside now, wouldn't they be able to take that man's pictures? Everyone? With their eyes now resembling those of a starving predator, reporters ignored Ri Min-song and rushed towards the association building. Rumble. When Woo Jin-cheol signaled with his eyes, hunters from the monitoring division spread out their arms and formed a human barricade. Let us in. A Rank S has emerged, right? Aren't you supposed to announce this ahead of time? Just get out of the way, will you? Reporters violently pounced forward, but they couldn't overcome the wall created by the agents of the monitoring division, where every single member was a hunter. What the hell is this? Having been forgotten by everyone in an instant, Ri Min-song and his flustered face ran over to his burly manager. Mr. Manager pushed forward the screen of his phone with what he discovered only a second ago. A Rank S? Ri Min-song became completely dazed. A Rank S showed up today, of all days? He wanted to receive the attention and adulations of the world by becoming a Rank A hunter. But, to think that a Rank S hunter would pop up out of nowhere and ruin everything. Ri Min-song shook his head, hard. No, wait. Something doesn't feel right here. Seriously now, a Rank S wasn't a cup of instant coffee one could buy in a vending machine with a couple of change, now was it? Maybe, these reporters knew something about what was happening right now? It was at that point that Ri Min-song spotted a reporter still talking to someone on the phone while belatedly climbing up the steps. He was none other than the exact same reporter who sought out Ri Min-song's opinion regarding tomorrow's headline earlier. Excuse me, Reporter M? Even though Ri Min-song's voice sounded urgent, Reporter M simply walked past while responding in haste. Ah, Mr. Ri Min-song. I'll get in touch a little bit later, okay? Excuse me? Reporter M. Wait. Ri Min-song got to eavesdrop on the contents of the call as the Reporter M's back gradually distanced itself away from him. That's right. I'm telling you to go with the headline of Tears of Rank E, now Joys of Rank S for tomorrow. Ri Min-song scanned his vicinity with energyless eyes. There was no one around him now. He fell down on his knees. What? What is this? While he remained on the ground muttering to himself in dejection, the front entrance to the association was abruptly pushed open wide, and South Korea's 10th Rank S hunter revealed himself. Click, 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 click. Jin-Woo's eyes opened up super wide. What the heck is this? The camera lenses captured in full Jin-Woo standing in front of the entrance, and behind him, Baek Yun-ho with a rueful expression and Choi Jong-in and his bitter smile. It was now lunchtime. The hunters of the mining team had ended the morning's operation and were sitting around to enjoy their lunch. Mining might have been their main role, but, since there was no threat of rockfall or cave-in, the mood of the team was rather carefree. Some hunters were lying on the floor resting, having gobbled up their meals in the blink, some hunters were busy giggling to themselves while checking out their phones. A few hunters were even enjoying cold alcoholic beverages while sharing snacks among themselves. One of the hunters playing with his phone cried out in surprise and hurriedly raised his upper body up. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Song?" Lee Song-Goo's ears perked up. "Hey, it is him. Mr. Song's on the news." Indeed, Lee Song-Goo hadn't heard wrong. "I knew it." With his face considerably flushed red after ingesting 3 cups of alcohol, Lee Song-Goo ran to where his colleagues were as if he had been waiting for this. Even while he was doing that, his mouth continued to operate without rest. "I knew it from the moment that Bestard glared at me. Let me see for myself what horrible things that insolent Bestard committed now." Perhaps Lee Song-Goo's voice was too loud? "Mr. Song did what? Did Mr. Song commit a crime or something?" Including Foreman Bay, all of the mining team's hunters in the near vicinity gathered in one spot. Jin-Woo's face filled up the palm-sized screen of the mobile phone, and just below that, large subtitles flashed by. Following after Hwang Dong-suk and Cha Hae-in, South Korea's 10th rank S hunter, Mr. Seong Jin-Woo, has just now. Heek. Having discovered Jin-Woo, Lee Song-Goo's eyes began trembling. In front of the private office of Eugene Construction's chairman. Standing in front of the door, Yoo Jin-ho let out a short sigh. Fu. He opened the door, and as it smoothly glided inward, he also raised his head to spot his father busy going through several documents, not bothering to even turn his head this way. "Come inside." Even though he made his reply, Yoo Myung-hwan continued to scribble his signatures on the documents. Yoo Jin-ho stood next to Yoo Myung-hwan. The father briefly raised his head to confirm the son's visage, before continuing on with his work. "Dad's still the same, I see." In the past, Yoo Jin-ho would have been suppressed by his father being like this and run off, utterly unable to say what he wanted to say. However, it was different now. "I'd like to speak to you about something, father." "Is it regarding Hunter Seong Jin-Woo?" "Yes." Yoo Myung-hwan finally raised his head up. "All right. So, what hap?" It was then. Yoo Myung-hwan's phone suddenly went off. VRRRR. Hold on. Yoo Myung-hwan raised his hand and stopped Yoo Jin-ho's words. Checking the message on the phone screen, Yoo Myung-hwan's eyes grew wide just a little. "My dad can get surprised too?" Yoo Jin-ho tilted his head slightly. "There's something you should see." "Pardon?" Rather than providing an answer, Yoo Myung-hwan operated the remote and switched the giant TV mounted on one of the walls, instead. A breaking news piece immediately came up on the screen. "Yes, it has been confirmed just now. The hunter who was evaluated as rank S earlier today is a reawakened, someone who has gone through the secondary awakening process after his initial one. His name is Mr. Seong Jin-Woo, who used to work for the association as a rank E previously." The reporter's excited voice easily conveyed the current atmosphere of the location. Yoo Jin-ho had been listening disinterestedly, but when he heard the name Seong Jin-Woo, he was taken greatly by surprise. Heek. The screen changed after that. It was now showing the emotionless face of someone he was quite familiar with, busy surveying the immediate surroundings. It was none other than his Hyung-nim. "I'm sure of it. Hyung-nim is feeling irritated right now." Thanks to Yoo Jin-ho sticking around Hyung-nim for a while, it became pretty easy to tell what he was thinking about simply through his expressions. But, besides all that, he was a rank S? Yoo Jin-ho was well aware of his Hyung-nim being great, but that greatness had far exceeded his own imagination. At the same time, even though he possesses such incredible power, he enters dungeons every day to train himself even further? A sense of awe rushed in, fast. As a person who used to guard his side, Yoo Jin-ho's heart swelled with pride as Jin-Woo's name got continuously mentioned on the TV. Beep. The TV was switched off and Hyung-nim's face also disappeared from the view. Yoo Jin-ho formed a wistful expression. "Okay, Continue. Father was telling Yu Jin-ho to continue with what he wanted to say. As he had practiced beforehand, Yu Jin-ho bowed down hard and spoke. My apologies, Father. I couldn't change Hyung-nim's mind. Yu Myung-won's expression hardened. Okay, what did Hunter Seong Jin-Woo say while rejecting your offer? Well, Hyung-nim said, Yu Jin-ho hesitated slightly, but he slightly raised his head and spoke. He wants to make his own guild, so if I was interested in the vice master spot, I should come over, instead. Yu Jin-ho thought that Father would get angry or ignore that suggestion altogether, but instead, his expression was solidly frozen up. And then... grin. Yu Myung-won chuckled without making a sound. Someone widely known for his poker face, Chairman Yu Myung-won had actually revealed a change of expression in front of his own son. What is my dad doing? Yu Jin-ho couldn't dare to ask what was happening, so all he could do was to avert his gaze this way and that. Yu Myung-won spoke, that smile now erased from his lips. Do you know why I'm trying to establish the Yujin Guild? Isn't it because there's money to be made in the hunter business? No, it's not. Yu Myung-won's tone of voice was resolute, unwavering. We have more than enough money right now. You think I'll try something that could put us at odds with other large guilds just for the sake of chasing after a couple more bucks? Was he trying to imply that money wasn't the reason? Yu Jin-ho's eyes widened. But, if not that, then... Yu Myung-won carefully put the pen down. It's in order to protect ourselves. Yu Myung-won's serious, dignified eyes caused Yu Jin-ho to swallow his dry saliva in nervousness. Hunters are growing in power every day. And it's not uncommon to see a single person possessing enough power to rival a country's military might. For instance, the world's most powerful hunters, seen as already on the level of exercising power equal to that of a country's government. Yu Myung-won was talking about those people. I hear that some hunters already rule smaller nations like kings. How long do you think that the rule of law and governmental authority will keep us safe under the current situation? Yu Myung-won's voice was getting heavier. However, as Yu Jin-ho was listening to this explanation, it suddenly dawned on him that he was actually feeling happy at the moment. Why was that? That was because his father included him too and said we, instead. Indeed, Yu Jin-ho felt happy because he thought he got to glimpse for the first time another side of his father. Yu Myung-won's explanation continued on. I wish to establish a guild and gather trustworthy hunters to our side. Not because I needed more money or that I am searching for talented individuals, but it's all to find those hunters who we can trust as fellow human beings, as well as for us to rely on their strength. And then, a nearly imperceptible smile formed on Yu Myung-won's face again. Looks like you already found someone like that, haven't you? Yes, Father. Yu Jin-ho replied right away. It was a bit hard to tell where his father was going with this, but well, it was true regardless that Yu Jin-ho could trust and rely on his Hyung-nim. Yu Myung-won nodded his head. Very good. Yes? You pass. What did he pass just now? Yu Jin-ho belatedly raised his bowed head. I shall entrust the Yujin Guild to you. Pardon me? Do your best to develop the Yujin Guild. Make those trustworthy and reliable hunters your people. In the future, they will no doubt become even more valuable assets than any form of wealth. Yu Myung-won spoke with abundant certainty in his voice. And, just as his certainty was great, so was Yu Jin-ho's delight. Would this be the first time since his birth that Yu Jin-ho was acknowledged by his father? Thank you very much, Father. With an ample smile blooming on his face, Yu Jin-ho bent his back forward 90 degrees. Yu Myung-won looked on at that sight with a content expression. Unfortunately, what Yu Jin-ho said next went completely against Yu Myung-won's expectations. However, Father, I don't think I can accept your offer. Yu Myung-won's brows quivered slightly. The financial wherewithal of the Yujin construction was more than enough to put the soon-to-be-established Yujin Guild on the fast track. Already, talks with a few rank S hunters had advanced into a more concrete stage, as well. The Yujin Guild becoming South Korea's biggest guild was already a foregone conclusion. Yu Jin-ho must have known this, too. That's why my son wanted to become the master, wasn't it? However, now that he was about to hand the guild over, why was his boy declining it? Did he get scared in the meantime? Yu Myung-hwan did his best to suppress his disappointment and rage towards Yu Jin-ho, and managed to say something. What is your reason? Yu Jin-ho raised his head at that prompt, and while still carrying a happy-looking face, he spoke without holding anything back. I've decided to work for Hyungnim's guild. Chapter 94 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. Finding himself surrounded by a wall of reporters, Jin-Woo became quite flustered. Why aren't these people taking pictures of Ri Min-song like they were supposed to, instead of blocking my way? Wondering if Ri Min-song was standing behind him, he took a quick glance, but he could only see Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-in there. It was then, his thigh began vibrating. VRRRR. VRRRR. It was his mobile phone inside the pocket. Why would Gina call me at this time of the day? As soon as he tapped on the answer icon, his little sister's urgent voice exploded out from the speaker. Appa. Appa, you're on TV. But, that was obvious. Just how many TV cameras were present here? You would still get roughly the same picture regardless of which TV station you tuned into. He got momentarily tense after his sister, who was supposed to be still in school, suddenly called him up but was able to breathe a sigh in relief. So, nothing in particular happened, right? Nothing in particular? How can you even say that? What's this about reawakening? And this rank S thing, too, From her voice, it was quite obvious that the girl was feeling really shocked at the moment. Unfortunately, his current circumstances meant that he couldn't explain everything to her in detail. Right now, I'm a bit occupied, so. Okay, I'll tell you everything once you get back home. Appa? Appa. Despite his sister's anxious voice calling out to him, Jin-Woo ended the call. Click. And at the same time, he got to figure out how the current situation came to be. There was a message, The Hunters Association used a dedicated app to deliver important information in real time. Most of the time, the app alerted the users to the locations of rank A or higher dungeons, or where dungeon breaks were about to occur, but it was a different story today. After confirming the contents of the message, Jin-Woo quickly accessed the association's website. And sure enough, the ink on his rank S hunter license wasn't even dry yet, but the list of the highest-ranking hunters in South Korea had been updated already. Seong Jin-Woo, rank S, mage type. It was as it was written on his license. They are unnecessarily fast on things like this. Shoving the phone back in his pocket, Jin-Woo redirected his gaze back to the front. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo. Are you really the rank E hunter once affiliated with the association? You are now a very rare reawakened. How are you feeling right now? Reporters writhed and struggled desperately in order to capture a bit more of Jin-Woo's face or his voice with their cameras. However, Jin-Woo found their explosive attention towards him simply annoying. I gotta get out of this place first. Asking them politely to make way wouldn't going to work. Jin-Woo's brows quivered. Should he just summon his shadow soldiers to carve out a path and leave? Over here. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo, please look over this way. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo. The whole country is watching, so how about a smile for the viewers? While the camera lenses and mics were gradually inching closer, Jin-Woo spent the next 2 seconds earnestly pondering whether he should summon shadow soldiers like Tank or Fangs or not. Meanwhile, behind Jin-Woo, Choi Jong-in looked at Jin-Woo's back as the youth stood there, unable to go anywhere thanks to the cordon of reporters blocking his way. He approached Baek Yun-ho and spoke. "Looks like my new recruit Hunter Nim is feeling a bit troubled from the excessive attention, no? And just who gave you the permission to call Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim your new recruit now? Can't I even make a joke? It's just a joke." Two men began their war of nerves once more. In the end, though, Choi Jong-in took a step back first. He sighed before speaking up again. "In any case, it'd be the same thing as giving other guilds a chance if we waste any more time here." Baek Yun-ho agreed with that assessment. Not just the Reapers Guild's master and Taegyu, who just so coincidentally was present here today because of Ri Min-song, but the other remaining super-large guilds would be desperately trying to get in touch with Hunter Seong Jin-Woo right about now. Baek Yun-ho scanned the crowd of reporters. "So, Chairman Choi, what you're suggesting is, before flies come rushing in from the smell, let us escort Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim to his residence, while we have a chat with him regarding this and that. Meaning, the two of them should pool their resources first, and prevent more potential rivals from appearing. Didn't matter what kind of abilities Hunter Seong Jin-Woo possessed, he'd still need a guild's aid if he were to attack high-ranking dungeons. So, if they played their cards right, then either the White Tiger or the Hunters Guild could find themselves with another rank S in the roster." Choi Jong-in was utterly confident of the guild he led, the Hunters, and all right. Baek Yun-ho too didn't feel that this was a bad suggestion either. The White Tiger might not have been as big as the Hunters, but it still was a guild with great future prospects. Besides, our section chief On and Deputy Hyun are familiar with Mr. Seong Jin-Woo from a while ago, too. At a bare minimum, he knew for sure that they had a closer relationship than the Hunters Guild. And so, the interests of these two men lined up rather nicely. They exchanged a few suspicious gazes at each other, before turning around to approach Jin-Woo. The first one to engage the young man in conversation was Baek Yun-ho. "Hunter Nim." Jin-Woo looked behind him. "Yes?" Choi Jong-in inwardly clicked his tongue after losing the initiative, but since they made a tacit agreement to cooperate, he didn't interfere. Baek Yun-ho formed the brightest smile he could manage and continued on. "Are you feeling lost with all these reporters around? We can safely escort you back to your house, so how about going with us? We are pretty good at dealing with these sorts of situations, you see." Although a bit of exaggeration was mixed in there, what he said wasn't an empty promise at all. This event was something any rank S hunter would experience at least once. Not only that, these two men also learned how to deal with people's attention while managing their respective large guilds, too. Choi Jong-in provided support fire from the side. "Let's head out together. Also, there is something we'd like to discuss with you, as well." Too bad for them, Jin-Woo simply formed a polite enough smile to reject them. "I'll be alright." He then pulled the hood attached to his top and hid his face. "I actually do have a place I need to stop by first." "Excuse me? But, how will you get out of here, what with all these repper?" Choi Jong-in couldn't get to continue with the rest of his sentence. Swish dash. Because, Jin-Woo turned to face the reporters and then jumped up tens of meters in the air before landing on the other side of the crowd, that's why. Even before the flustered reporters could respond, Jin-Woo blended into the crowd and disappeared from the view. Choi Jong-in was left speechless. Now that was a movement he couldn't even react to in time, even though he was a rank S. It was quite obvious that the reporters, who were all regular people, wouldn't be able to follow that with their naked eyes. Choi Jong-in let out a wry chuckle. As soon as registering as a rank S, he's already playing the part of Superman? How was he supposed to be a mage type with that sort of physical ability? As a fellow mage type, it sure riled him up a bit. But, in that case, how would a rank S melee type hunter think of that? Just now, Choi Jong-in turned towards Baek Yun-ho in order to ask a question, but he flinched and reflexively took a step back. Chairman Baek, your eyes? He was so surprised that he even forgot to add the honorific title. Ah. My apologies. Baek Yun-ho hurriedly covered his eyes with his hand and turned around. When he opened his eyes again a short while later, they had reverted back from the monster-like irises to those of a normal human being. However, just because his eyes changed back to normal, that didn't mean his shock had worn off. How can this be? Baek Yun-ho trembled on the spot. Just now, when Jin-Woo gathered strength on his legs to prepare for that jump, he very briefly released his magic energy he'd been concealing until then. No matter how skillful a hunter was, it was nearly impossible to detect anything in such a short period of time. However, that incredible magic energy still caused Baek Yun-ho to instinctively activate one of his abilities, the Eyes of the Beast, and those eyes successfully detected Jin-Woo's hidden power. He's strong. Baek Yun-ho already knew how strong the youth was. However, no, that's not important. Back when they had gotten into a bit of confrontation in front of the Red Gate, Baek Yun-ho also activated the Eyes of the Beast inadvertently. Jin-Woo's strength was clearly imprinted in Baek Yun-ho's mind back then. Back then, the youth was very strong. Even if it was Baek Yun-ho himself, he would not have been able to win without sacrificing an arm. However, that was all. If he was willing to sacrifice that much, then he'd be able to win at any time. But now, what was the meaning of this difference in strength? He detected magic energy incomparably greater than before. That youth was so much stronger now. So much stronger than back then. His reawakening process should have been over a long time ago. So, how could this be? In that instant, an implausible theory popped up in Baek Yun-ho's head. Could he be able to grow stronger? Possibly, not through reawakening process, but through growing stronger that he... Just as his thoughts arrived at this point. Excuse me, Chairman Baek? Are you all right? Your complexion is... Choi Jong-in worriedly asked him. Baek Yun-ho rubbed his face and shook his head, hard. I was suddenly feeling a bit dizzy just now. I'm okay. You're still young. You should be more careful. While conversing with Choi Jong-in, Baek Yun-ho continued to stare in the direction that Jin-Woo had disappeared to. He's already transcended the regular rank S, but if he could continue increasing his strength, then... Shudder. Baek Yun-ho's entire body shuddered from goosebumps. Taxi. After successfully shaking off the reporters, Jin-Woo caught a taxi on a deserted road. He now possessed the rank S license that he so wanted. Him leveling up and clearing dungeons were all good and nice, but right now, the most important thing was curing his mother. The Divine Water of Life. He didn't know if this item called Divine Water of Life could really heal his mother. However, if there is a 1 in 1,000, no, even if it's 1 in a 10,000 chance, then He wanted to clear the demon's castle as quickly as humanly possible and collect all the ingredients so he could craft this Divine Water of Life. And in order to do that, he needed to find an artifact that could protect him from the overwhelming heat of the demon's castle. Jin-Woo settled down in the back seat of the taxi and told the driver his destination. To the Korean Hunter auction, please. The taxi driver took a glance through the rearview mirror and grinned brightly. Well, you must be going there to sell something good, am I right? I hear that the minimum trading price starts at around tens of millions of won. Instead of a reply, Jin-Woo simply formed a thin smile. Gulp. The driver swallowed his saliva. By saying that he wanted to go to the hunter auction to sell something, that youth was declaring that he was a hunter, and the driver needed to be extra careful when dealing with hunters. There were more than a few among the hunters possessing somewhat of particular personalities that were just as strange as their powers. If the driver made a mistake and got on the bad side of this youth, a big incident might break out. Well, this young man doesn't look like one of those people, but still, it's better to be on the cautious side, no? The driver remained mindful of Jin-Woo's moods and kept his mouth shut, and thanks to that, the interior of the taxi was left largely quiet during the drive. Jin-Woo used this part of the trip to search the internet. Various articles, social media sites, as well as portal communities etc., were all filled with the discussion regarding the new Rank S Hunter. Ri Min-song used to be the #1 most searched for topic until this morning, yet his name could no longer be seen in the top 10 now. TSK. Jin-Woo clicked his tongue. I didn't expect it to be this crazy, though. Sure, he did expect some amount of attention, but he definitely didn't believe that it had become such a hot trending topic at all. Then again, there were only 10 in South Korea. If one were to exclude 2 who died or had emigrated to elsewhere, then there were only 8 Rank S hunters in the country, so how could the response of its citizens not be feverish? Wait, why was it quiet back when Cha Hae-in became a Rank S? Because the 9th Rank S Cha Hae-in was almost never exposed to the media, Jin-Woo thought his case would be similar to that. But when he searched this and that, he eventually discovered that, once Cha Hae-in had become a Rank S, she requested the association to keep most of her details confidential. Just by requesting the association, both the media and guilds can't even rely on laws to approach you. If there was such a convenient method available, why didn't the association president tell him about this? Jin-Woo recalled the question he got just as he was about to enter the examination area. Back then, the association president asked him this. Have you thought of a guild to join? No, not yet. Did he ask because of that? If he were to request confidentiality, then guilds wouldn't have been able to approach him, so it was likely that the association president deliberately hadn't said anything. Well, that's that, I guess. Jin-Woo requested confidentiality from the association while online, and rang up the Korean Hunter auction. Click. Welcome to Korean Hunter auction. I'd like to get an artifact appraised. I'm on my way there, but will it be okay? Yes, of course. However, what type of an artifact would you like to get appraised? It's a bead containing an amplification effect on one's magic. A magic tool that can amplify. By the way, seeing that you're already aware of the artifact's effects, you must have had it appraised elsewhere, Indeed I have, but they weren't really all that trustworthy, so I wanted to get the Hunter Auction's opinion. Ha ha ha. You made the right choice. There is no one out there that can correctly estimate the value of an artifact better than us. The conversation was halted for a moment as if the other party was jotting something down, but it soon resumed. So, may I ask, what was the amplification percentage detected from the previous appraisal? It was 100%. Pardon me? It was a 100% amplification effect. The voice over the phone came out after a short pause. My apologies, but may I ask if you're a hunter? Yes, I am. In order for the smooth appraisal process, we require the identity of the seller. Can you provide us with your rank and your name, please? The corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. I knew this would happen. Would the Hunter auction even talk to him if he wanted to sell this nonsensical artifact when he was still a rank E hunter? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he got re-evaluated precisely for this moment. Jin-Woo confidently declared. It's rank S, named Seong Jin-Woo. Chapter 95 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Jin-Woo soon arrived at the Hunter auction. The main building was not tall but was rather wide, leading to an initial impression that, instead of an office building, it was more like a museum or an art gallery. The massive car park seemed to scream out loud, "We'll accommodate everyone regardless of whether the participants are in the hundreds or in the thousands." The impressive building was standing in the middle of that parking lot. One could easily guess just how much money the Hunter auction was making through commissions from the artifact trade. Jin-Woo exited from the taxi and made his way towards the building, but even before he could take a couple more steps, a formally dressed man suddenly ran outside first. "You must be Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim." "Yes, I am." The man checked Jin-Woo's face and formed a surprised expression. But he quickly remembered his role and greeted the youth with a welcoming tone of voice. "My name is Kim Jong-ki from the Hunter Auction Appraisal Department. We talked on the phone. Please, follow me." Jin-Woo lightly nodded his head. While leading Jin-Woo towards the appraisal room, Kim Jong-ki's mind was racing. The new rank S that disappeared from the reporters only a short while ago is standing right behind me. When he first received the call, he thought it had to be some kind of a prank. First of all, the supposed effect of the artifact sounded nonsensical, and more importantly, it was because the guy on the phone said that he was the rank S hunter announced earlier in the day. I almost ended up insulting a rank S hunter, didn't I? Just how frightened was he after the Hunters Association confirmed that the phone number did indeed belong to Hunter Seong Jin-Woo? He should thank the lucky stars that he followed the book and didn't rudely dismiss the call outright. Now officially registered in his new rank, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo has jumped up over 5 levels in rank, from E to S, through his reawakening process, and it's revealed that he possesses mage-type abilities. Even now, this young man's face could be seen plastered on the TV screens mounted on various parts of the auction house. Perhaps he himself found it a bit too much, since the youth pulled his hood low to hide his face. They weren't even talking about Kim Jong-ki, but for some reason, he felt a bit flattered as the news broadcast continued to mention Jin-Woo's name. Should I ask him if we can take a selfie together? He shook his head, though. If he wasn't currently at work, he'd have requested for a selfie as well as some autographs. However, he couldn't do something that rude to a client coming in for an important trade. He had to persevere and hold tight for the time being. Was the corridor from the entrance to here this short? They arrived at the appraisal room while several thoughts fleeted in and out of his head. Kim Jong-ki spoke with a wistful expression. It's this way. The head of the appraisal department, as well as the company's best appraiser, were anxiously waiting inside this wide room. They even gave up on lunch just to be here. Seeing Jin-Woo's face, the department head's eyes opened wider. It's really the same guy from the news. Meanwhile, the appraiser nervously swallowed his dry saliva. In that case, the magic amplification tool is really... No, nothing was certain, yet. Just because the guy was real, that didn't mean the stuff would be real, too. The appraiser repeated this in his head as if to calm himself down. Even the best magic amplification artifact created with top materials by the world's greatest artifact maker pouring out his soul would not exceed 50% in effect. And then, gathering of the right materials itself would not be easy, not to mention that the manpower necessary and time required to make one should be ridiculous as well. One might consider himself lucky if he got to see one of those artifacts popping up in the market once every few years. There were willing mage-type hunters from around the world lining up in a long **SQ to buy such items, but there was literally nothing to sell to them. Well, there was no need to go as far as the world here. Even locally, the mage-type hunter, and often referred to as the ultimate weapon, Choi Jong-in was seriously determined to purchase an amplification artifact with 50% or more effect. But then, a hunter who might be a rank S but not widely known, came to visit the auction while carrying an artifact with 100% amplification effect? That must be nonsense. The story was so inconceivable that, if only the guy wasn't the top-ranked hunter, they would have kicked him in the **S and thrown him out of the premises already. However, they couldn't refuse admittance to a rank S hunter. Even if today's matter ended as a whole heap of nothing, this man would no doubt become an important client in the future. Well, there's nothing to lose here. The appraiser spoke to Jin-Woo, his face a mixture of a slight expectation and several times greater misgiving. May I take a look at that artifact? Both Kim Jong-ki and the department head also stared at Jin-Woo with tense expressions. All right. While pretending to take it out from his pocket, Jin-Woo summoned the bead of Atlas from his inventory. So, this is. The appraiser adjusted his glasses and stared at the beautiful round blood-colored bead. It was an item possessing a certain magnetic charm that made the onlookers gasp out in astonishment involuntarily. The two men from the appraisal department expressed their admiration under their breaths. However, the appraiser was tilting his head while adjusting his glasses again. This doesn't look like an artifact made from a magic crystal or a mana stone. Am I correct? Yes, you're right. The appraiser nodded his head. As I thought. He had been an appraiser for 7 years already. He was able to observe countless artifacts until now, but he hadn't seen a single crystal emitting a crimson hue like this one. Most regular crystals emitted a clean bluish tinge, and the higher the grade, the darker they got. However, this one was a red color? The appraiser continued to tilt his head this way and that, before receiving the bead. When he did. What is this? Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was because of the unidentifiable power he sensed from the crystal bead. Could it be? He was frightened out of his wits as he stared at the magic bead. The appraiser was actually a rank B mage type awakened. And thus, he could immediately sense what kind of an item he was holding in his hand. Cold sweat broke out all over him. Oh my God! Goosebumps formed on his skin because of the sheer power emanating from this magic bead, and he hurriedly raised his head to find Jin-Woo wordlessly staring back at him. If the person who brought this here was a low-rank hunter, then This was his first time feeling like this. He lost count how many priceless artifacts he had handled over the years, but this was the first and the only time he felt the strong desire to beat up the person bringing this item for appraisal and steal it. Unfortunately, his opponent was a rank S. Jin-Woo continued to silently stare. The appraiser managed to pull himself together and rein his desire in after receiving that stare. I wanted to rob a rank S. Never mind trying, he wouldn't even dare to imagine doing something like that to a hunter with such a huge gap in power from him. Just like how the appraiser did when he was looking at the bead, Jin-Woo was tilting his head at the appraiser now. What's the matter with him? Was he feeling unwell, somehow? Nonetheless, the appraiser wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and spoke to the department head. Excuse me, Director. Please turn the camera on. Yes, hold on. The meaning behind that request was that the item in the appraiser's hand was not a fake. The department head's heartbeat increased rapidly. The person to answer Jin-Woo's call first, Kim Jong-ki, also displayed a similar expression. Filming will commence now. The department head shifted the camera lens over to the appraiser. The appraiser walked over to the dish-shaped magic energy measuring device. First, he put the bead down and got himself measured. Bleep dash. Numerical values showed up. Next up, he got measured again, but this time with the magic bead in his hand. The measured magic energy leaking out of the appraiser instantly doubled in value. Bleep dash. After confirming the results, Kim Jong-ki's complexion paled. How could this be? The department head also hurriedly approached closer and confirmed the results, too. 100%? It's really a magic tool possessing 100% amplification effect? His heart began pounding harder. The average commission the hunter auction earned from assisting with the artifact trade was around 5%. If an item sold for around 100 billion won, then they would earn about 5 billion from the deal. However, even with his vast experience, he could not estimate just how much this crimson magic bead could be sold for. This is a huge jackpot. A jackpot. If there were no one looking, he'd have cried out hooray. And hugged the subordinate employee next to him. Just how much sales incentive would he receive if the deal goes through successfully? The overwhelming excitement left him utterly breathless. Kim Jong-ki's reactions were not too different from his superior. He clenched his fists tightly with an ecstatic expression on his face. Yes. If he could get recognized for today's work, then it'd be only a matter of time before he got a promotion. We'll move on to demonstration next. The appraiser spoke with great difficulty, his voice trembling non-stop. The two men from the appraisal department quickly distanced themselves. Jin-Woo also took a few steps back. The camera was filming everything quite well. If one were to appeal to the potential buyers, actual footage was far more effective than simple numerical values. The appraiser's eyes were directed towards the camera. Let's get started. The blizzard the size of a truck's wheel began raging on the appraiser's right hand. He continued on. While maintaining this magic energy, I shall touch the magic bead. The moment his left hand touched the bead of avarice. The blizzard dancing on his hand rocked the entire appraisal room. Heek. If the stunned appraiser hadn't cancelled his magic quickly, the entire room might have frozen solid in an instant. Turn the camera off, please. Yes. The department head nodded and ran to the camera to turn it off. With that, the artifact appraisal process had been concluded. Phew. Jin-Woo was worried after sensing the magic energy exploding out of the appraiser's hand, but in the end, he got to breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't just him, though, as everyone present in the room also spat out long sighs to calm their trembling hearts. Almost instantly, silence descended in the room. Jin-Woo quietly asked, "How much do you think it'll go for? Could he be able to buy the artifact he wanted after selling this guy off?" Well, besides that, he was also genuinely curious about how much a magic tool capable of amplifying one's magic by 100% would go for. The appraiser stared at the bead of avarice with a look of incredulity. How can I even think about putting a price tag on this? His gaze shifted over to Jin-Woo. Gulp. He swallowed down his dry saliva. Just where did this man acquire an artifact like this? This wasn't a problem the appraiser should worry about. He knew that, but still, he couldn't hold back and asked anyway. Where did you find this? Jin-Woo looked at Kim Jong-ki, not the appraiser, and asked instead. Is that question also necessary for a smooth transaction? Kim Jong-ki avoided meeting his gaze as if he was feeling sheepish, and scratched the back of his neck. The appraiser quickly shook his head. No, not at all. It's just that, I was just too surprised, that's all. However, when the existence of this magic tool is revealed to the public, everyone would no doubt grow curious about its origins. Indeed, the other two men present seemed to be dying of curiosity as well. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. There was no reason not to answer if they asked him. It wasn't as if he acquired this bead through less than honest means, and also, even if others know, none of them would be able to find another one for themselves, anyway. Jin-Woo's lips parted. 3 other people in the room held their breaths and focused on Jin-Woo's answer, wondering just what might come out of his mouth. Jin-Woo simply grinned and replied. I picked it up in a dungeon. Baek Yun-ho returned to his private office. I wish to be left alone for a while, so don't let anyone in. Maybe he found ordering his secretary wasn't enough, he even locked the door, too. Only after that, he switched on his computer. And then, using the authority afforded to a rank S hunter, as well as a master of a guild, he began perusing every information he could get his hands on. Can it really happen? Baek Yun-ho couldn't stop thinking about Jin-Woo. A hunter that could grow stronger, But, if not that, then how could anyone explain that man's strength that had increased to an unrecognizable degree in only a few days? Baek Yun-ho's fingers moved quite quickly. He logged into the Special Hunter website that only the top-ranked hunters around the world could access, and searched for any information related to this matter. Unfortunately, it was a waste of time. There's nothing. There was not one hunter who could improve their stats all by themselves. No, they could only grow stronger through pure luck, also known as awakening, or reawakening process. So, should he call that man not as a hunter, but someone chosen by the gods? Countless windows repeatedly popped up, only to disappear, and countless texts filled the computer screen without a moment's rest. 3 hours passed by like that. Getting fatigued from the long hours spent on searching, Baek Yun-ho leaned against the back of his chair. Maybe I overreacted? That could have been a possibility. Because he was too shocked by the incredible strength hunter Seong Jin-Woo displayed, he could have thought up a crazy theory as a way to explain that. Ha ha ha. What was he doing when things remained so hectic? Rather than wasting time like this, he should be sending another offer to hunter Seong Jin-Woo instead. Who knows, that quick-witted Chairman Choi could already be visiting hunter Seong Jin-Woo with a contract in his hand by now. Baek Yun-ho chuckled wryly and began closing all the windows one by one. But, when only a single window was left open. Wait a minute, Just for fun, he typed hunter level up ability in the search engine. Of course, there was no result to speak of. Baek Yun-ho wasn't expecting anything tangible, to begin with, when he typed that, anyway. It was just that, he was unconsciously repeating the actions he'd perform when searching for something online. Now that I think about it. I haven't had lunch today. He slowly rubbed his tummy as he belatedly sensed his hunger. Baek Yun-ho was about to log off the search engine altogether, but then, his eyes gleamed brightly. He spotted a certain link with some words below it, found on the 5th page of the search results. If the linked address wasn't the forum only hunters could sign up with, he'd have ignored those words and move on. Baek Yun-ho quickly moved the mouse. Title: Something weird has happened to me. Description: I can suddenly see my stats and numbers like in a video game, and I can even increase their values, too. Is there anyone who has experienced something similar to me? An anonymous had opened a thread with those words. However, how should Baek Yun-ho describe this? When he read that, he could feel his breaths quickening, as well as his heartbeat, pounding faster and faster. Surely, others will think that I've lost my mind. Still, there was nothing to lose by confirming it. Baek Yun-ho picked his phone up. Hello, sir. Soon, the section chief of the 2nd Division, on Songmin, answered the call. I'd like you to find something out for me, please, Baek Yun-ho wanted to find out what hunter Seong Jin-Woo was doing on the day this anonymous wrote those words. Yes, sir. I'll find out. With a short but simple answer, the call ended. Section Chief On was a talented employee. If Baek Yun-ho waited for a little while, then that man would find what he needed through any means necessary. However, the result arrived sooner than he expected. Already? Baek Yun-ho quickly picked up the ringing phone. Sir, we fortunately still had some information on hand, so we were able to find what you wanted pretty quickly. Oh, really? Baek Yun-ho smiled brightly. Now that he thought about it, there once was a time when the entirety of the 2nd Division was focused on gathering intel on hunter Seong Jin-Woo after Chief On ordered them. Thanks to that, he didn't have to wait for long. Yes, sir. On that day, Seong Jin-Woo hunter name was. Looks like it was during that time. Sir, do you still remember the dual dungeon incident from a few months ago? Yes, I remember. Seong Jin-Woo hunter Nim was the sole survivor of that dual dungeon incident, actually. If I remember correctly, he was unconscious throughout the duration of his stay in the hospital. Oh. Is that so? Baek Yun-ho formed a disappointed expression. An unconscious man wouldn't be able to upload anything on the internet, after all. Increasing your stat values. There's no way such a thing is even possible. It all really was an unfunny waste of time in the end. He was getting somewhat tired now. He decided that he'd go home a bit early today and sleep, but then. Wait a minute, sir. Yes, he was indeed in a comatose state, but... From the phone speaker, on Songmin's mystified voice came out. Looks like he woke up on that day, sir. Chapter 96 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. As soon as he heard that, Baek Yunho quickly fixed his previously slouched sitting posture. He woke up on that day? Actually, sir. He woke up on the previous day. On Songmin amended his answer almost right away. But Baek Yunho thought that the time difference of one day wasn't important here. No, the truly important bit was the fact that the possibility of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo posting those words had not dissipated at all. I see. That should be enough. Thank you for your help. Baek Yunho ended the call there, and after finding the folder containing a certain file on his computer, he opened it. It was the report compiled on Seong Jin-Woo by the 2nd Division. Click, click. Baek Yunho paid greater attention to Jin-Woo's recent activities as he browsed through the information. He hadn't displayed anything particularly interesting before that incident. He lived a typical life of rank E hunter, got injured often, didn't make a lot of money, etc. However, after the dual dungeon incident, Baek Yunho was present that day as well. The association urgently sought after the aid of the nearest large guild, which was the White Tiger, and Baek Yunho gladly led the elite assault team and went over there. That's when he saw the sight of an unconscious young man being taken to the hospital in an ambulance. Well, I didn't know that was Seong Jin-Woo back then. Just what went down inside that dungeon? In any case, Seong Jin-Woo had changed completely from that point onwards. He used to quietly help out with the work of association until then, but not only he chose to join up with a freelancer raid team, he even cleared several rank C gates in a single day, as well. Without a doubt, something in him changed inside the dual dungeon. This is definitely not your typical reawakening, but... Section Shifun theorized that Yujin Construction was testing out Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's powers after he went through the reawakening process, but... No, it's not. But, that wouldn't be able to explain the continued and rather speedy increase in that man's powers even though his reawakening process should have ended by now. So, what if? What if there is a hunter who can continuously grow stronger? Not only that, his rate of growth was so fast that, within a span of a few months, his powers rose up from the rank E all the way up to rank S? Baek Yunho inadvertently let a gasp escape from his mouth. It was a goosebumps-inducing idea, indeed. Of course, there was no evidence that the anonymous poster and Hunter Seong Jin-Woo were the same person. However, if Hunter Seong Jin-Woo could increase his strength exactly like how it was written in that post, then just imagining how much further he could grow made Baek Yunho dizzy. And at the same time, I was being foolish. He finally understood why Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was so disinterested in signing up with a guild. Thinking about it from his perspective, if he was given an ability where he could theoretically grow stronger infinitely, would he want to enter someone else's guild? Baek Yunho shook his head. Nope, I'd rather make a guild of my own. Who cared about the number 1 or 2 guilds in the country? After all, his own would soon become the best, anyway. Both Choi Jong-in and I have been wasting time chasing after a pipe dream, hotnut. Thinking about Chairman Choi who should be sweating profusely right about now while trying to woo Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, a wry chuckle automatically broke out of his mouth. However, if my theory is correct, then this matter isn't something to laugh about. In the not-too-distant future, that man would surely become an existence that would get to control the community of hunters in South Korea. No, hunters of the entire world might focus all their attention on him, at this rate. He needed to completely rethink the plan regarding Hunter Seong Jin-Woo now. But before all that, I need to meet him face to face and confirm it first. Baek Yunho nodded his head. No matter how hard he thought about it, meeting hunter Seong Jin-Woo was the #1 priority. Unfortunately. How am I supposed to ask him for a meeting? Baek Yun-ho held his head tightly. When he realized that he just made his mind up to meet with a man who didn't even reply once to the countless requests for a sit-down until now, his head already began throbbing from a migraine. The appraiser spoke in a shocked tone of voice. You picked it up in a dungeon? Jin-Woo nodded his head. Technically speaking, he did pick it up after defeating Vulcan in the Demon's Castle dungeon. So, he wasn't lying here, was he? You can find something like this inside a dungeon? Well, it's not something the current level of craftsmanship can create. The appraiser who asked the question, as well as the 2 members of the appraisal department who heard the answer, all carried unconvinced expressions, but since the person himself said so, there was no other choice but to accept it. And truth be told, it wasn't really important where this crimson magic tool came from. No, the important thing would be what this hunter Nim wants to do with it. The department head took a step forward. It has been confirmed to be a real deal. His gaze was fixed on the bead lying in Jin-Woo's palm. Will you commence with the auction with us? We will ensure that you get the maximum amount for this article. So, what should Jin-Woo do now? Before he could decide on what to do with the bead of avarice, he asked for something else first. By any chance, can I purchase a flame-resistant defensive artifact here? The department head and Kim Jong-ki looked at each other. And then, they looked back at Jin-Woo with somewhat awkward expressions. Jin-Woo was confused by that. Did I ask for something I shouldn't have? No, not at all. Or is it really difficult to find a flame resistance armor, then? Actually. The department head smiled and spoke. It's the exact opposite. It's really easy to acquire one. But, I couldn't find one online, though. Weapons and defensive equipment with innate attributes cost a lot of money, so they don't normally appear online all that often. Even still, if you were looking for it, you should be able to find one very quickly. Well, fire-type magic is the most common attack magic spells there are, after all. But, of course, most of the mage-type hunters Jin-Woo met so far either wielded flames or rays of light. He heard that even the rank S hunter Choi Jonghyun specialized in flame attribute magic, too. Not only that, the shadow magic soldiers he controlled also used flames, and even fangs could breathe fire. In other words, fire-type attacks were a pretty common sight. What a relief to hear that it's easy to find one. He did kind of feel a bit pressured after hearing that it would cost a lot, but his mother's treatment depended on him getting one. As long as he could find one quickly enough, he was willing to pay regardless of what the asking price was. If the push came to shove, he could sell the bead of avarice, too. Can you find one for me? Yes, of course. The department head about to exit the appraisal room, but stopped and looked at Kim Jong-ki. Mr. Jong-ki? Rather than having our guest wait here doing nothing at all, how about showing him around the items that will go up in auction soon? Ah, of course. I will. Kim Jong-ki stepped forward. Please, come with me. So, 2 men headed off to the display hall exclusively reserved for the VIP clients that exhibited only those ultra-expensive artifacts about to be auctioned off, or still waiting for their willing buyers. Weapons, armors, runestones, etc., were displayed inside clear glass cases. Jin-Woo stopped in front of a glass display case that contained a long sword. Kim Jong-ki approached him. Do you see something you're interested in? No, it's not that, but... Jin-Woo lightly knocked on the glass case. Can you really protect these artifacts with such a thin glass? I don't see any particular security system in here, either. Kim Jong-ki formed a proud expression. They may look that way, but these glasses are reinforced with powerful magical energy by the very best craftsmen. Nothing would happen even if a melee-type rank A hunter hits them with everything he has. Even when a rank A hits it. Seeing that Jin-Woo seemed rather unconvinced, Kim Jong-ki smirked and carried on. If you don't believe me, how about hitting the glass once? If you manage to break it, then I might give you the artifact found inside, Hunter Nim. Was this reinforced glass really that strong? I can sense some magic energy in it, but... Now feeling genuinely curious, Jin-Woo began gathering strength in his right arm to test it out. Fu-wook. In an instant, his shoulder and forearm expanded, and the surrounding air sank under the heavy pressure. Hold on. Kim Jong-ki hurriedly blocked Jin-Woo's way. I was only just joking. I wasn't really asking you to hit it, you know. Oh. I see. If the case really breaks, then the elites of the Hunters Guild will rush over here. Our auction house and the Hunters have signed a security contract, you see. Aha. This man, telling joking as if he's being earnest. Jin-Woo withdrew his strength. As soon as the heavy pressure emanating from him was lifted, Kim Jong-ki quickly breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, this guy. Wasn't he supposed to be a mage-type hunter? He was supposed to be a mage-type hunter, yet why was his aura so outrageous? Kim Jong-ki wasn't joking when he told Jin-Woo to hit the glass. He was thinking that, even though this youth was a rank S, he was a mage-type, so his physical strength couldn't actually be that high. But then, when Jin-Woo began concentrating, all the hair on Kim Jong-ki's body stood up and instinctively, he knew that he had to stop the youth. What a relief it was that Jin-Woo backed off without raising a fuss. Well, Hunter Nim's hand might get hurt if something went wrong, so this is fine. Kim Jong-ki consoled himself like that and guided Jin-Woo to other artifacts on display. After taking a look around once, Jin-Woo asked, "Isn't there anything that I can actually touch?" Daggers, if possible. Since he wasn't really the type who depended on weapons, he hadn't paid much attention to the matter until now, but after taking a look at the various equipment on display, he suddenly became curious. Kim Jong-ki's expression brightened. The reason for showing off these artifacts to hunters was exactly for moments like this. Hunters may be sellers, but they were also valuable clients as well. Of course, we have them. After replying, Kim Jong-ki used the mic attached to the collar of his suit just below his neck to summon the staff member in charge of the weapons. Fearing that Jin-Woo might change his mind, the staff member quickly arrived. "And this gentleman is?" The staff signaled with his eyes, and Kim Jong-ki nodded his head. "Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm in charge of the weapons section. Please come with me." The staff member guided Jin-Woo and they exited from the VIP display hall. After seeing those two off, Kim Jong-ki spat out another sigh. This Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim seems to possess a talent for surprising people, doesn't he? After regaining some of his calm, Kim Jong-ki disinterestedly took a look around him, before he walked over to the glass case with the longsword Jin-Woo seemed to be interested in earlier. He checked the glass case to see if there was a fingerprint or something since Jin-Woo had been standing pretty close to it, but then, he tilted his head slightly. Something was on the upper side of the case. What the heck? He spotted a crack in the corner of the glass case that was so small, it was easy to miss with naked eyes. Since when did this happen? He pulled out a handkerchief and rubbed it, but sure enough, it didn't get wiped away. It wasn't some dirt, but an actual crack. Well, I'll be. Kim Jong-ki frowned deeply. How disappointed Hunter Seong Jin-Woo would have been, someone who could be one of their most important clients, if he saw that. It was a small relief that the crack was near the corner of the case in a hard-to-spot location. Tisk, tisk. Kim Jong-ki tooted audibly and summoned the maintenance team, before exiting from the VIP display hall, like Jin-Woo had done. Jin-Woo picked up the dagger that the staff member in charge gave to him. If he were being honest, it was rather lousy in quality. It's far worse than the Night Killer, which is ranked at Rarity B. The attack power was not even half of the Night Killer, too. With a disappointed expression on his face, Jin-Woo returned the dagger. "How much is this guy?" "It's 30 million won." TL, around $26,830. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. How much did he say for this measly little dagger? How much? 30 million won, Hunter Nim. Hold on. Jin-Woo turned around, and while pretending to rummage around, he summoned the night killer and showed it to the staff member. Okay, how much would this guy go for, then? It was now the turn of staff to widen his eyes. Is this your current weapon? Wowzers. I can definitely sense the touch of a great artisan from this dagger. No, well, I bought it off the store, though. The staff member hesitated slightly, before raising his voice with a grin. It won't be accurate since I'm not a dedicated appraiser, but at the bare minimum, I think it should cost well over 100 million won. Jin-Woo's expression hardened. But, I paid 3 million gold for it in the store? Or was it more like 2.8 million? Seeing Jin-Woo's expression, the staff member embarrassedly scratched the back of his head. Was I wrong? Since I'm a specialist when it comes to weapons, I thought I could give it a shot, even though it's not really my place. No, it's nothing like that. Indeed, Jin-Woo was simply shocked by the sky-high price tag, that was all. But, well. The first real weapon he held, Kim Sung-sik's steel sword and its attack damage of 10, was supposedly over 3 million won in price, while Eugenho's equipment, which the kid didn't really get to use all that much, also commanded price tags of over 100 million each. So, he shouldn't have been surprised by the fact that items with high stats sold in the system store could potentially fetch high asking price in real life, too. It's just that I didn't pay attention to that side of things until now. Because he wasn't too interested in making a quick buck. Wait a minute. Currently, he had so much gold stored in his inventory that it was practically bursting at the seams. However, if he could buy items from the store with that accumulated gold, and then sell them off at a really high price? Jin-Woo's head spun pretty quickly then. Doesn't this mean I won't have to sell the bead of avarice? Just as his thoughts arrived at this point. Wow, a dash. Were his emotions to blame? He thought he could hear the loud cheers of the magic soldiers hidden inside his shadow. Chapter 97 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Holy cow! Appa, those reporters are still outside the building. Gina spoke while looking out of the window. It was already late in the evening. Reporters who hadn't given up yet were still gathered around in front of the apartment's entrance like a storm cloud. Look! Up there! After discovering the silhouette of a person by the window, they hurriedly operated their cameras, thinking that it was Jin-Woo. Click, 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 dot. Seeing all those camera flashes suddenly exploding from here and there, Gina jumped up in fright and quickly shuttered the curtains. She turned around and sighed softly like a timid little animal. Phew! Having returned from the hunter auction, Jin-Woo was thinking of taking a bit of a well-deserved rest, but he was carrying a rather stiff expression at the moment. Should I go downstairs and say something? It was fine for those folks to disrupt his rest. However, he was more worried about them disrupting his sister's studies. Gina was a high school senior, about to take the most important test of her life. Wasn't this the time when some overly sensitive kids would throw a tantrum just because of the faint footsteps outside their doors disrupting their studies? Well, Gina isn't the type to raise a fuss over stuff like this, but still, could she even be able to concentrate with all these distracting noises coming from the outside? Just as Jin-Woo was getting prepared to step forward. No, don't do it. Gina quickly waved her hands about. Appa, you're already being slagged off in the internet, you know? So, can you imagine what they'll say if you chase away the reporters? Slagged off? Since when did I do something worthy of that treatment? As Jin-Woo tilted his head this way and that, Gina accessed one of the news articles online with her phone and pushed it forward. So, he took it from her. On the screen, he could see the photo of him standing in front of the association's entrance, relaxedly answering his phone while being surrounded by a sea of reporters. Maybe because a professional snapped that shot, even a plain guy like him came out looking pretty good, so he was happy about that. However, when he took a look a bit lower down, his attitude sucks. He already doesn't care about the reporters. He's way too cool for himself. Countless comments with similar nature were posted below the article, and the highest upvoted comment was, "Mom, I'd become a rank S." Because the photo and the comment went so well along with each other, Jin-Woo ended up breaking out in a grin. Gina in turn became flabbergasted from his reaction. How can you smile from that? But, it is funny. When Jin-Woo showed her the top upvoted comment, Gina too nearly broke out in laughter, but somehow managed to suppress it. And, perhaps as a rebound. No, wait a minute. That's not important, is it? With a slightly flushed face, Gina raised her voice. Why did you have to answer your phone there? I mean, there were so many reporters present, you know. Thanks to you, everyone now knows my name. Jin-Woo replied confidently as if he couldn't be fazed by anything. Do I really need to observe reporters and their moods when answering my little sister's call? Look. Gina became speechless. No matter how hard she thought about it, he wasn't wrong, so she couldn't readily come up with a suitable rebuttal. I simply can't win against him in an argument. Jin-Woo handed the phone back to her. Here. Gina took the phone back with a slightly testy face and opened her mouth. In any case, I'll be fine, so Appa, don't mind the reporters, okay? Okay. Got it. Jin-Woo nodded his head. If the current situation persisted, then he might have done something, but then again, the association did call him earlier to say that these reporters should all receive orders to stay far away from him in a day or two. Well, I can endure that. And there was also Gina not wanting to inflate the situation any further, too. By the way, just what on earth happened here? Gina looked at her brother with a pair of mystified eyes. My own Appa became a rank S hunter, and reporters are camping outside our house, too. Some said that it'd be difficult to run into a rank S hunter even once in your entire life, yet there was one standing right in front of her. Not only that, he was her older brother, no less. Pretty much anyone would react the same way if they were in her shoes. Gina sounded as if she couldn't quite believe it. Too bad, she had no choice but to adjust to the new reality sooner rather than later. Just like how I had to. Jin-Woo smirked softly. And, in order to soothe his sister and her still stunned heart, he lightly pinched Gina's cheeks. Of course, she reacted in the same manner as in the past by kicking him, but... Ouch! She instead grabbed her foot and jumped up and down in pain. Heeing. Gina glared at him from the corners of her eyes as if this was just too much, while Jin-Woo could only shrug his shoulders. It seemed that she'd need quite a lot of time to get used to the fact that her Appa was now a rank S awakened. Appa, I guess you'll become a lot busier now, right? Gina cautiously asked him. Jin-Woo nodded his head. There were lots of things he wanted to do, and plenty of work to get through, too, but for now, clearing the demon's castle took priority. He even resorted to buying a flame-resistance defensive artifact for the sole purpose of conquering the upper floors, after all. His own funds came up ridiculously short, so his heart nearly fell to the pit of his stomach, but thankfully, he was able to use one of the store's rarity items as collateral and got a loan from the hunter auction. I'm in debt as soon as becoming a rank S. For some reason, a wry chuckle escaped from his lips. Well, as long as the items from the store could be sold off at high prices in auctions, that debt would be wiped clean in an instant, though. In that case, it'd get harder to see you, right? Hearing that he might get a lot busier in the future, Gina formed a slightly rueful expression. Indeed, Being alone would be a lonesome task. Without saying anything, Jin-Woo placed his hand on Jin-A's head. A few days from now. Once he cleared the demon's castle dungeon, there would never be another day when his sister would have to house-sit all alone. I'll make sure that happens for real. It was then. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. His gaze shifted toward the front door. Someone's coming this way. Jin-Ah also noticed her brother's tense aura. She asked, sounding a little anxious. Appa? Stay in your room for a bit, okay? What's the matter? A presence climbing out of the elevator was walking straight to here now. It's a hunter. The suspicious presence emitted a thin and weak magic energy. Jin-Woo couldn't sense any hostile intentions from this presence, but still, he didn't feel like humoring an uninvited guest. Did a guild send someone over? Or was it a foolhardy reporter placing too much faith in his own awakened powers? Didn't matter which was which, Jin-Woo wasn't a gracious enough person to accept with a smile an uninvited guest trying to invade the privacy of his home, when the hour was already well past 10 in the evening. Jin-Woo stood before the door. With that kind of power, he didn't need to summon his weapons. Jin-Woo lightly loosened his muscles. He tilted his head left and right, and his neck issued cracking noise. And, as he expected, thud, thud. Someone knocked on the door, causing Jin-Ah to run into her room in a bit of surprise. Jin-Woo quietly opened the door. Clang. And from the slowly widening gap of the door, a familiar face of a man could be seen. The man spoke. Hyung Nim. He was even sniffling, too. Eugene Ho and his reddened nose were standing in front of the door, sniffling like a little kid. Jin-Woo was so dumbstruck that he stood there in a total daze, prompting Eugene Ho to tearfully speak up. Hyung Nim. I got kicked out of the house. Dad kicked me out. Now that Jin-Woo took another look, there was a backpack as big as Eugene Ho slung on his back. He was even carrying quite a lot of luggage in both of his hands, too. Wait, didn't you live alone already? Well, that. Sniff. The villa I was living in was under father's name, and he took it away. He even blocked all my bank accounts. A father blocking his son's bank accounts. All of them. What a movie-like situation that was, but well, this being the top businessman in South Korea, Chairman Yoo Myung-won, it sounded rather plausible. Besides all that, though, what did this kid do to get on his father's bad side like this? When Jin-Woo stared with a pair of questioning gaze, Eugene Ho spoke up, his voice trembling. So, I was wondering, Hyung Nim. Can I impose on you for the time being? Creak. Clank. Jin-Woo quietly closed the door, and even proceeded to lock it. Click. Worried Jin-Ah had been observing this situation from her room, and once Jin-Woo turned away from the door, she quickly jogged next to him and asked. Appa, who was that? Do you know him? Jin-Woo shook his head. Nope. Never met him before. You really don't know him? But why did he come to our place, then? Don't worry about it. I'm sure he got the wrong address. Really? But it sure didn't look like that, though. As Jin-Woo gently but firmly pushed his still suspicious little sister back into her room, Eugene Ho's sorrowful voice continued to ring out behind him. Thud, thud. Huan Naim. Hyun Nithium. Dear, don't you think you were being too harsh on Jin-Ho earlier today? Hoof. Yoo Myung-won roughly yanked at his tie. What an insolent little child. He was about to be gifted with the Eugene Guild, which would no doubt become the Eugene Construction's core business in the future, yet he dared to answer like that. I've decided to work for Hyung Nim's guild. What? Follow Hyung Nim, was it? That fool deserved it. Yoo Myung-han snorted derisively. If the boy wished to stand on his 2 feet, then he should do so on his own power, too. The father thought that he'd teach his son about every choice being accompanied by responsibilities and consequences. Was it because he was far too agitated? For some reason, it felt like his D*MN tie just didn't want to come undone. His clumsy and hasty hands caused the tie to be tangled up even more instead, prompting the lady of the Yu family to reach out with her hands. "Let me do it for you." Soon enough, the tie was easily loosened. Yu Myung-han entrusted himself to his wife's skillful hands. However, the wife began giggling while holding his tie. "What's the matter, dear?" Yu Myung-han was confused. She had been doing his ties for as long as they were together. So, she shouldn't have found his tangled up tie all that funny by now. "My dear. Are you sure you're really angry?" Did she eat something wrong? Why was she saying something so nonsensical? Yu Myung-han tilted his head slightly and took a look at his own reflection in the mirror. What the? He was surprised by what he saw. Why did he look so pleased in the reflection, even though his mouth was busy spewing out complaints only until a second ago? Feeling embarrassed now, Yu Myung-han began rubbing his cheeks and chin. Today was the first time, wasn't it, dear? What do you mean? Jin-Ho rebelling against you. That was why he was angry. Just like how water flowed from the top to bottom, a large corporation would not be able to sustain its massive self if the orders from the top didn't get delivered to the rest. He believed it was the same story for running a family, as well. That was why he maintained the exact same type of attitude he'd have when at work while he was home with his family, and he did not accept anyone going against his decisions. However, even though he was feeling angry today, why didn't he feel bad about it, either? I'm angry, but not unhappy at the same time? This situation made no sense when he thought about it. The madam spoke gently like a mother pacifying a child, as if she had already read everything in her husband's mind. Jin-Ho is trying to do something he feels passionate about for the first time in his life. So, how about cooling your anger a little and cheering him on from the side? Yu Myung-han shut his mouth tight. He found it a bit hard to decipher his own head at the moment. For the time being, I shall keep an eye on him. Of course. The madam formed a sweet smile and received his jacket as he took it off. However, something happened then. Yu Myung-han stared at his wife's face. But, this is quite strange. What is strange, dear? I can see two of your faces. Pardon? Just as the madam's eyes widened, Yu Myung-han lost his balance and staggered unsteadily. Dear? The frightened madam hurriedly tried to support Yu Myung-han. He shook his head continuously, heavily gasps escaping from his mouth. Pant. The madam's eyes opened wider. Why is there so much cold sweat? Yu Myung-han tried to keep his eyes wide open to forcefully beat back the sudden feeling of sleepiness, but in the end, lost his consciousness. Yu Myung-han reopened his eyes inside the VIP room located in the country's top university hospital. One of the doctors in charge approached him to check up on Yu Myung-han's complexion. They had been working in a 24-hour rotation schedule to keep an eye on his condition. Can you hear me, Chairman? Yu Myung-han took a quick look around him, and immediately figured out where he was. How long have I been here? You've been sleeping for the last 2 days. 2 days. The person most likely to be picked as the role model for hardworking would be Yu Myung-han. He had never slept for more than 5 hours in a day in his entire life, no matter how tired he was. Yu Myung-han resolutely kept his mouth shut, before speaking up as if it was nothing. I guess I was quite tired, then. He was indeed swarmed with various matters that kept him insanely busy recently. The sudden bout of vertigo and that unshakable sleepiness were probably the side effects. However, the doctor couldn't hide the seriousness from his expression. Yu Myung-han was the owner of the country's top company that employed tens of thousands of people. So, he was already a master at reading people's expressions. Seeing the stiffening face of the doctor, Yu Myung-han asked him, "By any chance, have you discovered something wrong with my body?" Chapter 98 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Mr. Chairman, by any chance, do you have anyone near you who is a hunter, or someone who's not a hunter yet but has been evaluated as an awakened? The doctor suddenly asked about something rather strange. Yu Myung-han asked if there was something wrong with his body, yet why was he talking about hunters now? Yu Myung-han asked back, feeling puzzled now. What are you talking about? Why hunters, all of a sudden? Have you heard of eternal sleep? Hearing the term eternal sleep, Yu Myung-han finally lost his cool, and his eyes trembled. The eternal sleep disorder. An endless slumber that no one could wake up from. Not only was it impossible to wake up from its death-like slumber, but the life force of the sufferer would also decline quite sharply, so it was a necessity to use life support machines that utilized magic energy. Appearing for the first time after the advent of the gates, it was a terrifying illness that managed to kill scores of people who lacked the wherewithal to borrow one of those life support machines. It's an illness where you'd be assaulted often by drowsiness, and eventually, you'd be unable to wake up at all. The doctor carried a complicated expression. There had not been a single case of the sufferer of the eternal sleep waking up, so far. Even if one's life was extended via machines, you'd still be unable to open your eyes. It was no different from a death sentence for the victims. Yu Myung-han waited for the doctor to finish explaining before asking his question. How does that relate to hunters? The eternal sleep is widely believed to be deeply related to magic energy. There were those people who, by nature, couldn't endure magic energy all that well. One of the abnormalities displayed by these people after being exposed to surrounding magic energy for a long time was this eternal sleep disorder. Wait, isn't magic energy used to power the life support machines that supply life force to the patients? That is true, but just like how one could safely use the electricity generated by the dangerous material fueling the nuclear reaction, the doctor explained, magical devices and magics utilizing magic energy did not harm people. What you need to be careful with are the magic crystals, mana stones, as well as people possessing magic energy. People possessing magic energy. Yu Myung-han immediately recalled the soul awakened in his family, Yu Jin-Ho. Meanwhile, the doctor cautiously carried on. I've heard that your second son is a hunter, sir. When Yu Jin-Ho was mentioned, Yu Myung-han's face visibly hardened. So, the gist of it is, you want me to never meet my own son? Is that it? If it's at all possible, that is indeed my recom. Don't make me laugh. Yu Myung-han abruptly cut the doctor off and empathized his point. Don't speak of nonsense. And then, as if he was annoyed, he gestured the doctor to leave. Chairman. The doctor hesitated, not knowing what to do, but he soon left the room as if he was being chased away after being glared at by Yu Myung-han's furious eyes. He continued to glare at the door the doctor used to escape with barely concealed fury in his eyes. Distance oneself from one's son, just because one fears the illness getting worse? Is that something a father should even say? Sure, let's say that did happen. What if Jin-Ho heard that news? What would that boy think of, then? As a father, he could not bear to burden his son with something that heavy. At least, that's what Yu Myung-han believed. Not only that. With each passing day, people found more and more practical applications for magic energy, and the number of people innately possessing magic energy was steadily increasing, as well. So, if you couldn't withstand magic energy when living in a world like this, didn't that already mean you had been eliminated from the natural selection? Yu Myung-han harumphed unhappily. Yu Myung-han, have failed to make the cut? Such a thing could never happen. I will not submit. Even when everyone else ridiculed him and predicted his failure, he always managed to succeed so his detractors could take a good look at him. He was the very person who, after inheriting the Eugen construction that barely cracked the top 30 in the country, turned it into the #1 corporation in South Korea. So, you think I'll kneel in defeat over a stupid illness like this? He wouldn't give up. Yoo Myung-han inwardly told himself this over and over again. Before leaving, Jin-Woo carefully opened the door to his sister's room. As it was still in the early hours, Gina remained blissfully stuck in a slumber so deep that she'd not be any wiser if someone kidnapped her right now. Suddenly, he felt worried. There might be a jacka*s or two who'll try to get closer to her while I'm away, but of course, there should be no one stupid enough to harm the little sister of a rank S hunter, but well, it was hard to tell what was in a human's heart sometimes. At least, he needed some sort of a contingency plan. Wait a minute. I can hide my soldiers inside shadows, right? Jin-Woo recalled the time when he sent out his shadow soldiers on the patrol of the district, in case that serial killer decided to show up again. Back then, soldiers moved by hiding in the various shades found in the surroundings. By utilizing that, he might be able to protect his sister without anyone even noticing it. Which was good, because he just so happened to possess the perfect candidates for this role. Come out, Jin-Woo called out those monster soldiers that had been guarding Fangs when they were still alive. Shururu. 3 of the biggest, bulliest high orcs appeared simultaneously and ended up making the already tiny room of his sister feel even more claustrophobic. However, why are there only 3? There definitely had been 4 guards, though? Jin-Woo combed through his memories, only to spit out a soundless groan. Only now did he remember that he planted one of the guards in the ceiling of the boss room. And naturally, he forgot to extract that guy's shadow. I guess I should pay closer attention next time. Jin-Woo smirked softly, before shifting his gaze over to the 3 monster soldiers, who used to be high orc guards while still alive. All of them were elite grade. They were on another scale altogether when compared to the shadows extracted from the regular high orcs. With these 3, they would still be fine even if their opponent was a rank A hunter. He wasn't exaggerating here. The leader of the hunter's raid team, the rank A Seong Ki-hoon, was pushed to a corner while fighting off 3 regular high orcs, after all. So, there was no reason to worry about these guys. Jin-Woo pointed with his chin towards the sleeping Gina. And when that happened, Shururu. The guards returned to shadow forms and moved along the floor, and they assimilated into her shadow. Very good. Hide in there quietly, and when Gina finds herself in danger, get rid of the opponent, regardless of who it is. Jin-Woo gave that order to the guards and carefully closed shut the door to her room. I can relax a little now. Indeed, he felt less worried. He made sure to lock the front door properly and exited from the apartment, and found Yoo Jin-ho waiting for him there, just as promised. Hyung-nim. Yoo Jin-ho greeted Jin-Woo with a bright face. Was it okay sleeping in that place? Yes, it was fine, Hyung-nim. I had no idea, but motels nowadays seem to feature pretty good amenities. Since his little sister was staying at home, Jin-Woo had Yoo Jin-ho stay in a local motel nearby. Thankfully, it must not have been too bad there. Until we can find some office space for my guild, stay there for the time being. Got it, Hyung-nim. He must have been enjoying himself, since Yoo Jin-ho continued to giggle. Jin-Woo already heard the most of what happened from the kid last night. While listening to the tale, he was hoping against hoping, but to think, this kid would show up here after really rejecting the golden chance to become a guild master. When he heard that, Jin-Woo was so dumbfounded that he just had to ask, and that prompted Yoo Jin-ho to reply while sounding like a victim. You really came over just because I made an offer? But, Hyung-nim, you said I should come. Even then, Jin-Woo couldn't really kick to the curb a kid who gave up on a job equivalent to being a chairman of a company just to be next to him. Okay, well, let's go. Yes, Hyung-nim. Jin-Woo climbed into the driver's seat of the van, and Jin-Woo settled down on the passengers. And the van containing two people drove towards the Daesung Tower. Jin-Woo sneaked a glance at Jin-Woo. What business does he have in the Daesung Tower so early in the morning? He was curious, but he also thought that asking Hyung-Nim this and that would be quite insolent of him, so his lips didn't want to part that easily. Screech. By the time their van came to a stop in front of the Daesung Tower, though, he managed to work up some courage. By the way, Hyung-Nim. What about this Daesung Tower? I'm off. Jin-Woo hurriedly turned his head to the passenger side. However, the door was already wide open, and Hyung-Nim was nowhere to be seen. Didn't something similar to this happen before? Jin-Woo scratched the side of his head. Hyung-Nim can be so elusive sometimes, you know. You have entered Demon's Castle dungeon. Jin-Woo cancelled his stealth skill. I've finally returned. Thinking that he had returned to the place where he could cut loose without worry, his heart began pounding harder. As soon as he walked past the castle's gates, the mechanical bleep went off as if it was waiting for his arrival. T-ring. A new quest is available. Unlike the first time he got here, Jin-Woo wasn't surprised. Well, the quest he got the first time was called Collect the Souls of Demons. 1, after all. He expected the next part of the quest to show up sooner or later. Jin-Woo opened the message window. T-ring. Normal quest, collect the souls of demons. 2. The sovereign of the demons, Baron, can be found residing on the top floor of the demon's castle. Defeat Baron and collect his soul. If you succeed in sealing the soul of the demon king, you will be rewarded handsomely. Quest generation conditions. Completion of normal quest, collect the souls of demons. 1. Re-entering the demon's castle. Quest completion condition. Slay the demon king. Rewards. 1 highest grade runestone. Bonus stat points plus 30. Unknown reward. The goal of this quest is to kill the demon king? Jin-Woo's expression brightened. He no longer needed to go all over the place now. Instead, he just needed to climb up to the top floor of the demon's castle as soon as possible. And the rewards on offer were excellent as well. 30 bonus stat points. The previous quest was pretty much slave labor, asking him to collect 10,000 demon souls. And after all that hard work, he only received 20 bonus stat points. However, he could earn 30 points this time by killing one demon king. He'd need 10 days of daily quests, or 6 level-ups, to match that amount of stat points. A smile instinctively broke out of his lips at this unexpectedly rich reward. Okay, so, what is this highest grade runestone all about? Jin-Woo confirmed the details of the first reward next. T-ring. Highest grade runestone, Shadow Exchange. By breaking this highest grade runestone, you can learn a class-specific skill. I can learn a class-specific skill, Jin-Woo's brows shot up. So far, he had earned 3 class-specific skills. The Shadow Extraction. The Shadow Storage. And finally, Sovereign's Territory. Every single one of them was an indispensable skill. And, just from the mere idea of adding one more skill to his roster, his heart palpitated even harder. What kind of skill is this? He wanted to confirm the information on the skill, but the only thing that popped up was its name, and no in-depth explanation was offered. TSK. Jin-Woo could only smack his lips wryly. Well, I'll find out eventually after completing the quest. A class-specific skill, and 30 bonus stat points too. Even when excluding the unknown reward, it was already a remarkable amount of loot on offer. He was really tempted to simply rush up to the top floor in one go, but... Before I start anything, though... Jin-Woo summoned his status window for the first time in a while. T-ring. Name, Seong Jin-Woo. Level, 80. Title: The One Who Overcame the Adversity, Extra 1. HP: 24,406. MP: 5,019. Tiredness: 0. Stats: Strength: 186. Endurance: 145. Agility: 175. Intelligence: 189. Perception: 126. Remaining points available to distribute: 0. Reduction in physical damage: 46%. Skills: Passive skills: Unknown, LV, Max. Tenacity, LV, 1. High-grade dagger technique, LV, 2. Active skills: Dash, LV, Max. Vital points targeting, LV, Max. Intimidation, LV, 1. Dagger throw, LV, 2. Stealth, LV, 2. Ruler's reach, LV, 2. Class-specific skills: Active skills: Shadow extraction, LV, 1. Shadow storage, LV, 1. Sovereign's territory, LV, 1. Crafting skill: Consumable, divine water of life, 2/3. Equipped items: Red Knight's helm, S. Demon Sovereign's earring, S. Demon Sovereign's necklace, S. Advanced Knight's breastplate, B. Advanced Knight's gauntlets, B. Advanced Mage's ring, B. Intermediate Assassin's shoes, C. His level was already 80. And thanks to him investing every single bonus stat point on intelligence, he could see that it exceeded his strength stat now. My intelligence stat is nearing the 200 mark already. The result of that was his total MP now went past 5,000. His MP, or mana, was a must for one thing. It was like a cheat device that allowed him to infinitely revive his soldiers. But, when he thought about the number of his soldiers increasing in the future, that 5,000 MP seemed rather inadequate to his eyes. Fine. Let's get started. Even a second couldn't be wasted here. Jin-Woo closed his status windows. Currently, he was standing on the ground floor of the demon's castle. Getting back to the 76th floor, where he temporarily had to stop his conquest, wouldn't take long at all. So, he immediately made his way over to the floor transfer magic circle. Floors 1 to 76 have been opened. Which floor would you like to go to? Jin-Woo spoke without hesitation. 76. The light gleamed brightly. In the moment it took to blink an eye, his surroundings had changed completely. He was now faced with a vigorously burning city. When inside the floor transfer magic circle, he wasn't supposed to be affected by the environments outside, but it still felt like his skin was burning up already. Jin-Woo put the luggage down and pulled 2 artifacts out. First one was a black robe named the Wind Robe by its maker, and the other one was a nameless ring with water-type magic imbued within. Jin-Woo put on both the robe and the ring. After putting on the robe and pulling on the hood, Jin-Woo finally felt like he was a true mage-type hunter now. I can feel my body cooling down. Just by wearing them, it felt like he was standing inside a refreshingly cool cavern or some such. I wonder, will this work against the flames of the demon's castle? Jin-Woo slowly stepped outside of the magic circle. And thankfully, these artifacts proved their expensive worth. The debilitating heat couldn't affect him at all now, quite unlike the last time he was here. Wait, won't it be uncomfortable to move around because it's a robe? He couldn't be sure, so he moved this way and that, but it proved to be surprisingly comfortable. As befitting its name, Wind Robe, the whole thing felt as light as air. Nice. With that, his preparations were complete. However, it seemed that he wasn't the only one who had finished his preparations, because demons had picked up on his scent, and had formed a large group to rush towards his position. If it was in the past, he'd probably fight them off in order to loosen his muscles or search through every nook and cranny of each floor to increase his level. However, right now, Now that his mother's treatment depended on this dungeon being cleared, he couldn't afford to waste a single second here. Rather than summoning out his daggers like the usual, he instead called out his soldiers first. Shururu. His trusty shadow soldiers revealed themselves. Where is Fangs? Jin-Woo looked for Fangs amidst his soldiers. It seemed that the higher the soldier's grade, the closer he'd appear, because Fangs had been summoned right behind Jin-Woo. He took out the Bead of Avarice from his inventory and placed it on top of Fang's palm. You use this from now on. Even though Jin-Woo was supposed to be a mage type as well, the amplification effect of the Bead of Avarice didn't work on him. But he thought it'd prove to be quite helpful to a sorcerer like Fangs. As if to express his gratitude, Fangs deeply bowed his head. Thump, thump, thump. Finally, Jin-Woo could see the huge bodies of the demons getting closer. Okay, time to get started. After ordering his soldiers to get ready for battle, Jin-Woo grasped both Baruka's dagger and Night Killer in his hands. Soon, demons rushed forward like a horde of insects in front of his nose. However, his own numbers weren't that lacking either. With a more relaxed expression on his face compared to his previous sojourn in this place, Jin-Woo bit his time and then loudly shouted out. Go! No, actually, he was planning to shout, go, now. But, even before he could finish his words. Ko-woohoo, dot. From somewhere high up above his head, a stupendously thick frightening pillar of flames fell in a diagonal line and swept every single enemy away. What the F***CK? Cool. The moment that scary pillar of flames swept by, everything had melted down, whether that be demons or the ground itself. Kai-e-hack. Ki-ek. Demons were incinerated in an instant, and familiar mechanical beeps rang one after the other in his ears. Level up! Level up! No way! Jin-Woo tried to calm his trembling heart and took a look behind him. And he spotted Fang standing there, now twice the size of what his living counterpart grew to back in the dungeon, busy breathing out gray smoke from his mouth. Gulp! Jin-Woo swallowed down dry saliva. Is this the true might of the Bead of Avarice? Since these monsters lived inside the demon's castle, they all must have had some amount of innate resistance towards flame-based attacks, but they were all burned away into oblivion, just like that. Ha-ho-ho-hoo. Once he figured out what was going on, a chuckle broke out of his lips all by itself. Wait, maybe I'll get to clear this place a lot quicker than I thought? Jin-Woo stared at the still burning remains of the demons as well as at the scorched black earth and screamed out in joy inwardly. Chapter 99 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100. Chapter 100, Chapter 100. Fang's power, having been buffed up by the item Bead of Avarice, was gobsmackingly incredible. Full whoop. Fang sucked in so much air that the temperature of the surroundings momentarily dropped to a bone-chilling level. And then... Cool. He spat out a massive pillar of flames from left to right and literally vaporized all enemies before him. You killed a high-ranked demon. You have earned 1,700 experience points. You killed a superior demon. You have earned 2,200 experience points. You killed a high-ranked demon. The messages telling him that he killed a demon and earned some experience points endlessly popped up in his view. And the tearings of the mechanical beeps didn't want to end for a while, too. Jin-Woo was all smiles, though. I've hit the jackpot. His mana must have run dry, because Fangs stopped attacking. A single shot from Fangs managed to vaporize the majority of the attacking demons group, but there were a few lucky ones who managed to somehow survive the fiery massacre. Jin-Woo simply ordered his shadow soldiers to go and get rid of them. Quietly watching over 100 of his shadow soldiers marching forward in perfect order, Jin-Woo finally felt like the shadow sovereign. You killed a high-ranked demon. You killed a high-ranked demon. The feel-good messages continued on. Jin-Woo didn't even lift a finger and used only his shadow soldiers to annihilate the monsters. The biggest contributor among them was, of course, Fangs. Fangs, you beauty, dot. Jin-Woo looked behind him, or, more specifically, way up behind him. He then saw the gigantified shadow magic soldier, previously a high orc sorcerer, and the bead of avarice that had also been enlarged to match his size. That bead was an item capable of doubling the power of its holder's magic attack. From Jin-Woo's perspective, it looked like that bead shored up Fang's powers quite nicely, which would have been nerfed somewhat after becoming a shadow soldier. And it looked like there was some room to spare too. Looks like I'll have to entrust the bead of avarice to Fangs for a while. Even though he was also a mage type, he possessed not one skill that might enjoy the amplification effect, so he didn't have much of a choice here. Jin-Woo opened his own skill window. Number of shadows that can be extracted, 127/820. Number of shadows that can be stored, 127 out of 155. Shadow extraction, shadow storage, and sovereign's territory. All three skills were unaffected by the bead of avarice whatsoever. If he wanted to increase the number of slots for either the extraction or storage for his shadows, the sole method available currently was to increase his intelligence stat. Jin-Woo closed the skill window. Meanwhile, the soldiers gathered one by one in front of Jin-Woo after mopping up their quarries. Seeing the mountains of demon corpses pile up like that, the corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up considerably. With this many demons, I get plenty of loot as a result. Tearing, tearing, tearing. This time, an endless stream of item acquisition messages popped up in his view. Well, I got everything I can from here. Jin-Woo smiled deeply as he went about acquiring all the loot, and after finishing that up, he climbed up on the back of Tank, his trusty Ice Bear Shadow Beast soldier. The so-called entry permit allowing him to move to the next floor hadn't come out yet. Which meant, he had to kill more monsters on this floor. Jin-Woo ordered his troops to move out. Giddy up! Tank slowly began trotting forward, and the shadow soldiers all followed after Jin-Woo in an orderly fashion. The whole army moving around together is inefficient. Jin-Woo thought that all 120 shadow soldiers acting as one unit was not quite efficient enough. If the individual soldier was weak, fine, this tactic made sense. But, even the regular soldiers had gone up several levels now and they could more or less hold their own against the demons and still achieve some success. Not only that, he even had assimilated monsters from a ranked dungeon into his shadow soldier army, too. Quite obviously, the overall quality of the soldiers had risen up by a lot. Ki-ik. Kayak. You killed a high-ranked. You killed a... What with his soldiers boasting such a mighty combat prowess, the time taken to move around and search for monsters turned out to be longer than it took to actually kill them. The thing was, each floor of this demon's castle was as wide as an average city. This will take forever at this rate, but... Jin-Woo divided his soldiers into 6 groups of 20. And then, had them scatter around to hunt down monsters. He gave them 2 orders. 1. Kill every enemy you can find. 2. If the entry permit for the next floor is found, let me know straight away. It may not be possible to hold a conversation with his soldiers, but he could still communicate by using simple hand gestures. Since the soldiers couldn't pick up any loot, he had to go there personally if he were to acquire the entry permit. Sure, he'd have to give up on other loot beside the floor entry permit, but his current priority was to get to the top floor as soon as possible. Begin. With his command, all 6 groups went their separate ways. And, a short while later, you have earned 1,500 experience points. You have earned 1,500 experience points. You have earned 900 experience points. You have earned 1,100 experience points. Experience points began raining down on him from literally everywhere. Looks like my shadows have begun hunting, huh? Jin-Woo watched his experience points climb up and formed a pleased expression. However, he soon discovered that something was off. The amount of experience points I get has decreased? After arriving on the upper floors, he never once ran into the commonly found low or mid-ranked demons from the lower floors. High-ranked demons appeared most of the time now, and every now and then, he would find a couple of superior demons mixed in among them. The amount of experience points earned after killing a high-ranked demon was 1,700. And from the superior demon, a creature one rank higher than high-ranked demons, he received the fixed amount of 2,200 points. However, the amount he was getting at the moment fell far, far short of those numbers. Could it be that the further away they are from me, the less experience points I earn? Jin-Woo quietly observed the experience points messages popping up non-stop for a while. The amount earned had definitely decreased, albeit by a small margin. It seemed that he was right about the distance affecting the amount of experience points he could earn. I got to learn about something useful. He wouldn't have found out about this fact without the unique setup of the demon's castle, which let him know of the information regarding experience points. He also thought that he did the right thing by not letting his soldiers go out in groups to hunt on the lower floors. Back then, he wanted to refine his combat style even further by personally fighting the monsters, as well as not wanting to miss out on a single demon's soul, the so-called quest completion items. Still, he didn't think the reduced experience points weren't much of a loss. Sure, I'm getting less experience points, but now that much more efficient hunting was taking place over a greater expanse of the hunting area, the overall rate of the experience points earned was actually a lot faster than before. Even now, the experience points messages were raining down on him. With the situation being like this, his level that had stayed still since the first battle of this floor suddenly gained a lot of momentum. Level up! Level up! Jin-Woo clenched his fists tightly. Nice! Sure, he felt a bit sore about giving up on loot, but leveling up and fast clearing speed, I shall catch these two birds in one go. Jin-Woo smiled in satisfaction as he confirmed his level jumping up by 2. His plan was on the money. He got to climb up to the 80th floor much faster than anticipated. As soon as arriving there, he summoned his soldiers once more. Shurarak. 119 shadow soldiers were summoned simultaneously. The soldiers and their levels had all climbed up pretty nicely after going on their own groups to hunt monsters and earn a ton of experience points for themselves. Oh? Since when did Tank gain over 10 levels? Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider. Maybe it felt happy after his owner's interested gaze fell on it. Tank, who had reached level 28 only yesterday, stood on his hind legs and let out a roar of Wong. Jin-Woo wasn't the only one to enjoy the fruits of the efficient hunting, as it turned out. He grinned brightly. Alright, then. Let's go. Just like before, he divided his army into 6 groups and had them set off. He then took off alone, as well. He was familiar with acting alone anyway, and he also didn't really need the soldiers' help, either. Excluding Fang's buffed up by the beat of avarice, he was pretty confident of fighting the whole Shadow Soldier army and winning. However, if Fang's is included? In that case, who knows? If Fang's was indeed included, then things could get really interesting, that's for sure. In the end, though, it was just him imagining something improbable, anyway. Was it a week or so ago? Out of sheer curiosity, and also a bit as an experiment, he ordered shadow soldiers to attack him. For the first time ever, the soldiers disobeyed him. I couldn't tell whether that was from their loyalty to me, or because of another power restricting them. They didn't budge an inch, in the end. Well, as the guy using them as his subordinates, that result wasn't such a bad one. Regardless of all that, how come I can't see any demons? After summoning Baruka's dagger, Jin-Woo lightly tossed it over his head and caught it a few times while searching for the presence of monsters. I can tell that they are nearby, but Jin-Woo took a quick look around. He could definitely sense their presence nearby, but he couldn't spot a single monster. When was it again? Didn't he experience something similar to this before? It was then. The ground seemed to undulate violently a couple of times, before the earth suddenly shot up. Cack, cack. Kee hee hee. At the same time, 3 superior demons emerged from the ground and surrounded Jin-Woo while letting off rather unpleasant cackles. Jin-Woo frowned deeply. Demons took that as the sign of their prey being scared, and they scrambled among themselves to throw their wide-open maws first at the head of the prey. It was to call dibs on the tastiest part of a human, the head. However, when that prey jumped up and spun around once in the air, swyish. Even before Jin-Woo's feet landed back on the ground, heads of the demons fell with soft thud, thud. First, you killed a superior demon. You killed a... Ah! Jin-Woo lightly clapped his hands. He finally recalled when it happened. It was the last rank C dungeon he cleared with Yu Jinho. Right, those stonemen back then were hiding underground before bursting out like this, weren't they? Jin-Woo's expression that had darkened from failing to remember brightened up immediately. It sure felt like he had gotten a load off his chest. Jin-Woo took care of the loot from the monster corpses, his face still bright, and began walking away again. But, only after taking a handful of steps, he stopped again. Jin-Woo's eyes were now nailed to the ground. While glaring at the ground beneath his feet, he spoke up. By the way, why aren't you guys coming out already? No one could tell whether the thing that trembled just then happened to be the ground or the demon's eyes. Jin-Woo wasn't able to easily leave the 80th floor. Is there a group of really strong monsters somewhere on this floor? Yet another of Jin-Woo's group returned back to him as shadows. He had no choice but to call them back because his mana couldn't sustain the rate of the soldiers' destruction and revival anymore. This would be the first time this happened. From the 76th to 80th floor. The method of hunting in dispersed groups during the past 4 floors had yielded the highest efficiency. Is it because fighting against superior demons is still too much to ask for? For sure, it were the superior demons and not high-ranked demons that appeared on the 80th floor most of the time. Heck, these superior demons even employed petty tricks like hiding under the ground, too. Even then, he didn't think these superior demons possessed such powers to be able to push back his soldiers to this degree. Not only that. There was something weird here as well. And that would be the groups of soldiers getting attacked all happened to lack a captain class among them. The groups with Fangs, Ygritte, Iron, and Tank were all perfectly fine, but the other 2 with no captain class got annihilated. Wait, could it be that the enemy is deliberately attacking the weakest groups first? If so, this could only mean that a monster possessing high enough intelligence to detect the opponent's weakness existed on this floor. Not only strong, but it even possessed intelligence. He obviously didn't know who it, or they, were, but without a doubt, they were proving to be a bit of a pain in the neck. There were 4 groups remaining. If he were to include himself, then 5. If the enemy has figured out the soldiers' movement pattern, then their next target is pretty obvious. The moment he thought that, Jin-Woo disappeared from the spot. Chapter 100 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2. Chapter 101. Chapter 101, Chapter 101. Jin-Woo quickly arrived near where Tank's group was. In the not-too-far distance, he spotted the Shadow Beast soldier squad half made up of black bears with black steam rising up from their bodies, and high orcs covered in armor from head to toe. Right in front of the pack, Tank was walking slowly but steadily forward. I'm pretty sure the next target will be this group. Tank was originally the pack leader of the Ice Bears. When it was still alive, he was strong enough to easily overwhelm the Shadow soldiers. Even as a shadow, not many soldiers could defeat him in terms of sheer physical strength. Unfortunately, the comparison didn't favor him this time. First of all, the captains of the other groups, Iron, Ygritte, and Fangs, were different grades to begin with. Even though Tank's level was high, at the end of the day, he was still an elite soldier grade. But both Ygritte and Iron were knight grades, while Fangs enjoyed the prefix of elite tacked onto his knight grade, too. Meaning, there was no comparison here. Since the enemy seemed to possess enough intelligence to detect weaker opponents, as well as to identify the movements of the soldiers, their next target had to be here. Let's observe for a little while. Jin-Woo hid his presence to the best of his abilities and, while maintaining a fixed distance, he followed after his shadow beast soldiers. His own soldiers didn't even realize that he was following them. And so, just how much time passed them by? Even after a long period of waiting, no enemies showed themselves, and Jin-Woo began tilting his head. Was I wrong about this whole thing? He began suspecting that, rather than powerful enemies, there just so happened to be a big concentration of enemies in the location of his soldiers getting annihilated, but, then. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. Here they come. Maybe the enemies were also concealing their presence until the soldiers got closer to them. Jin-Woo had discovered them a bit later than usual. He closed his eyes and focused his perception. His shockingly enhanced perception began sweeping over all the presences found within the vicinity like a radar. 4 presences approaching. My soldiers, 20. Demons hiding underground, 5. Jin-Woo opened his eyes. He decided to get rid of the 5 demons playing possum underground a bit later, and then. Stealth. Shurarek. Jin-Woo activated the stealth skill to become invisible and approached his soldiers. And soon enough, he got to confirm the enemy's appearance with his own eyes. They are riding on horseback, ... Rumble, rumble. Not only that, they are armed, too? Not just the riders, but even the horses they were riding on were armored. When the enemies came close enough, their names became visible. He was thinking that these guys were way too different from the regular demons that walked around naked, whether they be low or high demons, and now he could even see that their names were different from the rest, as well. A demon aristocrat, and 3 demon knights? The names he saw for the first time were written in black and very clear to see. He sensed strong hostility from all 4 of them. It must be those 4 that attacked my boys. They all possessed powerful auras and strong hostility. Jin-Woo decided to maintain stealth and observe the situation for a little while longer. Let's see what happens next. Since these monsters were new, he wanted to check out their skills and battle styles with his own eyes first. Monsters capable of massacring shadow soldiers, is it? He was also feeling a bit expectant, too. Jin-Woo stopped at a suitable position where he wouldn't get in the way of the battle between the shadow beast soldiers and the new types of demons that was about to get underway. Growl? Tank finally discovered the demons. Once the demons got close enough, they dismounted from the horses. Ha! So, those rides were simply a means of transportation. Jin-Woo continued to stare at the demons with a great deal of interest. Soon afterwards, the beast soldiers became excited by the entrance of enemies, roared out, and attacked first, signaling the beginning of the bitter, violent battle between these 2 groups. Ruaware. Tank took to the front. He shot forward with every ounce of power provided with his 4 limbs, and when he arrived in front of the enemies, he reared up on his hind legs. A regular person would have fainted from the enormous pressure alone. However, the 4 demons remained steadfast. Even when Tank swung his massive front leg like a baseball bat, they didn't even blink. Push! Tank's front paw scythed the air. It was an agile attack that belied his massive frame. However, Tank's target, the demon aristocrat, easily jumped over the swung front paw with a light but quick movement. Jin-Woo's brows shot up. That wasn't the end of the surprising spectacle, either. The demon aristocrat then spun in the air and thrust forward the spear held in its hand at Tank's chest. Kaboom dash! The fierce attack containing magic energy put a watermelon-sized hole in Tank's torso. From that smallish frame, an explosive aura could be felt rather clearly. And on top of that, it also possessed beautifully simple and clean movements, too. Jin-Woo grew even more interested by then. Yup, not a regular monster, alright? It wasn't just the demon aristocrat either, but the 3 demon knights were also eye-wideningly strong, as well. The battle was one-sided. In short, the beast soldiers were no match for the demons. Quite unlike the superior demons, which were only big in size but rather easy to hunt, these so-called demon aristocrats or whatever in their humanoid appearances simply toyed around with the beast soldiers. This was why the rate of regeneration couldn't keep up. Jin-Woo's expression gradually hardened. Roar! Koa Hawk! Even before the beast soldiers could regenerate, they were cut and sliced apart and stabbed through by spears and swords. By then, Jin-Woo was carrying a crumpled expression. He knew very well that, as long as his MP supply held up, his beast soldiers were practically immortals. Even if his MP did run out, they would simply return to him as shadows. Kawak. However, he sure as hell didn't feel pleased watching his own boys getting pummeled like that. Was this how an older brother would feel when his younger sibling came home all beaten up black and blue? That is enough. Jin-Woo couldn't stand it anymore and recalled his beast soldiers. They reverted back to their shadow forms and quickly moved below his feet, and absorbed back into his own shadow. As soon as the beast soldiers disappeared after seemingly failing to endure the attacks, the demons gazed at each other and nodded their heads. It was as if they were celebrating their 3rd victory on the trot. However, it happened then. Shurarak. Jin-Woo undid his stealth in the midst of the demons. Flinch. The demons were greatly taken by surprise, but as expected of pros, they immediately sensed Jin-Woo's hostility and attacked him right away. Slam! Kwang! Jin-Woo punched down bare-fisted on the 2 knights beside him, and then grabbed the last one rushing at him and slammed the sucker down hard on the ground. Crack! The spider-web-like cracks formed on the ground and a message popped up in his view. You killed a demon knight. You have earned 3,000 experience points. The exact same messages repeated 3 times. Each of his attacks killed one of his enemies. In less than 1 second, he cut short the lives of 3 monsters. These guys were side distractions, anyway. The real deal is that guy. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to the demon aristocrat. After their eyes met, the aristocrat flinched rather grandly and pointed at him with its spear. I always wondered whether monsters could feel fear or not. But now, he was pretty certain of it. Different from back when the demon aristocrat was pointing the spear at the beast soldier group, the tip of the weapon was trembling ever so slightly. Well, being able to sense the opponent's strength was also a part of one's skills, after all. I ain't going to go easy on you because of that, though. Jin-Woo dashed forward. At the same time, the demon aristocrat thrust the spear forward. Jin-Woo evaded the attack by tilting his head out of the way. Surprisingly, though, the spear changed directions multiple times and continued to harass him slightly. First, it was his face, next, his neck. And right after that, his heart. As if this wasn't something learned overnight, the demon's movement was smooth like flowing water. However, the spear was constantly blocked by Jin-Woo's weapon, Baruka's dagger. And when the final attack aiming for his heart was parried off, Baruka's dagger sliced the spear's shaft in 2. The demon aristocrat froze up after seeing its broken spear. With that, this battle was over. Well, not even 3 or 4 Ranka hunters would be able to win against you, but Jin-Woo rated the demon's abilities pretty highly. Too bad, today's matchup was all wrong for the monster. Jin-Woo reached out and grabbed the enemy's helmet with his left hand. Cook. The shocked enemy immediately went into panic mode. It tried to pull its head back, but couldn't do anything from Jin-Woo's powerful grip. He was thinking of yanking the helmet loose and cut the head off, so he strengthened his left hand some more. As expected, the helmet came off rather easily. And Jin-Woo raised the Baruka's dagger high up. I surrender. I will surrender. Jin-Woo frowned and stopped moving. A female? The face underneath the helmet definitely belonged to a female. Actually, Jin-Woo didn't really care whether a monster was a male or female. But the thing was, the monster quickly lifted its hands high up in the air and declared its intentions to surrender, making him realize that he could initiate conversation with it. And right after that, she even fell to the ground in a kowtow, too. So, naturally, he felt a bit put off by the idea of stabbing her with his dagger for the time being. PP, please accept my apologies. We were in the wrong. PP, please spare my life. Not only had she changed her stance in the blink of an eye, but she was also now even begging for her life? A monster was doing what now? Ha! With a disbelieving expression etched on his face, Jin-Woo stared at the petite back of the monster still prostrating before his feet. Since intelligent monsters could be found in regular dungeons, it wasn't so strange for intelligent monsters to appear in these instant dungeons, as well. Even then, this creature was a strange one. Left feeling a bit speechless, Jin-Woo pondered what he should say here for a while, and eventually, he opened his mouth with some difficulty. You attacked my soldiers, yet you want my forgiveness? We have committed a grave sin. The demon aristocrat planted her forehead on the ground and continued on. However, as our clan is tasked with protecting this place, we couldn't simply let some basta. Heek. I mean, we couldn't let any great beings go on a demon hunting spree without doing anything. I'd be eternally grateful if you forgive us. Oh, well. From the demon's perspective, it was reasonable for them to think of this whole thing as a bit unfair. After all, it was he who just barged in here totally unannounced to hunt and massacre demons one-sidedly, right? So, Jin-Woo changed his question slightly. Is it alright for you to beg for your life from someone who killed your own soldiers? The main role of the knights are to protect their lord. As long as I'm safe, they should be happy with the results. Jin-Woo scratched his temple for a little. He was even more speechless now. I can't tell whether she's thick-skinned, or just way too optimistic. The demon aristocrat slightly raised her head and tried to read Jin-Woo's reactions. Heek. She couldn't help but feel that the situation was getting gradually worse for her. She kowtowed even harder than before and spoke in an urgent voice. If you spare my measly life, I shall give you anything you want. Jin-Woo placed his hands on his waist. This demon aristocrat was a powerful monster, yes, but what with her armament now stripped from her, killing her was now easier than drinking cold soup for Jin-Woo. So, what should I do with this one, then? Jin-Woo was in a dilemma. And that wasn't to do with letting her go or not, no, he was simply trying to think of something more valuable than the experience points and possible loot he could get his hands on after killing her. Ah! There indeed was one such item. I want the entry permit. Excuse me? Swish. The demon aristocrat raised her head and stared at him with a surprised expression. Her face was shaped completely like a human's, excluding a pair of sharp incisors he saw when she opened her mouth just now, of course. Jin-Woo disinterestedly asked her. Can you get it for me? When her gaze met Jin-Woo's, her complexion paled even more and she planted her forehead back on the ground. Oh well. I should have known that monsters weren't aware of what items are. The negotiation was over with that. Jin-Woo recalled Baruka's dagger back from his inventory. He didn't know why monsters possessed intelligence, and were able to use that intelligence to beg for her life like this, but he had not one thought of giving up on the potential experience points. A demon knight gave 3,000 points, so how much will she give me? Who knows, the entry permit might appear after killing her, too. However, I shall give it to you. Give me what, exactly? The entry permit, The The monster raised her head and immediately began shedding cold sweat drops after spotting the deadly-looking dagger in Jin-Woo's hand. "You can give me the entry permit? Really?" The demon aristocrat hurriedly nodded her head. "It's in safekeeping by our clan. If you allow me to safely return, I shall hand over the permit." Demons were guarding the entry permit? Jin-Woo slowly scratched his chin. For sure, it had been a long time since he arrived on the 80th floor. And not to forget, lots of demons were hunted down so far, too. Yet, there hadn't been a peep about the news of the entry permit. "I thought the drop rate had worsened because I'm in the upper floors, or that a mid-boss was carrying it around, but now, not." If she was telling the truth about monsters hiding the permit, then, well, the current situation made a bit more sense. Seeing that Jin-Woo was silently pondering his options, the demon aristocrat felt even more desperate than ever before and quickly added some more encouragement. "I also know where you can locate the entry permits on the upper floors as well. If you guarantee my, and my clan's, safety, then I shall safely escort you to where they are." The light shining in Jin-Woo's eyes changed a little bit. Now that offer was a bit more enticing. To Jin-Woo's ears, who wanted to get to the top floor as soon as possible, her suggestion of guiding him to where each floor's entry permit sounded rather attractive. However, the question is, can I really trust her? What? Jin-Woo reached down and lifted the demon's chin. She was clearly panicking, but he didn't lessen his strength. He then looked straight into her eyes. "Intimidation. You have activated skill, Intimidation. Swoosh." A chill-inducing aura emanated from Jin-Woo's eyes. The demon aristocrat was so terrified that her lips were trembling involuntarily. "Can I trust you?" I am not lying." He made a pledge to himself back when he received the power of the system. Give and take. Even if his opponent was a monster, his principles wouldn't change. If a monster kept her side of the bargain, so would he. "All right." Jin-Woo withdrew the intimidation. "You hand over the entry permit, and I'll quietly leave." Truthfully? Jin-Woo nodded his head. It was a bit of a waste to give up on the potential experience points gained from this demon, as well as those monsters supposedly guarding the entry permit. But then again, he found it even more of a waste to spend time searching for the permit himself. He had been delayed for much longer than expected on this 80th floor already. Besides, if this female demon was thinking of tricking him, well, he wouldn't be too unhappy about that, either. Because, if she did, then he'd get to go all out in the monster's main camp, now wouldn't he? "Thank you very much." The complexion of the demon aristocrat brightened so much that he couldn't help but notice it. Was she just honest with her emotions, or was she just a simpleton? Jin-Woo inwardly clicked his tongue, but still, didn't forget to ask her something he was curious about for a while. "Before all that, though, just what are you?" Chapter 101 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. I am Essel, the firstborn daughter of House Ridairu. And my clan is... No, not that. Jin-Woo cut Essel off. He didn't really care about the finer details of a monster family's history. What he wanted to know was the reason why monsters and instant dungeons existed. How should he go about asking this question, so he'd get himself a satisfying enough answer? No, he would still be okay if there was no concrete answer. He'd be happy enough to get a single clue, a lead of some kind. He tried asking the same thing to monsters in the regular dungeons, but the only thing he got to learn was that they could only hear the order of kill the humans inside their heads. In that case, do these guys receive the exact same order, too? In order to help him compare the current situation with the monsters of the regular dungeons, he simplified the question a bit. Hey, do you also hear a voice telling you to kill humans? Pardon me? Essel looked at him with a pair of confused eyes. Because she was still kowtowing on the ground, he had to continue staring down at her if he wanted to talk to her face to face, and he kind of felt a bit uncomfortable about this arrangement. TSK. Jin-Woo lightly clicked his tongue, and as if Essel was a little kid, picked her up and made her stand straight. And then, he stared at her face again. Maybe she got scared of the unannounced physical contact. He heard her heart rate quicken noticeably. Not minding that, Jin-Woo asked her again. I'm asking you if you hear a whisper of someone busy telling you to kill humans. Oh. Essel hesitated and pondered for a moment, before opening her mouth. No. But, we do hear a different voice all the time. Okay. What does it say? It tells us to protect the space we're residing in. Essel spoke cautiously while being extra mindful of Jin-Woo's reactions. The purpose of the instant dungeon's monsters is different from monsters of the regular dungeons? The sole purpose of the monsters from the regular dungeons was to kill humans, while the monsters of the instant dungeons were to guard where they were. The nature of the two camps' aim was quite different from each other. Wait a minute. Now that he thought about it, wasn't Jin-Woo a monster-like existence to these monsters of the instant dungeons? Essel's complexion was still quite pale after bearing the full brunt of his skill, intimidation, and he couldn't help but feel a wee bit of pity for her. Just a tiny bit, though. How long have you been hearing that voice? It's right after we opened our eyes in this place. After opening their eyes in this place, is it? Didn't that imply that she and others were living in another location before this? Whether that was a genuine or a fake memory, that's what was left imprinted in her brain. Jin-Woo continued on with his questioning. Okay. Then, where have you been before waking up in this place? We were in the demon world. We just woke up one day and found ourselves stuck here. And what were you doing back in the demon world before that? We were getting ready for war. War, you say? Yes. Did she recall the memories of back then? Essel's expression no longer had any traces of fear when she was begging for her life, now only filled with grave determination. We were in the situation of preparing for war against a horrifyingly powerful foe that necessitated every demon scattered around in the demon world to unite. And that's where Essel's words were cut off. No, accurately speaking, Essel was still talking. Her lips were clearly moving up and down even now. However, Jin-Woo couldn't hear her voice at all. Instead, he was blessed with the monotone mechanical voice spat out by the system. You have exceeded the allowed information threshold, therefore this conversation has been blocked. You have exceeded the allowed information threshold, therefore this conversation has been blocked. You have exceeded the allowed information threshold. Right until Essel's explanations came to an end, that exact same message played over and over again. Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed suspiciously. Had you left it alone, I wouldn't have suspected anything, actually. Indeed, he might have thought Essel's explanations as a backstory for the monsters of this place cooked up by the system or some such. Leveling up, instant dungeons, quests, quest rewards, penalties, and even the process of getting his class. He was faced with one situation after another that resembled video games, so if monsters had a game-like backstory as well, it had not come across as strange at all. However, the moment the system forcibly intervened, Jin-Woo became sure of one thing. Talking to her might give me a clue to solving everything, in other words, but the system made a clear and definite mistake here, just now. Did I make a mistake somewhere? When Jin-Woo's expression became graver, even Essel's own expression darkened. What does the system want to hide? This unknown foe the demons were supposed to fight? Or the reason for the war? Maybe the end result? In order to figure this out, he narrowed down the scope of his next question. What was the identity of those horrifyingly powerful foes? However, at that moment, like a toy with a dead battery, Essel froze up on the spot. But that lasted only for a little while. She suddenly lost consciousness and powerlessly collapsed to the floor. Jin-Woo quickly snatched her and carefully laid her down on the ground. Seeing that her breathing was steady, it didn't look like she was in any danger. However, there was a frown on her face. Perhaps she felt a bit uncomfortable somewhere. She seemed to be having a bit of trouble breathing properly, too. In order to help her rest more easily, Jin-Woo began ripping her armors off. Right up. Her armors came off rather easily. He also tore the mantle on the back of the armor, rolled it up and placed it under her head like a pillow. It sure was a lot of work for a monster, but he didn't think this was him being too nice at all. Because she ended up in this state, he got himself yet another clue, that's why. The foe's demons fought. The system reacted way too sensitively towards the identity of this unknown foe, or foes. Could those beings be related? What if those beings possessed some kind of incredible transcendental powers, and for some reason, exerted their influence on Earth and more specifically, him? Jin-Woo summoned the store interface. He tried to wake Essel up with a potion, but it didn't seem to work. I guess I don't have a choice but to wait it out. Plop. Jin-Woo sat down next to Essel. And until she woke up, he systematically pieced together each tidbit of info she supplied him with. Essel quickly raised her upper body. Sensing another presence nearby, she looked to her side and found the totally wordless Jin-Woo sitting there. Her shoulders flinched a little, just then. So, I wasn't dreaming, . Slowly getting to terms with her new reality, Essel took a look around her. And there were huge piles of dead superior demons found nearly everywhere. Her brows shot up immediately. Demons with little intelligence didn't treat other demons with intelligence as their kin. So, an unconscious demon like her would have been seen as a tasty meal. However, the only reason why she was unscathed like this was, "Were you protecting me all this time?" Rather than answering her, Jin-Woo raised his body up and then extended his hand out to Essel. Essel looked as if she was profoundly moved and, after holding onto his hand, cautiously stood up from the spot. "Thank you. How long will we take to get to where the entry permit is?" "It's not too far from here. I'll take you there." Essel then presented Jin-Woo with both of her wrists. Jin-Woo and Essel stared at each other in confusion. Feeling a bit frustrated, Essel opened her mouth first. "I'm your hostage, so aren't you supposed to bind my hands first before moving out?" "Don't wanna." He was confident of stopping her from resisting or escaping even without the aid of restraints. Besides, way too much time had been wasted already for him to waste even more on something useless like that. Jin-Woo spun Essel around and pushed her slightly on her back. Maybe she was still scared of him. He sensed her heartbeat getting faster, but Jin-Woo didn't mention it. Instead, his gaze shifted over to the horses the demons rode on. "What about them?" "I'll take them along." With a slightly flushed face, Essel took the reins of the horses and took the lead. Jin-Woo quietly followed her from behind. Just as Essel said, they didn't have to travel far before arriving at a location where the entry permit was likely to be present. And it just so happened to be a large castle. A demon's castle inside the demon's castle, is it? The demon's castle was only a castle in name and was actually a tower, but the one in front of his eyes seemed to have taken quite a lot of inspirations from the ancient castles of the medieval times. The soldiers guarding the castle gates became tense instantly after seeing Jin-Woo, but he's a guest. Essel spoke disinterestedly and pointed with her chin, causing the guards to quickly open the castle gates. Soon, a group of knights came out from the inside of the castle to greet her. "Lady Essel, we were waiting for your return. Where is my father?" "The Lord is waiting in the audience chamber." "Understood." One of the knights glanced at Jin-Woo and asked, "Lady Essel, this gentleman is?" "He's an important guest, so do not forget to mind your manners." After hearing Essel's solemn tone of voice, knights quickly parted ways and lowered their heads. Jin-Woo wordlessly followed after her and entered the deeper part of the castle. After a long walk down a wide corridor, he found himself entering a very large chamber that looked like a boss room in a dungeon. So, this is the audience chamber? Jin-Woo scanned his surroundings. Other than tall stone pillars reaching up to the ceiling situated at a regular interval to either sides of the chamber, it was pretty much wide open and empty. It was as if this whole place had been prepared for potential battles that could break out. If I were to fight my way here, then I guess I was supposed to face the boss in this chamber, huh? Which meant, the male demon aristocrat sitting on a huge throne atop a rostrum located on the other side of the audience chamber was the boss of this place. Essel and Jin-Woo stopped before the boss. The boss was the first to break the ice. Essel. Father, this person is... Even before listening to Essel's explanation, the boss met the gaze of Jin-Woo, and its brows shot up high. The irises of the boss were quaking visibly now. Why you? Just who did you bring before me? Father, this man is a guest. Essel desperately tried to explain, but the boss's agitation didn't want a lesson at all. A guest? Just what kind of a guest invades the home of the inviter with an army? Pardon me? Essel quickly shifted her gaze over to Jin-Woo. Just where was this army her father was speaking of here? The boss, meanwhile, kept his eyes firmly fixed on Jin-Woo and spoke with a trembling voice. Essel, do you not see it with your own eyes? Can you not see the countless soldiers hidden in that man's darkness? TL note at the end. Jin-Woo's glare sharpened up a notch. Flinching from the sudden change in the atmosphere, Essel quickly took a step back. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo was somewhat surprised by this development. I guess he's got pretty good senses. It seemed that the boss was able to see the soldiers hidden inside Jin-Woo's shadow. Not sure whether I can call this a good thing or not, though. He had recalled all of his shadow soldiers and stored them back in his shadow to prepare for battles, just in case, before arriving here. How dare you bring soldiers into my house? As soon as the boss roared out, many knights rushed inside the audience chamber. Father! Essel cried out to her father in a loud voice of her own. The boss was now standing up from his throne, glaring down with anger-filled eyes. Staring silently at the developing situation until then, Jin-Woo finally opened his mouth. We made a promise, ... Failing to sense any form of tension whatsoever from Jin-Woo, the boss's brows quivered greatly. What kind of a promise did you make? The entry permit. Jin-Woo took a step forward. As long as you hand over the floor entry permit, I'll quietly leave this floor. The boss swallowed his saliva nervously. The man who hunted down demons at a frightening pace while climbing up the floors must be him. The boss recalled how despondent he felt when the news of the much-trusted Vulcan and Metis falling reached his ears. Even though the Redairo clan was nominally aristocrats, they were actually ranked 20th, the very last spot on the list of the demons' hierarchy. Meaning, they were the weakest among the aristocratic clans. If they were to face off against an enemy that took care of Vulcan and Metis quite easily, the boss knew that he'd have to sacrifice quite a lot of their own. However, such a terrifying enemy was saying that he'd leave on his own volition. Should I believe him? The boss asked, feeling not entirely convinced. Is that the only thing you want from us? As if he was waiting for that, Jin-Woo spoke up. And also. But, of course. The boss's forehead creased up in a frown as the situation unfolded as he expected. The demands of the strong were always unfair and constant. Even before hearing the ridiculousness of the demands that would insult the clan's honor and ridicule his proud soldiers, the boss could feel his chest tighten in frustration already. Sure enough. The man placed his hand on the shoulder of the boss's daughter and spoke. I wish to borrow this kid from you too. What did you say? The boss and the knights all cried out in astonishment simultaneously. Jin-Woo scanned his vicinity, feeling genuinely puzzled now. Essel told him that she knew where the entry permits were at in the higher floors. He only asked to borrow her for a little bit so she could guide him to where the permits were, but this was... Did I say something wrong? Jin-Woo could only tilt his head this way and that as he alternated his gaze between the heavily trembling boss, the knights who couldn't hide their astonishment, as well as Essel and her deeply blushing face. Chapter 102 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103. Chapter 103, Chapter 103. My daughter, as a guide? Essel's explanation and Jin-Woo saying the exact same thing finally managed to calm down the boss's agitation. He settled back down on his throne to think. The floor entry permit, and a guide? Are they truly everything he wants from us? From the moment the demons found themselves locked up in here, they had to constantly hear the order to protect this land in their heads. The order itself was not what one would call forceful. However, just like one would follow their instincts to eat when they were hungry and sleep when they were tired, the demons all thought that they had to carry this order out. That was why the boss felt his heart fall to the pit of his stomach when he heard the news of black armored soldiers suddenly invading this land and hunting down lesser demons. He knew that the thing they were supposed to protect this place from had finally arrived. The boss gave it a lot of thought before ordering the subjugation force to move out. And surprisingly, the platoons made up of black soldiers proved easier than expected to defeat. However, according to the reports made by the advanced scouts, there were enemies on a completely different scale compared to those easy-to-defeat black soldiers present as well. They said that against platoons led by the robe-wearing giant knight that could spit out flames, or a knight with something lengthy attached to its helm, there was no guarantee of victory at all. And that was why the entirety of the Radairo clan was getting ready to sortie in order to subjugate those two forces. Unfortunately, those reports failed to mention the man in front of the boss's eyes. Not even once. Meaning, the enemy's true combat force was someone else entirely different. If I knew this monster-like human was the leader of those soldiers, I wouldn't even have started fighting in the first place. The boss could see it. He rejoiced after hearing the news of those black soldiers suddenly vanishing. But they were now gathered right in front of his eyes. They were hiding within the man's darkness, waiting for an order to attack. Even now, the boss felt a chill from the countless soldiers inside the shadow shooting him cold glares filled with thick, bone-chilling murderous intent. Negotiating with a mere human hurts my pride, but... A certain scroll named Entry Permit could also be found in the list of things the demons were supposed to protect. However, wasn't the cost of protecting that single scroll far too high? No, even if the boss was prepared to sacrifice every single one of his clansmen, he couldn't be sure of winning against this human and his soldiers. Not only that, this man is hiding his true abilities. It was uncertain what he was aiming for, but there was little doubt that he was hiding almost all of his powers like an iceberg floating on the quiet water's surface. Fighting against an enemy no one could truly comprehend was a terrifying prospect, indeed. The boss asked again with a nervous expression. Truly, is that all you want? If the boss could protect everyone simply by handing out that entry permit, then there was no reason not to. Also, since he'd be doing that in order to protect this land, he wasn't exactly going against that order from the unknown source either. Jin-Woo nodded his head. You will not bring harm upon my daughter? Suddenly, Jin-Woo felt Essel's glance. A monster worrying about his daughter, is it? Jin-Woo was inwardly surprised but didn't forget to nod his head regardless. The boss pondered for a short while, before a smile formed on his face. We'll do that, then. The moment he agreed to hand it over, the boss felt as if a persistently annoying aching tooth had finally come loose or some such. If the event of stopping the prophetized advent of calamity by handing over a scrap of paper didn't qualify as a matter to rejoice, then what else would? No, if you could do that, we'd be very grateful, but... Jin-Woo had been getting ready for the eventuality where things go the other way, but after seeing the boss's bright smile, he too smirked and let go of all the built-up tension in his body. I guess Essel got her personality from her old man. Was this how the system's setting was like for this place, or what she said was really? Jin-Woo quickly shook off the distracting thoughts and gave his assurance to the eagerly waiting boss. I keep my promises. Very good. The boss snapped his fingers, and a soldier hurriedly brought a large scroll from somewhere to present it before Jin-Woo. He then unfurled the scroll. It is really the entry permit. Confirming the contents of the scroll, a thick smile formed on Jin-Woo's lips. Item, entry permit. Rarity? Type, dot. A permit allowing you to enter the 81st floor of the demon's castle. Can only be used on the 80th floor's floor transfer magic circle. He was suspicious of whether he could get an item from monsters through nothing more than just dialogue, but this was really the entry permit he was looking for. If there was one difference from the permits found on the lower floors, then it'd be the red emblem of the Radairu clan stamped on the bottom of the permit itself. So, does this mean I'm supposed to take the permits away from different clans from this floor onwards? The corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. He preferred this arrangement a lot more than hunting monsters endlessly and waiting forever for the permit to randomly drop without notice. Jin-Woo rolled the scroll back up and sent it to his inventory. Hey, is it fine if we get going now? Jin-Woo urged Essel and turned towards the exit, but then, the waiting knight suddenly blocked the doorway. Jin-Woo looked back feeling puzzled, only to find Essel grinning brightly back at him. So, what was going on now? The boss quickly walked over and stood before Jin-Woo. We'd never let an important guest of the Radairu clan go like this. A certain overbearing aura came off from the boss's large frame. However, seeing that there was a smile of a friendly neighborhood uncle etched on his face, it didn't look like he was trying to intimidate the other party. The boss spoke with a pleading tone of voice. As a celebration of the successful negotiation, would you mind having a feast with us? We also need to prepare my daughter for the long voyage ahead. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to Essel. She was cautiously waiting for his answer, although he could easily see that she also wanted this. Well, she did keep her side of the bargain. So, wouldn't it be only right that he too behave in a gentlemanly manner, too? Besides, he also needed to eat anyway, and he had grown sick and tired of the stale bread and jerky strip combo being sold in the store by now. Okay, I will. Jin-Woo finally consented after a short bout of hesitation, prompting the boss to break out in a big grin. Thank you. The complexions of Essel and the knights also brightened considerably. Soon, the boss was yelling at his subordinates. What are you all doing? Prepared for a grand feast. Since he had spent way too much time on the 80th floor, he wasn't planning on wasting any more on other floors. He was worried about whether Essel, coming with him as a guide, could use the floor transfer magic circles or not, but that worry was put to rest pretty quickly. A demon aristocrat has requested to accompany you. Will you allow it? Once allowed, the companion will be able to use the magic circles, and depending on the rate of contribution, experience points earned will be shared as well. Wait, I'll be sharing my experience points with my companion, dot. The thing about sharing experience points got on his nerves slightly, but thankfully, there was the clause about rate of contribution. Which meant that, as long as he didn't give his companion a chance to fight, the experience points wouldn't be divided at all. So, Jin-Woo made sure to drill this point into Essel. Even if battles break out, you must not interfere. I shall take care of everything. Understood? Why yes. Essel replied rather shyly. In any case, Jin-Woo agreed to her accompanying him and hurried with his steps. A few steps behind him, Essel did her best to chase after Jin-Woo while carrying luggage several times the size of her actual body. The luggage itself wasn't heavy, but keeping up with Jin-Woo's walking speed was proving to be somewhat challenging to her. Jin-Woo had no choice but to stop and wait now and then so she could catch up to him. We can see it now over there. After arriving on the 81st floor, Essel began checking out the map of this very floor, and then pointed at the faint outline of a castle far away from them. Jin-Woo nodded his head, having already thought as much. Please wait. Essel put down the large luggage, and began rummaging through it. Soon, a ceramic liquor bottle rested in her hands. Jin-Woo had to ask her about that. What are you planning to do with that now? This is a bottle of the finest liquor that the clan head of the Garush clan enjoys. If we go and speak to him with it, the negotiation will be. Negotiation? Jin-Woo smirked and summoned his shadow soldiers out. Come out. As soon as he called, the soldiers instantly revealed themselves. Shururu. How can this be? Essel doubted her own sight, then. There were 3 soldiers with similar levels to that of an upper demon aristocrat. And then, 2 deadly-looking daggers suddenly appeared out of nowhere to rest in the hands of the very person who summoned these soldiers. After being subjected to an aura that was sharp enough to almost slice her flesh simply by standing near him, Essel had to do a double take to make sure that the man in front of her eyes was the same person she had been conversing with until just now. Why, you're not going to negotiate with them? Rather than an answer, Jin-Woo asked back, instead. By any chance, is your clan friendly with this Garush or whatever clan? And no, not at all. We the aristocrats always competed bitterly against each other for a place in the demon world's nobility ranking, so... Still, they are a group we can hold civilized meetings with. Hearing that, Jin-Woo simply grinned. In that case, it's fine. Making one exception was enough. Just as important as finding the entry permit, he needed to raise his level, too. You, wait here. Jin-Woo told her as so, and while leading his soldiers forward, headed towards the distant castle. Please, wait, Essel stood there in stunned silence for a moment, before she belatedly stared in the direction of Jin-Woo's travel. Heek. In that short amount of time, the castle belonging to the Garush clan was burning in flames. Rumble. A monster as tall as a giant spat out a pillar of flames, and the castle's gate and walls melted down without offering any resistance whatsoever. Garush knights rushing out in confusion were cut down by the black soldiers one by one. Oh, my dear lord. Essel was so shocked that she spat out something that could either be a gasp or a moan. Kawak! Yuwa! The castle of Garush that looked several times more impregnable than Radairu clan's own castle, was powerlessly crumbling down. Essel could only swallow down her nervous saliva. If father didn't hand over the permit willingly, then... The Radairu castle might have been burning down to cinders just like the Garush castle right about now. Just imagining it made her dizzy. At the same time, she thought that her clan got a really lucky break after their negotiation went down so well. Kaboom! Another tower beyond the castle walls crumbled back down to earth with a loud explosion. How can anyone fight against a monster like him? Essel wiped the sweat drops trickling down to her chin, and breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that her clan had managed to skirt past a calamity. The higher-ups of the Japanese Hunter Association and the ministerial members of the Japanese government had gathered today for an urgent meeting. As the heavy, gloomy atmosphere descended on the conference chamber, the association president quietly opened his mouth. I hear that recently, the mood in South Korea is boisterous due to the entrance of their 10th rank S-Hunter. The high-ranking officials present smirked slightly. There were already more than 20 rank S-Hunters in Japan. Yet, the Koreans were celebrating their 10th rank S? Well, that did make some sense considering that, after excluding the 2 they lost to an accident as well as to immigration, there were only 8 rank S-Hunters found in Korea, to begin with. Whatever the case may be, today's meeting wasn't held to ridicule South Korea. If that were the case, then the atmosphere of this place wouldn't be this grave. Sitting in his chair with a deep frown on his face, the Boidaijin of Japan, the Minister of Defense, testily opened his mouth. What does that have to do with today's meeting? His voice accurately conveyed how deeply troubled he was. The island at the southern end of the Korean peninsula, Jeju Island, had been completely overrun by monsters after the Koreans failed to clear a dungeon there. On top of that, these weren't any other regular monsters, but ant-types that boasted a rigid hierarchy system as well as an incredibly rapid reproduction rate. If that was all, the Japanese government would simply ridicule their Korean counterpart and laugh at their misfortune, but now, the Japanese mainland was bearing the cost of that mishap as well. Only yesterday, an ant they suspected to have flown in from the Jeju Island completely wiped a small village off the Japanese map. They could no longer ignore the fallout from that event anymore. Most of all, their urgent priority had to be with calming down the irate Prime Minister and his orders of finding a speedy resolution to this crisis. Which meant, the job security of several important people gathered here was hanging in the balance, yet to start such an important meeting off with some useless banter. It was only natural that the defense minister would frown unhappily. However, the association president carried on regardless. People are more prone to making mistakes when they are in an agitated state, but the snow-white hair and wrinkles filling up the entirety of his face spoke of how old he was already. And I believe this is the best chance for us. His declaration managed to gather the eyes of everyone present within this noisy conference chamber. Unlike just now, when he raised his voice in unhappiness, the Minister of Defense was speaking with a lot more nervousness. Do you have a good plan in mind? Rather than calling it good, I'd say appropriate is a more suitable description instead. Everyone present, including the Minister of Defense, as well as various ministers and association's own upper management, all focused their attention on the association president's words. As if he was taking his time for precisely this moment, the president opened his mouth. If you insist that a piece of land is yours when you don't even have enough strength to defend it, will anyone acknowledge you as the owner? A bout of silence fell on the conference room. Just what was the association president trying to say here? Considering the relationship between South Korea and Japan, that declaration would never be glossed over as a senile old man's ramblings if the general public got wind of that. Not to forget, this old man was none other than the current president of the Japanese Hunters Association. So, what is it that you wish to say? Minister of State cautiously asked. The association president scanned the men sitting to his left and right side, before confidently declaring out loudly. We shall get rid of the monsters in the Jeju Island. Noisy, noisy. And then. The chamber had gotten noisy for a brief moment, but it was silenced immediately by the association president's voice. He carried on. We will take Jeju Island from them. Chapter 103 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104. Chapter 104, Chapter 104. Taking Jeju Island away? The higher-ups of the Japanese Hunters Association remained calm as if they had heard the story from the association president prior to the meeting. However, the same couldn't be said about the government officials. What on earth are you even talking about? Are you suggesting that we should wage a war with the Koreans? They have been getting ready for war for the last 60 years. Say something that makes sense, will you? The voices of the government representatives quickly got heated up. Right now, the proverbial flames from the ant monster incident that fell on their feet were in the process of spreading to their ankles. If they failed to present an acceptable solution to the Prime Minister and to the mass media, just who knows how many sitting here today would lose their posts. That was why they had summoned the association president for this meeting, so he could suggest a tangible solution. Yet what was he saying now? The Jeju Island this and that? How could they not be incensed when the association president was yapping on about sheer nonsense in front of these busy people? If it weren't for the hunters guarding the sides of the association president Matsumoto Shigeo, the government officials would have already started their expletive-laden tirades. How can my expectation be on the money this wonderfully? Matsumoto Shigeo looked at the barrage of ugly criticism flying in his way and smirked inwardly. Their furious reactions were well within his calculations. TSK, TSK. Matsumoto tooted lightly in his mind. Before opening his mouth he'd been keeping close until then. Obviously, I'm not suggesting that we should wage war with the Koreans. And I'm also not suggesting that we take the land away by force, either. What was that? Then, just what is it that you're trying to say? Can't you stop beating around the bush? A corner of Matsumoto Shigeo's lips arched up. We simply make the Korean give us the land on their own volition. The riled-up mood of the conference chamber rapidly cooled down from the cold attitude of Matsumoto Shigeo. Judging from the strength of the tone of his voice, or from his attitude when saying these words, anyone hearing him could tell that the association president was being dead serious. The vice prime minister was famed for his ice-cold demeanor, yet he chose to break his silence precisely at that moment. Association President Matsumoto. He was the closest aide to the current prime minister, not to mention his spokesperson on this occasion. He was attending this meeting as the proxy of Japan's current leader, so what he said in this place carried as much weight as the prime minister's own words. What you said just now. How will you achieve that? A man who could realistically be called the second most powerful figure in the Japanese government was showing his interest in the association president Matsumoto Shigeo's plan. Was it because someone had finally paid attention? Matsumoto Shigeo became somber as he proceeded with his explanations. The Koreans currently lack the strength to deal with a rank S-gate. That was the situation 4 years ago when the ants first appeared, and it's still the same story even now. The vice prime minister nodded his head. Jeju Island was a large island that equaled around 2% of South Korea's total landmass. They had lost that much land to the monsters, yet were utterly unable to do anything about it, so was there any further explanation necessary? After the third subjugation effort ended in failure, the Korean government unofficially gave up on Jeju Island. That was the unofficial story everyone accepted as of now. Under the current circumstances, how would they react when we make a suggestion of the Japanese rank S hunters aiding with the subjugation of the ants? The news of the portion of the mutated ants capable of flight should have reached Korea by now. Meaning, they should have also realized that it was only a matter of time before the Korean mainland would be attacked. Unless the decision-makers of the Korean government were mad, there was no way they would reject external help if provided. However, even if we do lend some aid, do you believe the Koreans would hand over Jeju Island like that? Just as the vice minister alluded to just now, there were certainly a few holes in the association president's words. From here and there, several officials began smirking openly as well. Unlike them, though, the vice prime minister carried on in a calm voice, sounding neither ridiculing nor angry. Just as you said, Mr. Association President, the ants might be taken care of if we lend aid to the Koreans. Out of everyone present today, the person most knowledgeable regarding the combined strengths of the Korean and Japanese hunters was the association president Matsumoto Shigeo. And he was certain of the total defeat of the ants. There was no disagreement over that. However, even if that happened, what is there for us to gain? Even though the Japanese citizens had suffered somewhat, ultimately, the ants of Jeju Island were the Koreans' problem to solve. There was no way they would sacrifice their own hunters to help out the Koreans. What a nonsensical notion that is. The vice prime minister had always been wise to the potential benefits to be gained. And he was inwardly snorting in derision right now. If you concede on something, you were supposed to gain something back in return. That was one of the basics in politics. If they were to lend out their hunters, then they had to get something suitable back as compensation. Receiving Jeju Island would be barely on the acceptable level of compensation. The vice prime minister showed some interest because his thoughts had aligned with that of the association president. However, the reply he got instead sounded like an attempt at catching the floating clouds. Naturally, the interest of the vice prime minister had cooled down faster than anyone else's. It was then, the association president formed a mysterious smile. When did I say we'd be helping the Koreans? The Vice Prime Minister frowned deeply. Is he trying sophistry with me? Just as he was about to reprimand the association president in a dignified way with the words of "Stop wasting our time." Wait. The eyes of the vice minister widened. The association president said he'd suggest lending an aid, but not about actually lending it. You, perhaps. It is as you suspect. The association president willingly acknowledged it. As soon as he discovered the utterly shocked expression of the vice prime minister, the association president knew that man had arrived at the same conclusion as well. You're planning to shove the Korean hunters inside that ant-hole, aren't you? As expected of a seasoned politician. So, there was a reason why he's rumored to be a rather smart man. The association president sent a satisfied smile to the vice prime minister and his rather quick-witted way of thinking. When Korea's top hunters enter the ant tunnel to kill the ant queen while placing their faith in our supposed aid, we'll simply withdraw our hunters. The Koreans had suffered 3 failures already. If that losing streak extended to 4th, who'd suspect the betrayal of the Japanese hunters had anything to do with it? No, it was fine to be suspect. By then, everything would be finished already, anyway. The voice of the vice prime minister quaked noticeably. Are you planning to annihilate the top hunters of South Korea? The moment a gate they couldn't handle opened up in Jeju Island, their fate has been sealed already. But the association president once more voiced his own fatalistic worldview. No, they only managed to sustain their pathetic lives somehow, until now. But, that is, once their top hunters disappear in that manner, the Koreans will definitely not feel secure anymore. What would happen when mutated ants capable of flight begin appearing in South Korea one by one, with all of their rank S hunters dead? Would the Koreans continue playing dumb when that happens? If it were 1 or 2 ants, their guilds might be able to kill the invading monsters somehow. However, just as the statistics showed, the number of mutated ants would only increase exponentially, and eventually, the entirety of South Korea would be shaken up sooner or later. When that happens, surely they would request aid from other countries' hunters. However, who would be willing to help the Koreans out by then? China or Russia, with their great number of hunters, but also with massive landmass they needed to cover, too? Or, the Americans, who refused to help when the rank S gate opened up back then? Or, the North Koreans, who might invade Seoul by bringing over their own rank S hunters, instead? No, it'd be only us, the Japanese. Because, Japan would also be in trouble when the number of mutated ants increases. The Koreans would have no choice but to cling on to Japan, and when that happened, Japan would be able to demand anything from them in return. Koreans might really be willing to hand over Jeju Island by then, what? It'd be as exactly as the association president had said. Suddenly, the vice minister felt a chill run down his spine. To think, that man was willing to drive another country's top hunters to death just to make his ambition into reality. Wouldn't a country fall to ruin because of this man if others weren't being careful? He's a truly terrifying man, this association president Matsumoto Shigeo. The vice minister shuddered from the horrifying scheme of the association president. However, that wasn't the end. The association president carried on. Jeju Island will just be the beginning. One by one. Whenever the Koreans needed the power of rank S hunters, they would have no choice but to slowly come under Japan's influence. It was truly possible to swallow up South Korea without firing a single shot. And those are my thoughts. Only after the association president ended his lengthy explanation did the various cabinet members take their deeply held-up breaths. Those who previously dismissed the association president as a crazy fool were now listening closely, strands of cold sweat trickling down their faces. The association president quietly inquired. "What is your decision, Mr. Vice Prime Minister?" The gazes of everyone present focused on the Vice Prime Minister. The Vice Prime Minister swallowed his saliva. Currently, he was speaking for the Prime Minister here. Of course, as long as the Prime Minister trusted him, the decision made in this chamber would not be overturned at a later date. So, carefully, and even more cautiously than before. After lengthy deliberation, the Vice Prime Minister raised his head. How should the government aid you in this venture? You killed a demon knight. You have earned 3,000 experience points. You killed a demon knight. You have earned 3,000 experience points. You killed a demon aristocrat. You have earned 4,500 experience points. Each time the shadow soldiers killed a demon found inside the castle, Jin-Woo was inundated with the experience points messages without rest. Preparing for the final showdown on the top floor, Jin-Woo continued to raise his levels diligently. When there were good rewards on offer, the accompanying risk would also be high, as well. The Divine Water of Life, bonus stat points, top-ranked rune stones, etc. When he thought about the rewards he would get after defeating the King of Demons, there was just no way he'd slack off on leveling up himself. Level up! As it so happened, almost all the demons in the vicinity had been taken care of, so Jin-Woo summoned his status window to confirm his current level. Level 87. Before he entered the demon's castle for the second time, his level was 80, but it had already reached 87. Seeing the increased stats, a smile automatically formed on his face. Nice. Jin-Woo tightly clenched his fist. You killed a demon aristocrat. You killed a demon aristocrat. In the meantime, his shadow soldiers killed off the remaining demons. It was a complete victory. With the battle now over, the soldiers gathered before Jin-Woo as usual. Among them, Iron was the fastest to arrive at his side. As if he was expecting to be praised, Iron puffed out his chest and stood at attention. Jin-Woo chuckled slightly while looking at the mountainous physique blocking his view. You finish with everything? Iron nodded his head. Are you sure? Iron nodded his head even more energetically than before. Jin-Woo smirked and extended out his senses. And then, as he spun around, he also threw the Baruka's dagger behind him. Dagger throw. His dagger flew towards a certain empty wall in the blink of an eye. But, then. Kyo-heek, dot. The dagger didn't hit the wall, but instead stabbed deeply into the chest of a demon hiding there quietly while using invisibility. It had been quietly waiting for Jin-Woo to be separated from his soldiers to mount a sneak attack. Yuk. The demon could only freak out inwardly at the dagger piercing its left chest. How did he find out? If the demon was a human, that's where the heart would have been. Meaning that human male had completely seen through the invisibility magic from a high-ranked demon aristocrat. How could a measly human? When the demon raised its shocked gaze away from his wound, Jin-Woo was already standing beside his target. The demon's eyes quaked violently. But, how, dot. Jin-Woo pulled out the Baruka's dagger and activated his only close-quarter combat skill. Vital point targeting. Stab. The demon that barely managed to hold on from the damage inflicted by the dagger throw, ended up dying in one hit from the maxed-out vital point targeting skill. You killed a demon aristocrat. Jin-Woo returned the Baruka's dagger back to his inventory, and stood before Iron again. So, how will you explain this? As if he was feeling sheepish, Iron lowered his gaze and scratched the back of his head. Well, rather than the head, it was the back of his helmet, though. Soon, Ygritte also made his return, having killed all the demons hiding in the deeper parts of the castle. Ing? However, Jin-Woo sensed something was different about Ygritte. What's this? Jin-Woo observed the approaching Ygritte and tilted his head. Ygritte quickly approached Jin-Woo and knelt down, before lowering his head. Up until here, it wasn't such a strange scene. But, quite unlike from before, Jin-Woo heard the mechanical beep of tearing going off suddenly in his head. There's a system message? Jin-Woo swallowed his saliva. Chapter 104 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105. Chapter 105, Chapter 105. Knight Ygritte is requesting your permission to advance his grade. Will you permit the advancement? Permission to advance. Surprised by the never-before-seen system message, Jin-Woo quickly confirmed Ygritte's information to make sure. Ygritte LV Max. Knight grade. It's now possible to advance the grade after the level requirement has been met. Will advance to the next grade when the sovereign gives his permission. Ygritte's level. The level that previously hovered around the 30 mark had changed to max before he had noticed it. It must have been the case that, once the Shadow Soldier's level cap had been met, he'd be given an opportunity to advance to the next grade. Is the requirement level for advancement somewhere between the late 30s and early 40s? When taking into account the potential level-ups happening during a single battle, he suspected that the required level had to be around there somewhere. Considering that the average level of the Shadow Soldiers was still around the early 20s, it sure as heck felt like a cumbersome requirement. Besides all that, it also needs my consent, too. That must have been the reason why Jin-Woo thought there were hints of unknown but earnest yearning in Ygritte's eyes as he ran over here. Ygritte didn't raise his lowered head at all. Jin-Woo could even sense a nervous determination emanating from Ygritte as he waited for his lord's decision without budging an inch from his kneeling position. Jin-Woo was even tempted to pat the dude on the shoulder and praise him for the job well done. This guy. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted back to the system message. Will you permit the advancement? The message was blinking slowly as if to urge him for an answer. Ygritte was one of the very first to become his Shadow Soldiers, not to mention one who fought the hardest until now, as well. Was there a reason not to allow the grade advancement here? Without a shred of hesitation, Jin-Woo replied to the system's message. I allow it. Please designate the command phrase. I need a command phrase for something like this, too? Jin-Woo frowned briefly, but changed his mind just as quick. Oh, well. Quite a few became Shadow Soldiers at the same time. For today, it was only Ygritte, but if more than a few soldiers requested him for the advancement permission at the same time in the near future, then it might become rather tedious and time-consuming to answer their call one by one. Especially so, if it happened during the middle of a fight. The command phrase would prove to be useful on those occasions, that's for sure. After a short deliberation, Jin-Woo spoke up. Permitted. He went with the simple as best mantra. As soon as the command phrase was set, changes rapidly took place. It began from beneath Ygritte's feet. Wawawa dash. Accompanied by screams coming from a distant place, countless black hands emerged from Ygritte's shadow and they grabbed onto every part of him. What's this? Jin-Woo observed in great interest the unfolding process of the advancement. At first, he thought that those black hands would drag Ygritte back into the shadow, but in reality, the opposite happened instead. The hands holding onto Ygritte turned into black smoke and spun around him quite ferociously, before getting absorbed by him. It was as if Ygritte was absorbing the black smoke voluntarily. Suwawak. Ygritte emerged from the dissipating black smoke while emitting a far greater aura than ever before. T-ring. The system message informed Jin-Woo of the results. The current grade of Knight Ygritte has advanced from Knight grade to Elite Knight grade. Nice. Jin-Woo did his best to calm his trembling heart and rechecked Ygritte's information window. Ygritte LV.1. Elite Knight grade. His level has been reset, but his current grade is the same as Fang's now. Before joining Jin-Woo's army of the Shadow Soldiers recently, Fang's used to be the boss monster of Aranka dungeon. Now that Ygritte was on the same grade as a creature that powerful, it could only mean that his abilities had grown by that great a deal now. Ba-dump. Jin-Woo's heart beat faster. The theory he came up with back when he became the Shadow Sovereign turned out to be correct. It wasn't just me who can get stronger. Jin-Woo's gaze swept over each of his shadow soldiers. All these guys are growing stronger alongside me, too. After Ygritte changed so noticeably through the great advancement, he was reminded once more of his soldiers' capability for growth. He was now beset with the desire to urgently raise the levels of other soldiers and have them advance to the next grade as soon as possible. Looks like one more thing has been added to my to-do list, huh? And so, as he stood there checking out his soldiers while feeling rather satisfied with himself. From afar, he spotted Tank quickly approaching closer with a dead body of a demon that escaped a little while ago in his jaw. However, the light shining in Tank's eyes as he hurriedly ran closer also seemed rather suspicious, too. Those eyes, that aura. Jin-Woo quietly stared, before asking aloud with a disbelieving expression on his face. Even you? Tank finally stopped right in front of Jin-Woo's nose and quickly discarded the corpse he worked so hard to bring here. He then began prostrating as well, with his front legs gathered together before his head. Whoa! And sure enough, another message popped up in Jin-Woo's view. T-Ring. Elite Shadow Beast Soldier is requesting for permission to advance his grade. Will you permit the advancement? Holy cow! Jin-Woo facepalmed in surprise. A quick confirmation of Tank's information revealed that his level had also reached the cap as well. Shadow Beast Soldier LV Max. Elite grade. It's now possible to advance the grade after the level requirement has been met. Will advance to the next grade when the Sovereign gives his permission. Wait a minute. Jin-Woo found this rather odd. Unlike the tireless battle machine named Ygritte, who started off as a level 7 and maintained his sky-high level until now, Tank was still a far away from meeting the level cap that Jin-Woo suspected to be the advancement requirement. Yet, both Ygritte and Tank were about to advance around the same time? The difference in these two guys' levels wasn't something that could be bridged by this one battle alone. Could it be? The required level is different for each grade? If so, then it made sense. He thought that since Tank was an elite rank, his level cap would be lower, which meant his advancement would be faster. On the other hand, Ygritte and his knight grade needed more time to advance. If that was the case, then indeed it was possible for the timing of their advancements to match so coincidentally like this. When Jin-Woo's thoughts reached this point, a certain possibility suddenly entered his mind. Wait, if I reach the right level, could I advance in grade, too? It was just that the required level was so high that he hadn't reached it yet. There's no way. Jin-Woo smirked to himself. At the same time, he allowed the advancement to commence. Permitted. As soon as his permission left his lips, the same type of process as Ygritte took place with Tank as well. Hands emerged from the shadow, changed to smoke, and got absorbed into Tank. Shuahak. And just like Ygritte, Tank also became a realm stronger than before. The current grade of Elite Shadow Beast Soldier has advanced from Elite grade to Knight grade. However, there were some differences, too. T-ring, T-ring, T-ring. The mechanical beep went off continuously and system messages popped up one after another. You can bestow a name to a soldier with Knight grade or above. The bestowed name will be maintained until the Shadow Soldier is dismissed. Please assign the soldier's name. Tank was a temporary name Jin-Woo came up with on a whim. Since a name couldn't be assigned unless a soldier was a Knight grade, Tank's official moniker had been stuck as a Shadow Beast Soldier. If it weren't for his twice as huge frame compared to other bears, there was no way to differentiate Tank from the others. But now, Jin-Woo could freely assign a name now. A deep smile formed on his face. Tank. Will you assign it as Tank? I will. When Jin-Woo confirmed it, the information on the Shadow Beast Soldier changed. Tank LV.1. Knight grade. Perhaps he knew that the advancement process had ended. Tank raised his body up. Standing on his hind legs, he was as tall as a regular two-story house now. Jin-Woo wholeheartedly praised him. You finally have a name now, Tank. Feeling pleased, tank raised its head up high and roared out loudly. You guys all did well. So, time to take a well-deserved break until the next floor. Jin-Woo recalled his soldiers back into his shadow, and while doing that, he couldn't help but spot iron in his drooping shoulders. The poor guy was the only one out of the old members to not get an advancement today. Shururu. After his soldiers disappeared as shadows, Jin-Woo left the castle. Essel was waiting for him outside with a rather haggard face. Excuse me, Sir Jin-Woo? I told you, stop calling me a sir. Why yes. Essel hesitated somewhat after Jin-Woo curtly replied to her, but eventually, she spoke again. Excuse me. Jin-Woo, sir. The demons were a lot more sensitive towards one's seniority than expected, it seemed. Fine. What now? Do you know? How many clans have ceased to exist by your hands? Currently, they were on the 89th floor. Essel's clan was on the 80th, so that would make 9 clans? What with her witnessing a clan being killed off every time they climbed up a floor, Essel had finally grown too anxious to remain silent. Clans of superior aristocrats are managing the floors 90 and above. They are on another level compared to the upper aristocrats you've encountered so far. Jin-Woo didn't slow down his steps, but still asked her anyway. Okay, so what? How about resolving the matters with dialogue from now on? If you talk to them nicely, they might hand over the entry permit like my CLA. Jin-Woo cut her off there. If I was weaker than your clan, you think your people would have tried talking to me at all? Essel quickly shut her mouth up. A measly little human dared to show up uninvited to a castle full of demons, and not only that, proceeded to demand something from said castle, too? That human wouldn't have been able to return home alive. That's how it is. Jin-Woo smirked deeply. Whether it was a monster from a regular dungeon, or a monster from instant dungeons, the relationship with humans would go only as far. The strong will devour the weak. Jin-Woo agreed with that concept. Besides, he was urgently pressed for both the entry permits and the level-ups, so he wasn't planning to give up on either of those. Jin-Woo glanced at Essel to his side. He found her continued silence and the expression of dejection strange and asked her about it. I thought it'd be a good thing for your people if other clans were destroyed. Pardon? Didn't you say that demon clans are bitterly contesting with one another on the hierarchy or whatever? Ah, that. That is true. However, from here onwards, they were stepping into the territories of the superior aristocrats. If Jin-Woo failed in his conquest for some reason, then the fury of those superior aristocrats would be directed in full towards her and her own clan. Essel was worried about that. Regardless of her worries, Jin-Woo spoke up confidently. I'll make your Radish clan as the number 1 on the pecking order. But, our clan is Ridairu, you know. Essel could only complain meekly in her mind. Soon, they would be stepping into the upper floor. Could a lone man manage to destroy the superior aristocrats and their clans with nothing but his own powers? I don't care anymore. She had taken on the task of being his guide, so all she had to do was to do her job properly. Essel decided to give up on sweating over it. I almost forgot. Still, there was this one thing she just had to ask. Excuse me, Jin-Woo. Sir. Yeah? Jin-Woo looked back at her. Having witnessed Jin-Woo continuously destroy other demon clans so easily, she found it pretty scary to meet his eyes anymore, so Essel quickly lowered her gaze to her feet and asked. Why did you spare my clan? Without a doubt, the Ridairu clan would never be able to oppose this man's quest. She knew her clan's military might the best, and now that she had witnessed Jin-Woo's true power, she was sure of this fact. Even then, her Ridairu clan emerged relatively unscathed from this merciless man's onslaught. Why was that? She was really curious. Jin-Woo entered the floor transfer magic circle and turned around to face Essel. 'Cause I find you likable. Even though she was a monster, she knew when to surrender, she knew when to negotiate, and most importantly, offered up quite a bit of useful information, too. Pardon me? Essel flinched grandly in surprise, and her neck rapidly dyed in a crimson color. She stood on the spot hesitating as she fidgeted with her fingers in a clear fluster. Their schedule had been affected by her being rooted to the spot like that, so Jin-Woo asked her to get a move on. "Aren't you coming?" Then, he glanced at the system message asking him which floor he'd like to go. "If you don't get in now, we'll go back to the 80th floor, okay?" I am sorry." Her face still blushing deeply in red, Essel hurriedly entered the magic circle. However, she couldn't raise her head again even after arriving on the next floor. The Incheon International Airport. The representatives from the Japanese Hunter Association arrived in South Korea to discuss the matters of Jeju Island's ant problem. They already had set up a conference with the Korean counterparts. Along with the Japanese Hunter Association's president Matsumoto Shigeo, Japan's #1 hunter, the rank S. Gotoruji stepped into the airport. TL note at the end. The atmosphere within the airport seemed a bit chaotic, so Matsumoto Shigeo took a look around to see what was what. "What's happening here? There is a very powerful presence nearby." "Stronger than you?" Gotoruji smirked derisively. Seeing the fully confident face of Gotoruji, Matsumoto Shigeo didn't bother to ask anymore. There's no way South Korea can produce someone like that. Not too long after that, an employee from the Korean Hunters Association hurriedly ran forward to greet and receive them. "I'm terribly sorry. I was delayed by all the chaos unfolding inside the airport at the moment, but..." The employee hurriedly lowered his head in apology. Matsumoto Shigeo hid his dissatisfaction expertly and formed a magnanimous smile. "It's fine. However, is there something going on at the airport?" "Ah, that. It's nothing serious, sir. It's just that a hunter from the United States has arrived just now." "What brings an American hunter to South Korea?" "I hear that it's a personal matter, sir." "I'm sure that there's nothing to worry about." The employee thought the association president Matsumoto Shigeo was worried about a possible dungeon break and did his best to assuage the Japanese group's fears. Unfortunately, Matsumoto Shigeo's expression remained dark. "A hunter from America, is it? I hope this person won't interfere with our business here, but..." Gotoruji's gaze was fixed in the direction of the noisy crowd of people over yonder. Most likely, that's where the American hunter was. Meanwhile, Matsumoto Shigeo confirmed the time. If he were to make it to the conference on time, he needed to get going now. Matsumoto Shigeo spoke. "Let's go." Chapter 105 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106. Chapter 106, Chapter 106. Two association presidents, Go Gunhui and Matsumoto Shigeo, sat down while facing each other. On either side of the two men, representatives from the Japanese Hunters Association and their Korean counterparts, as well as higher-ups from various government departments sat in a row. With the subject matter being what it was, the conference was moving at a brisk pace. "How do you feel about forming a united assault team comprising of top-ranked Japanese and Korean hunters?" This explosive suggestion from Matsumoto Shigeo caused the Koreans present to show much surprise on their faces. They were all under the impression that today's conference would be to discuss the reparation Japanese would demand for the damage they had suffered. But then, the Japanese were saying they would voluntarily help with taking care of this headache? What kind of jackpot was this? The surprised state of the Korean politicians didn't last long, though, as it was soon replaced by the brightened complexions, instead. With the sole exception of one man, that was. Only Go Gunhui maintained a sharp glare as he observed Matsumoto Shigeo. "Are you saying that you wish to attack the nest of the ants by forming an alliance?" "That is correct." We're aware that Japan enjoys an abundance of top-ranked hunters. However, it is still far too dangerous to invade Jeju Island. Go Gunhui also added that there were several times more of the monsters to be found on the island compared to 2 years ago, when the last subjugation effort failed. It was here that Matsumoto Shigeo formed a rather suspicious smile. It had proved to be dangerous indeed if we rushed into the enemy's main camp without a proper plan. One of the Korean politicians, utterly hooked by the suggestion from the Japanese that they would help, asked in an expectant manner, "Do you have a good plan in mind?" "Yes." Matsumoto Shigeo gathered everyone's attention to himself with a quick answer, but then continued on only after taking a bit of time for himself. "Of course, we have one." With a single command from him, the prepared files matching the exact number of Korean representatives were placed in front of them. These are all the data compiled from our observation of the ants. While the Koreans attendees of the conference were perusing through the file, Matsumoto Shigeo began his in-depth explanation. Each ant may be strong enough to rival a high-rank hunter, but it also possesses a fatal weakness. And that's their short lifespan. Ants could only live for around 1 year at most. Which means, if the ant queen is removed from the equation, every ant found on Jeju Island will eventually die out in around 1 year. Indeed. The Korean attendees nodded their heads as they read the well-researched data. Only the queen needed to be eliminated. That sounded a whole lot more achievable than killing thousands of unrankable monsters that came out of a rank S gate. However, Go Gunhui's glare remained icy cold. What a nonsensical notion that is. He knew the truth already. He knew that the act of killing one queen was no different than actually trying to kill every single one of the thousands of those monsters. Are you making this suggestion because you don't know of ants' instincts to sacrifice themselves in order to protect their queen? When Go Gunhui pointed this fact out, Matsumoto Shigeo simply smiled and lightly rebutted him. Of course I know. If we were to kill the queen, we'd most likely have to break through the defensive wall of thousands of ants. Go Gunhui's suspicions grew only larger and larger after he saw how relaxed Matsumoto Shigeo's demeanor was. Just what are they thinking? The corner of Matsumoto Shigeo's lips arched up. However, what if all of the ants abandoned the ant tunnel for some reason? The ant queen lived in the deepest part of the ant tunnel. Why would the ants leave the ant tunnel unguarded, when they were supposed to protect the queen as well as the eggs at all cost? When questioning expressions formed on the faces of all the Korean representatives, Matsumoto Shigeo opened his mouth to answer their confusion. There have been a total of 3 times. 3 times? There had been 3 times where such an event occurred? But, besides all that, how did Japan know so intimately about such things in the first place? The answer to this question arrived right away. The ants emptied out of their tunnel to fight, when the Korean hunters landed on Jeju Island for the subjugation operations 3 times in the past. Kuyuk. Go Gunhui tightly clenched his fists resting on his knees. While the hunters of South Korea risked their lives and fought, the Japanese were covertly spying on them. No one here criticized Japan for not helping South Korea out back then. But regardless, how could they use the misfortune of the neighboring nation as their research material, and then proudly reveal the results to said neighbor like this? A rank S lost his life during the 3rd failed attempt. And besides him, countless others also died. The association president Go Gunhui had to watch them die from a very close vantage point back then. His clenched fists were trembling hard now. Sensing that the complexion of Go Gunhui was getting rather suspicious, Japan's best hunter, Go Teruji unleashed his own magical energy. It was a warning: if the other side tried to do something untoward, then this side would also make a move. Attending the conference as Go Gunhui's bodyguard, Woo Jin-cheol quickly approached the association president's side. Sir? I'm okay now. Go Gunhui dismissed Woo Jin-cheol, and the latter quietly stepped back. Regardless of what the Japanese's attitude was like, This presented a golden opportunity to deal with the ants once and for all if their research data proved to be reliable. I can't afford to let slip such an opportunity because of my personal feelings. Go Gunhui could only calm his boiling anger inwardly. Once the threatening tension of the conference room dissipated, Matsumoto Shigeo finally got to the main point. The Japanese hunters will take on that role. Japan's Rank S hunters would split into several teams and attack Jeju Island from different directions. Ants would rush out to face the intruders, and just like before, the tunnel with Ant Queen hiding in it would be emptied out. We wish to ask Korea's top hunters with the killing of the Queen. South Korea's Rank S hunters would sneak into the island using a helicopter, and once they kill off the Queen, they escape via a helicopter again. Noisy. The plan put forward by the Japanese was rather detailed and sounded quite doable, so the Korean representatives began to get heated up from excitement. If we follow the Japanese plan, do we get to recover Jeju Island? These Japanese B***stards, they have finally showed their hands now that they too have become victims. This is a great chance. Let's seize this opportunity and use the Japanese hunters to reclaim Jeju Island. Go Gunhui didn't participate in the heated discussion of the Korean representatives, choosing to quietly mull over Matsumoto Shigeo's suggested plan instead. Without a doubt, there is a good chance. There were 21 Rank S hunters in Japan. In comparison, there were only 8 in South Korea. But, by excluding himself who couldn't move due to health reasons, or the other hunter who had to retire early, then realistically speaking, there were only 6 that could participate. It'll be impossible to draw and scatter the attention of thousands of ants with that number. In order to do so, they needed Japan and her 20 or so top-ranked hunters. Even if they were to be split into groups of 5, you'd still get 4 groups, and that would be enough to buy the Koreans time to do their job. But the real problem was, would South Korea's top hunters actually be able to kill the boss of a Rank S dungeon, the Ant Queen? Is it even possible? It was then, Go Gunhui suddenly remembered the name of Seong Jin-Woo. Seong Jin-Woo was strong enough to solo kill the boss of a Rank A dungeon, so what if he worked together with other Rank S hunters? Ba-dump. Go Gunhui's heart began racing now. We can't delay this any longer. But currently, ant monsters were evolving at a rapid pace. No one could predict precisely when the entirety of the ant army would become flight capable. It could be 10 years, 5, or even, right next year. Before something like that happened, the Koreans had to kill off the dastardly ants, and if they had to resort to borrowing another country's strength, then so be it. But, before that, what does Japan want as compensation from this cooperation? The association president Go Gunhui didn't let this important matter slip through. Matsumoto Shigeo did his best to form the most magnanimous smile he could physically perform. When the rest of ants die in a year, we evenly split the magic crystals left behind on the island. Only that much? Go Gunhui tilted his head, unconvinced. Will you really be happy with only that? Go Gunhui's question caused the Korean government officials and politicians near him to frown rather deeply. If they are willing to do it for a small asking price, he should just gladly accept it, so why is he questioning them like this? What will he do if the Japanese decide to change their mind all of a sudden? Association President Go Gunhui, you're still too distrusting, what with your background being a man who used to run a corporation? Their hot dagger-like glares stabbed deeply into Go Gunhui. He had no choice but to shut his mouth. A short discussion took place between the Korean attendees, but no one raised a voice of objection. In the end, the Japanese's proposal was approved unanimously. After the conference successfully came to an end, Matsumoto Shigeo approached Go Gunhui with a beaming smile and offered his right hand. The future of our two nations depends on this cooperation. Let us combine our resources together and do our best. After returning to his hotel room, Matsumoto Shigeo placed a cigarette in between his lips. Goto Ruji to his side lit it up for him. You worked hard today, sir. Mr. Goto, it's you who worked hard today. You're praising me too much, sir. I'm not. Didn't you see Go Gunui's face back then? Matsumoto Shigeo smirked deeply. The fleeting emotion that flickered in and out momentarily on Go Gunui's face back then, it was definitely rage. The reason why Matsumoto Shigeo was able to display so much leisure in front of a rank S hunter who reputedly possessed the greatest strength in South Korea was simple, because he had a powerful ally standing behind him. And that was Go Ruji, Japan's #1 melee-type hunter. And also, the trustworthy right-hand man of the president of the Japanese Hunter Association, Matsumoto Shigeo. Recalling Go Gunui's expression, Matsumoto formed a mocking smile. Borrowing the power of someone whom you don't even want to talk to. Now that would be quite intolerable from the perspective of the weak. Go Ruji also smirked as well. In the end, the Koreans agreed to work with the Japanese, just as Matsumoto Shigeo had predicted. Everything was moving according to plan. South Korea is merely the beginning. Matsumoto Shigeo spoke up. Hunters are the new power, the new political influence. With this power given to Japan, I shall create a new empire. His gaze then shifted over to Go Ruji. And you shall become its next emperor. If Matsumoto Shigeo was to be considered the first ruler of the empire founded on his crafty schemes, then Go Ruji would be the second by relying on his powers alone. And this was the reason why Go Ruji treated Matsumoto Shigeo as his superior all this time. It was then. I almost forgot. Matsumoto Shigeo recalled something and asked Go Ruji while killing the cigarette. Do we still not have any information on South Korea's newest rank S hunter? Even the South Koreans don't seem to know much about that man, sir. Is that so? They already knew everything there was to know regarding all of South Korea's top hunters. Except for one person. They didn't have a single reliable piece of information on the hunter who was registered as a rank S recently. The unknown factor could cause deviations to their plan. Now that his ambition had been revealed in full with the commencement of this operation, Matsumoto Shigeo couldn't afford any form of deviation whatsoever to his plan. Although it is questionable what a single person could achieve on his own, but, still. There were 5 such people in the entire world. They were referred to as hunters on the rank of special authority, which meant that each one of them possessed power equaling that of a country's military. They all shared one common point. Each one of them had cleared at least one rank S gate in the past. A hunter with that kind of ability could easily disrupt his plan. However, the odds of that are extremely low. Taking into account that there were 7 billion people on Earth, the odds would be less than 1 billion to 1. If someone of that caliber appeared, then there was no way the South Koreans would keep quiet about him. But judging from the current atmosphere, there didn't seem to be any cause for concern on that front. I can't ruin everything by being too cautious here. Matsumoto Shigeo picked up his phone. Then, he gave his command to the higher-ups of his own association, who were all anxiously waiting for his call back home. The Koreans have agreed to work with us, so summon all the rank S hunters as planned. Go Gunhui was also calling the Korean hunters at that moment. The first priority was to explain the seriousness of the current situation. He was planning to fine-tune the association's schedule accordingly, but... What did you say? A completely unexpected piece of news flew out of nowhere and punched him in the face. You can't get in touch with Hunter Seong Jin-Woo at all? For some reason, only Seong Jin-Woo was out of reach. His phone's been switched off for several days as well, sir. We can't even figure out where he could be. Go Gunhui shut his mouth tightly then, before opening his mouth. He sounded exasperated at that moment. In that case, summon the other hunters excluding him as soon as possible. Understood, sir. The agent of the association bowed and quickly ran out of the president's office. Go Gunhui's expression hardened as he fell into deep contemplation. Where could he possibly be? After hearing the report of Seong Jin-Woo going missing, Go Gunhui suddenly had a foreboding premonition of the future. Chapter 106 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Just as Essel had alluded to earlier, the difficulty of the quest rose up steeply from the 90th floor upwards. The levels and the number of monsters guarding each floor's castle were so much incomparably higher compared to the lower floors. It got so tough that he no longer could enjoy the fruit of his current sky-high intelligence stat. His MP used to hover near the max almost all the time, but now, it fluctuated greatly every time there was a battle. That showed just how many of his shadow soldiers were destroyed and had to be revived over and over again. It wasn't some fluke that Jin-Woo managed to clear the 90th floor, however. Just like a hammer shaping the raw iron that had been heated for a long time, he had been constantly polishing his skills as he climbed up from the lowest floor to get to where he was now. The clear evidence of that was his current level, which had reached 90 already. The fiercer the resistance of the superior demon aristocrats became, the stronger the attacks of Jin-Woo and his shadow soldiers got in order to break past their defenses. Level up! As Jin-Woo exited from the castle carrying the 97th floor's entry permit, haze-like gas was rising up from his body. That steam was from his sweat evaporating in the heat, caused by the friction of him moving beyond the physical limits. That was a clear indication of how much of a life-or-death struggle this battle had been. And accordingly, Jin-Woo's face was filled with the satisfaction from the victory well earned. Essel had been hiding until then, and when she saw him, quickly ran up to his side. She could see a castle was roaring in flames behind Jin-Woo, and the entry permit held firmly in his hand. 5th-ranked Ricardo clan, and now, even the 4th-ranked Fados clan, too. Essel no longer had any reserve energy to be shocked anymore. If every other intruder boasted strength on this scale, then rather than protecting her land, it'd be difficult to even survive from the initial assault. Instead, are all the other humans as powerful as you? Essel anxiously asked. Jin-Woo combed through his memory for a bit, before making a suitable reply. Maybe, there are 2 more, I think. Go Gunhui and Cha Hayan were those 2. Jin-Woo had no doubt that they were much stronger than other rank S hunters he came in contact with so far. As for the rest, which were Baek Yunho, Choi Jong-in, and Im Tae-gyu, he didn't feel that they were that particularly strong. Especially for Choi Jong-in, he seemed to be highly rated by everyone, but to Jin-Woo's eyes, that seemed to be the case solely due to him being in charge of South Korea's top-ranked guild, the Hunters, rather than because his own skills were impressive. If I were to judge from their auras alone, Cha Hayan is several times stronger than Choi Jong-in. Without a doubt, one could still find differences in power even among the ranks of S hunters. No, maybe the differences found within this rank would be far greater than any other ranks precisely because those who couldn't be measured by regular means were all lumped in together here. Jin-Woo formed a subtle smirk. How would I perceive others after I get out of here? Just like how the feelings he got from Baek Yunho differed from their first meeting to the second, would there be a change in how he perceived the association president Go Gunhui? Jin-Woo's heart raced faster when he thought about checking out how much he had changed. But, before I can do that, he had to clear this demon's castle instant dungeon first. There were only 4 more floors remaining. He'd get to clear this dungeon soon enough. Jin-Woo turned to speak to Essel. You should go back to your people now. She had been utterly dejected after hearing that there were 2 more people like Jin-Woo out there, but then, she was jolted out of her morose state and raised her head. Excuse me? I'll find my own paths on the floors above this one. Thanks to Essel guiding the way, he got to quickly locate the demon aristocrats and their castles. However, he no longer needed her help from now on. Well, my perception stat has risen up pretty high, so that's one of the reasons, but also, the auras emanating from the superior aristocrats were so strong that he could easily locate them from afar now. She didn't do much besides showing him the way, so he didn't want to walk around with one more luggage anymore if he could help it. When he finished explaining himself like that, am I no longer useful to you? Essel's complexion had paled completely. She's a funny one until the end, huh? Jin-Woo suppressed his laughter as he saw Essel's reaction that always managed to exceed his expectations. He then walked right up to her nose. Heek! Essel's eyes opened wider as he got progressively closer and closer. Am I being eliminated, as well? Ba-dump, ba-dump. Her pounding heartbeats sounded like thunderclaps to her ears. She then spotted Jin-Woo raising his hand. Seeing the tip of his hand slowly approach her face, Essel could only squeeze her eyes shut in terror. However, his hand lightly rested on her shoulder, instead. The warmth spreading from her shoulder prompted her to open her eyes just a little. Jin-Woo's face was oh so close to hers. As if he was waiting for her to open her eyes, he began smiling brightly right away. You really worked hard until now. Thank you. With that, it was done. Jin-Woo thought that he made a good enough goodbye just then, and he took large strides to enter the floor transfer magic circle. T-ring. Floors 1 to 96 have been opened. Which floor would you like to transfer to? He turned around to look at Essel's face, and he saw the emotions of surprise and wistful longing forming the perfect two halves of her expression. Terror, anxiety, shock, wistfulness. Those were the range of emotions the monsters with intelligence had shown him. Were they truly residents of another world, just as Essel said, or were they simply figments of the system's imagination, brought to reality for this dungeon? I can't tell that yet, but if he continued to gather more clues in this manner, eventually he'd get to understand the true identity of the system as well as what it wanted from him. Meanwhile, the hesitant Essel finally mustered up some courage to call out to Jin-Woo. Excuse me. But, almost at the same time, Jin-Woo raised his head and replied to the system message. 97th floor. 97, 98, 99. Jin-Woo finally acquired the key to enter the abode of the Demon King. Item, entry permit. Rarity? Type? A permit allowing you to enter the 100th floor of the Demon's Castle. Can only be used on the 99th floor's floor transfer magic circle. Just how much hardship did he have to go through for this thing? Before entering the 100th floor where the Demon King was waiting for his arrival, Jin-Woo checked out his status first. Level, 93. His level was already knocking on 100's doorway. He could sense his increased stats throughout his entire body. Strength flowed in every corner of his body, and his senses were so much sharper than before. His condition was at its peak. Very good. Jin-Woo summoned the store. He topped up his HP and MP with potions bought from there. He even bought some bandages as well. Just like before, he wrapped it around the right hand holding the dagger. It had been a long time since he felt this nervous. Once he was done, he slowly moved his body this way and that. Swish. Slice. It's not too bad, I guess? His movement gradually picked up speed, his limbs moving accurately according to his commands. Faster. Even faster. Jin-Woo left behind countless afterimages in the air, but quite suddenly, he stopped moving altogether. Hot steam rose up like a fog from his shoulders. Should he say this was sufficient for a warm-up? Whatever the case might have been, he was finished with his preparations now. Phew. Jin-Woo inhaled and exhaled a big chunk of air, before stepping onto the floor transfer magic circle. Just like before, the magic circle asked for his destination, and Jin-Woo confidently replied. 100th floor. By the time he blinked, the surroundings had already changed. Jin-Woo surveyed his new surroundings. There are no flames here? The horrifying flames that seemingly burned for all eternity on the lower floors were all gone, and he could only see the burnt-out remains. He raised head and spotted snowflakes falling from the sky. Snow? The color seemed a little off for real snowflakes, so he extended his hand out. The flakes falling on his hand didn't melt down, weirdly enough. When he took a closer look, he realized that it was actually ash. Ash was falling from the sky like snow. It was then. T-ring. He heard the familiar mechanical beep. Jin-Woo's sharpened glare was directed to the distant skies above. So, it's above me, dot. Soon, the system alerted him to the entrance of the enemy via its trusty messages. The Demon King Baron has discovered the intruder. A black dot that wandered in the sky. That black dot gradually got closer to the ground, before settling down on a spot pretty far away. It was a winged lizard-like creature. After successfully landing on the ground, the lizard flapped its large wings and screeched out aloud. Kai-ie. Just above the head of the lizard, Jin-Woo saw a face of a demon, with a certain blue aura oozing out from it. A male creature kitted out in a flashy set of armor that only royalty might wear, while riding on the back of the large winged lizard. The 4 words could clearly be seen above the male demon's head. The Demon King, Baron. This boss was emitting an extraordinary aura. Cold sweat formed on Jin-Woo's forehead. As befitting the boss protecting the top floor of a dungeon this massive, the creature was full of magnificent splendor. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted to the side of the boss, however. The lizard this boss was riding on also possessed a name of its own. The Sky Dragon Kaizelin. Sky Dragon? Judging from its name and its appearance, it didn't look like a demon at all. Wait a minute. If it's not a demon, then could I? Even if he worked his butt off to kill demons, he couldn't extract their shadows. So, he had already given up on acquiring a useful shadow in this place. But, what if it was a non-demon monster that could also fly? I want it, dot. If he could extract its shadow, then definitely he would. This would be the first time he ran into a shadow he so dearly wanted to extract since encountering the leader of the White Phantoms, Baruka. Jin-Woo swallowed his dry saliva. It was then, Baron raised its hand towards the sky. T-ring. The Demon King Baron has activated skill, the Army of Hell, dot. The Army of Hell? T-ring, T-ring, T-ring. Several warning bells rang one after the other in Jin-Woo's ears. Demon soldiers have been summoned. Demon knights have been summoned. Demon generals have been summoned. Along with the messages filling up his view, an army entirely consisting of demons appeared around the Demon King. Even at a casual glance, there must have been over 1,000 of them. So, this must be the beginning. Jin-Woo also released all of his hidden magic energy. When Baron arrogantly lowered the hand pointing at the sky in the direction of Jin-Woo, the demonic army rushed at him like a black tide. Rumble dash. The ground vibrated from the forceful march of the demons. Jin-Woo stared at the Demon King's army as the corner of his lips arched up. I also have soldiers too, you know? Jin-Woo opened his mouth. My shadows. In the blink of an eye, Jin-Woo's shadow spread out to all the surrounding areas. He had activated the skill, Sovereign's Territory. When the Demon King's army set foot within the darkened land, Jin-Woo finally summoned his shadow soldiers. Show yourselves. His shadows stood up all at once to answer his call. Dot. Jin-Woo could acutely feel the confusion and panic among the enemy's ranks. Whoa! Croror. Immediately seizing upon this opening, the 2 physical-type knight-grade soldiers, Iron and Tank, ran forward with everything they had and crashed into the enemy. Kaboom! Kawak! K-geg! Dozens of demons screamed and were flung away from the absurd strengths of the 2 shadow soldiers. Right behind them, over 100 soldiers rushed forward like a black tidal wave. And the highlight of this opening salvo obviously belonged to Ygritte. He jumped lightly over the head of Iron and landed gently on the ground, before using the swords he held in each hand to cut and slice apart every demon he could find. Ki-ik. Kuhark, dot. It was a performance befitting the grade of elite knight. By the way, Ygritte isn't the only elite knight in my army, you know. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted over to his side. Fangs had finished gigantifying himself by then, and walked forward with large, heavy thuds as if to emphasize that it was his turn to fight. Jin-Woo formed a content expression as he watched Fang's large back. Fu-woo-yoop. Fangs took a deep, deep breath. His chest puffed up noticeably. Jin-Woo quickly recalled all the shadow soldiers found in front of Fangs, so his giant soldier could attack without holding anything back. The soldiers reverted to shadows, and shifted to the new location Jin-Woo pointed with his finger. And then... Kuwoo! Massive, ferocious pillar of flames spewing out from Fang's mouth completely vaporized the demons on the ground. The flames didn't stop there, though. Kuwoo! Fangs moved his head left to right, and utterly incinerated all demons trapped with the arc of the attack. All those poor demons swallowed up by the flames couldn't even leak out a scream. A few shadow soldiers were sucked into the attack in the process as well, but as long as they were under the influence of their sovereign, it was possible to infinitely revive them. Very good. Jin-Woo clenched his fists tightly. 100+ shadow soldiers were overwhelming the army over 10 times their numbers. The demonic soldiers and their ranks crumbled in no time at all. But it was then. Baron stopped standing back passively, and finally made his move. Countless arcs of blue sparks buzzed and crackled within the wide-open mouth of the boss creature. Gah-ha-ah-hark! Along with that hair-raising yell, a chill-inducing beam of blue light enveloped the shadow soldiers. Kwabi-zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Lightning? Jin-Woo's eyes widened from sheer surprise. Soldiers getting swept up in the blue electrical storm disintegrated in an instant, while those that managed to avoid instant death stood still in their spots as if they were frozen solid. It's not regular lightning. Lightning bolts containing horrifying destructive power, as well as side effects of stunning their targets, fell all over the place. And of course, one of these blue-colored electrical storms also headed for Jin-Woo as well. Crackle. Quite unlike his shadow soldiers, he didn't receive a single lick of damage, however. All burn-related damage was absorbed by the wind robe he currently had on, and you have resisted abnormal status with the effects of buff immunity. You have resisted abnormal status with the effects of buff immunity. You have resisted abnormal status with the effects of buff immunity. As for the lightning stun effect, his abnormal status immunity buff dealt with it. Jin-Woo dashed towards Baron right away. If he didn't stop the boss's AoE magic right now, there was a good chance that the flow of battle would shift away from his favor. Baron's glare landed on Jin-Woo. Gah-ha-ak! Another ear-screeching yell exploded out from the boss's wide-open mouth, and blue streaks of lightning rained all around Jin-Woo. Crackle, crack, crackle. However, Baron flinched grandly upon realizing that the concentrated lightning attacks had no effect on Jin-Woo. He sensed the boss's agitation quite clearly. Utilizing the skill dash that had reached the maximum achievable level, Jin-Woo closed the distance in the blink of an eye and jumped up high in the air. Baron also unsheathed its sword. Jin-Woo's reverse-gripped Baruka's dagger and the Demon King's blade, infused with bluish flames, clashed face to face. Boom! A huge explosion of noise spread out. Baron was shoved off the Sky Dragon, while Jin-Woo was flung away by the rebound as well. Jin-Woo stopped rolling on the ground and got up at the same time as Baron. They glared at each other only for a brief moment. Both of them dashed towards each other with everything they had almost out of pure instinct. Gah-awak! Baron spat out more blue sparks from his mouth. Crackle! Crack! Countless blue-colored rays of light crashed down on him. Jin-Woo continued to run forward while believing in the defensive properties of the robe, but then, he sensed something was off. It's getting hotter? When he glanced back, he realized that the end of the robe was on fire. He quickly threw off the robe. I guess that's as far as the robe can protect me. In the end, it was an artifact crafted by humans. It had already performed its job quite admirably up to this point, so he felt no regret. From here onwards, Jin-Woo had to take care of things on his own. He swallowed his saliva. Gahahak. As if it had sensed that an opportunity had arrived, the intensity of the blue sparks crackling within Baron's mouth increased by a notch. Jin-Woo heightened his senses as much as he could to get ready. I can do this. No, he simply had to do this. With time slowing down substantially in his perspective, Jin-Woo calmly evaded each and every single one of the blue arcs of lightning flying right at him. Why is this happening? Crackle. As Baron's figure got closer and closer, Jin-Woo began recalling his memories of the demon's castle one by one. Even during that, he still managed to evade the blue lightnings. Crackle. His heart was beating quite gently right now. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Jin-Woo dodged all of Baron's attacks by a truly paper-thin margin, and eventually, stood before the Demon King. Ah! Only then did he finally realize why he was reminiscing about the events of the demon's castle like this. Because, he was feeling grateful. Thanks. To grant him this great power to fight evenly against an absurdly strong monster like this. As he climbed up each floor, he was molded and refined further and further. It was as if he was being trained precisely for this moment. So, how could he not feel grateful right now? Swish dash, dot. Baron slashed down diagonally with his sword, and Jin-Woo raised Baruka's dagger in his right hand to block it, before using the Night Killer to stab the Demon King's shoulder. Crack! The weapon designed specifically to tear through the enemy's armor dug deeply into Baron's shoulder. Jin-Woo momentarily thought that he could hear Baron's soundless scream just then. He yanked the Night Killer out. Flames of rage erupted within Baron's eyes. The Demon King began panting out rather laboriously. Finally, the boss made his move. Jin-Woo's two daggers and Baron's sword swished and swung and clashed against each other countless times, leaving behind several wounds on their bodies. Clang! Clank! Clang, clunk, dot. Every time their blades collided, the ground around the two caved in by the shockwaves emanating from the collision of the magic energy. A deep frown formed on Jin-Woo's forehead. Even with such a deep wound on his shoulder. As befitting the title of the Demon King, Baron's powers were nothing to scoff at. Jin-Woo felt aching coming from his wrists. He realized that he'd be in a disadvantageous position if things continued on in this fashion. I need to break this deadlock. Jin-Woo and Baron both had two hands. However, Jin-Woo also possessed a hidden third hand. Ruler's reach. Out of the blue, a powerful impact force pushed Baron down on one knee. Thud. Even before Baron could recover from his confusion, Jin-Woo's fist slammed hard into the Demon King's face. Kaboom! Baron's uncontrollable tumbling only came to an end after it rolled on the ground for dozens of meters. However, it couldn't get up. Because, Jin-Woo was already straddling the torso of the Demon King by then. Baron quickly opened its mouth wide towards him. Ga-ark. Too bad, Baron couldn't fire off another lightning. Jin-Woo's left fist shoved deep into the Demon King's mouth ensured that the spell would remain sealed. Baron's eyes shook hard. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo raised his fist up high, choosing not to use the dagger wrapped around his hand. Slam! Boom! Slam! Kaboom! The terrifying physical power from the strength stat that had exceeded 200 rapidly shaved away the boss monster's HP. And finally, Jin-Woo placed almost all of his strength into the raised right fist. Full up! In an instant, his shoulder and arm muscles expanded greatly, and the air around him became so heavy that it actually sank lower. An enormous amount of magic energy pooling around his right arm forced all sounds away, and instantly, the surroundings became eerily quiet. Within this brief respite of silence, Jin-Woo looked down at the boss below him and murmured. Thanks for everything. Of course, there was no reply. The Demon King only glared at Jin-Woo with hatred deeply burning in its eyes. I'm sure you'll never understand what I'm trying to say here. Even then, he wanted to convey this emotion welling up inside his chest. After he gave his honest thanks, Jin-Woo landed the final hit against the owner of this demon's castle. Kaboom! And then, he was greeted by the sound of tearing, as well as several messages that made him feel even better. You killed the Demon King, Baron. You have acquired Baron's soul. You have completed quest, collect the souls of demons. 2. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Chapter 107 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Fu. Jin-Woo spat out a short sigh of relief. This was the moment his long march that started from the very first floor of the demon's castle dungeon was drawing to a close here on this 100th floor. He closed his eyes for a moment in order to get a grip on his turbulent emotions, only for the image of his mom's face to pop up. When he reopened his eyes, the system messages that hadn't gone away yet entered his view again. 4 alerts of him leveling up floated up there. I rose up 4 levels in one go? Jin-Woo's expression brightened up considerably. Thinking back to how his leveling speed had slowed down to a crawl after he broke past level 90, he couldn't help but revel in happiness. He quickly checked his status window. Level 97. Indeed, his level had jumped up by 4. Nice. Jin-Woo fist pumped. A dizzying sense of achievement was quickly added on top of the relief he felt from finally clearing this dungeon. However, he quickly put aside this joy to the back of his mind. He still had something far more important than leveling up right now. The purified blood of the Demon King. That was the final puzzle piece to craft the item, Divine Water of Life. Jin-Woo quickly unwrapped the bandage off his hand and reached out towards the blinking lights on the corpse of the Demon King, Baron. You have discovered item, Demon Sovereign's Ring. Will you take it? You have discovered item, Demon King's Longsword. Will you take it? You have discovered item, Demon King's Shortsword. Will you take it? You have discovered item, Demon King's Shortsword. Will you take it? You have discovered item, Baron's 2 horns. Will you take it? You have discovered ingredient item, purified blood of the Demon King. Will you take it? Rather than feeling elated, Jin-Woo felt anxious instead from the list of item discovered messages that continued to pop up. Because, he couldn't spot the item he was looking for. However, he cried out in excitement as soon as he spotted the very last item, purified blood of the Demon King. It's here! Jin-Woo quickly acquired all the items and lifted up the item that must have been the purified blood of the Demon King. Ingredient item, purified blood of the Demon King. Rarity? Type, ingredient. This is the liquid created from purifying the blood of Baron, the sovereign of the demons. Possesses immense magical energy, but even after going through the purifying process, the blood still retains strong toxins. In order to use the blood as a medical ingredient, both the fragment of the world tree and spring water from the Forest of Echoes are needed to neutralize the toxin. The red liquid sloshed inside a clear glass bottle according to the angle it was held. This is the blood of the Demon King. He already possessed the other 2 ingredients, fragment of the world tree and the spring water from the Forest of Echoes. So, what was there to hesitate about? Jin-Woo promptly summoned the crafting skill window. Crafting skills. Consumable, Divine Water of Life, 3/3. Different from the past, the words Divine Water of Life was now blinking constantly. When he checked the details, the words crafting possible immediately caught his attention. Divine Water of Life. Crafting possible. Ingredients: purified blood of the Demon King, 1/1. Fragment of the World Tree, 1/1. Spring water from the Forest of Echoes, 1/1. Will you start crafting item, Divine Water of Life? Jin-Woo was in a hurry to see the finished article, so he didn't waste any more time and chose to start the crafting process. Start. Crafting process for item, Divine Water of Life has commenced. 10, 9, 8. Jin-Woo waited for the result with bated breath. 7, 6, 5. The percentage of crafting success and number of finished items will depend on crafter's intelligence stat. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. Are you telling me only now that the odds of success, as well as the number of completed items, will depend on the intelligence stat? If you were stupid, then you couldn't even craft anything? It did sound somewhat logical, so Jin-Woo could only nod his head. In the meantime, the countdown steadily ticked on. 4, 3, 2. Why did the word's percentage of crafting success get on his nerves so much? The only solace he could take away right now was the fact that he had at least woke up to the importance of the intelligence stat quickly enough to invest a lot of extra stat points there. 1, 0. Crating process has been completed. Crafting is a success. You have acquired item, Divine Water of Life X6. That's what I'm talking about. Jin-Woo had been waiting anxiously until then, but as soon as the success message popped up, he raised his hands high up into the sky. However, he quickly discovered something a bit odd. The bottle containing the blood of the Demon King still remained in his right hand. Well, the amount of blood has decreased by a little, but... Jin-Woo tilted his head, before summoning the fragment of the World Tree and the spring water from the Forest of Echoes from his inventory. The only thing that appeared on the ground was the slightly shaved-on-edge fragment of the World Tree, though. He accessed his inventory and searched, but couldn't find the spring water anywhere. Could it be? Feeling a bit suspicious, he confirmed the crafting skill window, and his suspicion was soon answered in full. Ingredients: purified blood of the Demon King, 1/1. Fragment of the World Tree, 1/1. Spring water from the Forest of Echoes, 0/1. Out of the 3 ingredients, only the spring water showed 0. So, it's something like, not all the ingredients will be used up, but only the necessary amount, is that it? The crafting process must have come to a stop because the spring water from the Forest of Echoes had run out, unlike with other 2 ingredients. From the get-go, he got this feeling that the crafting process wouldn't have required a lot of the Demon King's blood. As for the fragment of the World Tree, it was a gigantic piece of lumber when he had initially acquired it, to begin with. It was rather obvious that the spring water contained within a small bottle would be the first one to run out. Jin-Woo grinned widely in satisfaction. Well, it's not a bad result for me regardless. Because, as long as he could find more of that spring water from the Forest of Echoes in the future, he'd get to craft more of this Divine Water of Life. Hold on, there's another problem to consider, isn't there? Jin-Woo was desperate for a bottle of this divine water, yet now, there were 6 wooden bottles waiting for him on the ground, so it was rather difficult for him to calm his wildly beating heart. Item, Divine Water of Life. Rarity, S. Type, consumable. A mysterious liquid medicine that cures any and all illnesses through powerful magic contained within. The effect will only manifest after 1 whole bottle has been consumed. Would this item truly cure his mother's illness? I guess I'll find out later today. His heart palpitated faster. Jin-Woo carefully stored away all 6 bottles in his inventory, as well as the remaining ingredients. Even then, he still had lots of other items to go through. 1 ring, 1 longsword, 2 short swords and 2 japtums. Because Baron was the boss of a rank S dungeon, it sure coughed up a lot of loot. This proverbial pile of treasure was a sight for sore eyes, but there was no reason to go through all of them right now. Indeed, his priority lay with getting out of here to see his mother. Jin-Woo simply dumped all the items acquired from the corpse of the Demon King in his trusty inventory. And then, while lightly dusting his hands, took a look around him. I've got a pressing matter to attend to, but he shouldn't miss out on other things because of that, no? Wasn't there an old saying about the more of a hurry you are in, you should take the longer of the routes available or some such? Jin-Woo looked behind him and found his shadow soldiers standing at attention in rows, having massacred an army 10 times their number. Behind his boys, dead demons were strewn about everywhere. What about the Sky Dragon? Jin-Woo's wandering gaze hurriedly searched for the monster that the Demon King rode around in. Worryingly enough, all he could spot were the corpses of demons piled up on high, with not a hint of the Sky Dragon anywhere. Wait, it couldn't have flown away during the fight, right? Thankfully though, his worries didn't last for long. Iron was dragging a limp corpse behind him. It was none other than the Sky Dragon, Kaizelin. Iron, nicely done. Maybe Iron felt embarrassed by Jin-Woo's praise, which was a first in a while, because he began scratching the back of his head. Of course, it was still the back of his helmet, though. Jin-Woo lightly patted the shoulder of Iron and stood before the Sky Dragon's body. It's as I thought, Just as he suspected it from the monster's name and its appearance, he could see the black smoke slowly rising up from the corpse of the Sky Dragon. Which meant it was possible to extract its shadow. Jin-Woo extended his hand out. Rise up. The shadow extraction worked without any problems whatsoever, perhaps due to his much higher level. Kiowa dash. Accompanied by the death throes of a beast, a creature covered in some type of black gas crawled out of the Sky Dragon's shadow. The dead dragon's shadow immediately recognized his new owner and lowered his head in front of Jin-Woo. Please assign the name of the shadow soldier. Oh. Jin-Woo formed a surprised expression. Since he didn't get to witness the creature fighting, he only assumed it to be a mount and not much else, but it must have been pretty handy in battles, because the Sky Dragon's shadow started right away as a knight grade. If he considered the fact that the ace of the Shadow Army, Ygritte, was also a knight grade not too long ago, this was a surprising development. But, then again, it made some sense. There was no way a boss referred to as the Demon King would ride on a weak, pathetic monster, now was there? Jin-Woo was genuinely satisfied with the grade of his new soldier, and replied to the system message. Kaizelin. No, wait. Inexplicably, he thought that name was a bit too long. Kaisel. The Sky Dragon, now bestowed with a brand new name, raised his head up high into the sky and spat out a lengthy roar. Kai-eek. Everyone, you all worked hard. With those words, Jin-Woo stored all of his shadow soldiers, including the new addition of Kaisel, back into his shadow. It was almost time to make his exit from the demon's castle. There was one more thing still remaining, however. Jin-Woo opened the inbox, where the quest completion messages were still waiting for him. You have completed normal quest, collect the souls of demons. 2. Completion rewards are now available. Will you confirm the rewards? Y/N. Yes, obviously. As soon as he answered, the list of rewards popped up in his view. T-ring. Following rewards are made available. 1 highest grade runestone. Bonus stat points plus 30. Unknown reward. Will you take them all? The so-called shadow exchange skill. Just what could it be? As he had been curious about this highest grade runestone ever since the beginning of the quest, Jin-Woo chose to take that one first. Okay, I choose the first reward for the time being. T-ring. Highest grade runestone, shadow exchange has been delivered. After that message came and gone, he felt a small rock residing within his palm. When he brought the hand closer to his nose and opened it, he found a jet black runestone resting there. Its color was completely different from the regular runestones. Also, its hue came across as so much more mysterious compared to the average black color. Crumble. Unlike in the past, when he physically had to break the stone, the item crumbled all on its own the moment he thought about squeezing his hand. The pitch-black aura rising up from the shattered runestone slowly enveloped Jin-Woo, before getting absorbed into his body. He hurriedly checked his skill window. Skill, Shadow Exchange LV.1. Class-specific skill. Mana required to activate, none. The summoner can switch locations with the designated Shadow Soldier. Once activated, you must wait 3 hours of cooldown period before being able to use the skill again. The cooldown period will change according to the skill's level. Heek. Jin-Woo's eyes widened as he read the skill's description. Sure, it might be handicapped by the limitation of the cooldown period, but no, instead, it was an incredible skill that perhaps necessitated that cooldown period to make it fair. Doesn't this mean it's possible to switch locations regardless of where my Shadow Soldier is? Depending on how he used it, this was almost on the level of teleportation. Jin-Woo was about to summon a Shadow Soldier and test this new skill out right away, but quickly changed his mind. If I'm to test it out, I might as well try it with a soldier that's really far away. Thankfully, he did leave behind a handful of soldiers outside the demon's castle. He had 3 of them in his sister's shadow, while 5 were patrolling the district as of this moment. There's nothing to think about, is it? He didn't know what kind of an after effect the skill might have, and also, he couldn't just haphazardly pop out near his sister's location either. And that was after setting aside the possibility of his sister freaking out, too. So, he sought out the signal emitted from one of the 5 shadow soldiers patrolling around his district and zeroed in on it. Shadow Exchange. As soon as Jin-Woo opened his mouth. As if gravity was powerfully pulling him down, he was rapidly sucked into his own shadow. Chapter 108 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109. Chapter 109, Chapter 109. Just before Jin-Woo was completely swallowed up by his shadow, he heard another message issued by the system. The dungeon's interior will revert back to original appearance with the death of. The sensation of him falling didn't last long. Suddenly, the gravity's direction reversed, and he was now being lifted back up at the same speed as he was being sucked in. His darkened vision reverted back to the original state in no time at all. Isn't this place? Jin-Woo took a quick look around. Tick, tick. A street light that continued to flicker as if it was broken, a hand-pulled wooden cart leaning precariously against a wall, an electrical pole with a half-torn flyer stiller stuck to it. He found himself in a deserted alleyway he often had to walk past when heading back home. Hey, this is the suburb I live in, isn't it? Somewhat coincidentally, it was also the exact same spot where he issued the 5 shadows to start patrolling the district, as well. My location really changed. Jin-Woo did feel deeply stunned at the moment, but still, he somehow managed to remain calm as he checked the shadow beneath his feet. Just like when he summoned his shadow soldiers, he too rose up from the shadow. He cautiously poked his shadow with the tip of his foot. Back when he activated the skill, the shadow caved in as if he was stepping on the surface of water, but it was just a regular shadow now. Feeling genuinely impressed, Jin-Woo rechecked the skill window. Just as the skill description had stated, the cooldown period of 3 hours was in effect. Skill, Shadow Exchange LV1. Class-specific skill. Can be used again in 2 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. I've struck gold. Having witnessed the awesomeness of this skill, Jin-Woo's heart pounded faster and faster. And it was so fast, too. He had been maintaining the peak state of concentration the moment he was sucked into the shadow. Considering the fact that the perceived time would greatly slow down when he was concentrating fully, the transfer to this location did really happen in the blink of an eye. His saliva nosily slid down his throat. This skill called shadow exchange, it possessed limitless application, depending on how he used it. Ah, right. This isn't the right time. Jin-Woo calmed his excitement down and withdrew his magic energy. He had finally managed to get his hands on a medicine that could potentially cure his mother, so he shouldn't be wasting time here like this. Feeling a lot more urgent now, Jin-Woo switched his Hunter-issue mobile phone and confirmed the current time. It's already this late. Jin-Woo's forehead creased up big time. The touchscreen display showed 10 in the evening. Although the visitation hours had long passed now, Jin-Woo didn't hesitate once as he summoned the shadow of the Sky Dragon. Kai-Cell. Key hack dash. Answering the call of his owner, Kai-Cell yelled out in joy and pushed his head out of the ground. And soon, a huge lizard-like creature the size of a truck with no arms but huge wings revealed itself. When Kai-Cell spread open its vast wings, the already narrow alleyway seemed to get filled to the brim in an instant. It was a small mercy that there were no other people nearby, otherwise. Jin-Woo walked closer, and Kai-Cell lowered his body to allow ease of mounting. Jin-Woo duly did so. Even though this was his first time, he already felt a sense of familiarity as if he had been riding on Kai-Cell for a long time. He figured that flying in the air wouldn't pose any problems since he felt this way. It doesn't matter if someone tries to stop me. He wasn't talking about the hospital staff. Even if cops or the military tried to block him, he knew he had the power to break past them. And, at least for this moment, he didn't want anyone to obstruct his path. Let's go. Jin-Woo formed a serious expression and issued a command. Kai-Cell began beating his huge wings. Ki-heek. Kai-Cell rose up in the air right away and quickly flew in the direction Jin-Woo pointed at. A meeting was still taking place within the walls of the Hunters Association, even though the hours were getting late. The Korea-Japan cooperative raid was already around the proverbial corner, and the association was doing everything in their power to ensure the successful subjugation of Jeju Island's ant monsters. Here is the data sent by the Japanese. The agent of the association pressed a button on the remote. Soon, the giant screen was filled with the footage of the ant monsters, captured by the magic power sensing camera attached to a Japanese satellite. These were the records taken during the first, second, and the third subjugation attempts. Go Gunhui's eyes narrowed to a slit. Indeed, excluding the ant queen and its guards, every single ant did leave the ant tunnel. The ant monsters moved just as the Japanese said they would. Although the existence of the guardian ants was a worrisome variable in the equation, it was also normal to find a few guardian-type monsters protecting their bosses within higher-ranked dungeons, as well. Still, it was hard to claim that there was no risk. The top man in the Korean side of the operation, Go Gunhui, quickly thought of one of the worst-case situations. What are the odds of the ants turning around quicker than anticipated after realizing their queen is in danger? The Japanese had already thought about that too, however. They have said they would use interference radio wave signal. Radio wave signal? According to their research, they discovered that the ant monsters use specific radio waves to communicate among themselves. Indeed, if one wanted to order an army of several thousands as one unit, then a method to send out commands should exist. Go Gunhui nodded his head. And they can interrupt the communication of ants with radio waves? That's what they said, sir. So, they want us to fully concentrate on killing the ant queen, is it? The subjugation plan itself was quite simple. Even though it was simple, there was a higher chance of succeeding when compared to other plans, as well. Yet, why did Go Gunhui feel so anxious like this? He rested his chin on his hands. Could it be that I'm worried about? It was then. Go Gunhui spun his head towards the outside of the window, his brows shooting up high. Everyone inside the meeting room flinched at the sudden movement of the association president. Section Chief Woo Jin-Cheol, here to guard his boss from the side, rapidly walked in closer. Did something happen, sir? Just now. Go Gunhui shifted his gaze over to Woo Jin-Cheol. The latter's expression remained the same as usual. Haven't you felt that? Sir? I don't understand what you mean. Just now, an astonishing wave of magic power flooded in from a faraway place beyond the windows. Although it only lasted for a brief moment and quickly disappeared from Go-Gun-Hoe's perception, he still had felt the full brunt of that. As their association president continued to stare into the distance outside the window, the agents had to stop the meeting and cautiously ask their boss. Sir? Only then did Go-Gun-Hoe shift his gaze away, his head still tilting side to side. He wondered about the possible origin of that powerful burst of magic energy, but for the time being, he had to concentrate on the current meeting. Go-Gun-Hoe fell into deep thought, before throwing a question at one of the agents in charge. Have you succeeded in getting in contact with Hunter Seong Jin-Woo? Baek Yun-ho asked, his head still looking over his shoulder. Did you sense that? Min Byung-gu replied testily. I may be retired now, but my rank hasn't dropped, you know. These two men had been sharing a bottle of cheap liquor for the first time in a long while inside a certain pojangmaka until then, but now, only the heavy silence flowed between them. TL note at the end. Baek Yun-ho eventually shifted his gaze back to his front. What was that just now? Maybe Choi Jong-in and Cha Hae-in started fighting over the shares of the Hunters Guild. Who knows? Min Byung-gu had been frozen on the spot with a shot glass in his hand, but suddenly broke out in a fit of giggles before emptying the soju down his throat. Baek Yun-ho formed a dumbfounded expression. Don't tell me you were trying to make me laugh with that. But, wasn't it funny, Hyung? Never mind. Forget it. But, then again, including his sense of humor, Min Byung-gu could be considered a bit strange in the head. No doubt about that. I mean, he's supposed to be the first rank S hunter in the world to retire when he's still all healthy and the like, isn't he? Not only the first in the world, but he was also the only one so far, too. Just how many people out there would willingly give up on the ridiculous amount of wealth a rank S hunter could earn, simply because he wasn't interested anymore? Min Byung-gu wasn't even from a wealthy stock, to begin with. Sensing Baek Yun-ho's questioning gaze, Min Byung-gu asked back. Hyung, are you really going to participate? Yeah. But, you saw how Eun-suk Hyung died. That's why I must go back. Min Byung-gu looked at his drinking partner with a bit of confusion on his face. Baek Yun-ho emptied his shot glass and continued on. If we leave the ants alone, the entirety of South Korea would end up like that place. Since when did you become this patriotic? Well, we're supposed to do it sooner rather than later, so might as well come up with a nice-sounding excuse while I'm at it. Don't you agree? The guilds could not decline the association's summons. The association would accommodate the needs of the various guilds, and the guilds themselves simply had to answer the association's call in return. If one didn't want to, then there was the option of emigrating to somewhere else. How unfortunate, then, that there was no sane-minded nation willing to accept a hunter running away from a high-difficulty raid. Even if a country did accept such a person, could anyone actually be sure of that said hunter not pulling the exact same stunt again in the future? I don't want to run away, anyways. Baek Yun-ho smirked to himself. Meanwhile, Min Byung-gu bluntly replied. I won't be participating. I will never go back there. If you asked to see me, hoping to change my mind, you might as well give. That's not it. Baek Yun-ho put the cash down for the alcohol and stood up. The bottle was empty by then. I came to say goodbye, just in case. I don't know if we'll get to sit down for a drink again, after all. Hyung. Min Byung-gu gave up on changing Baek Yun-ho's mind, as he watched the latter wave his hand while walking away. Baek Yun-ho already knew full well the dangers of the subjugation plan, perhaps better than anyone else. Even then, he's still going. Baek Yun-ho's expression wasn't of someone being dragged away despite feeling deeply scared. No, rather, he carried the face of someone getting ready to step on and kill as many ants as he could with this opportunity, instead. Indeed, he seemed to be eagerly waiting for the day of the subjugation. Min Byung-gu could only chew on the snacks with a helpless expression on his face, only for his chopsticks to stop moving shortly thereafter. Wait a minute. I can't think of that many hunters who don't like fighting against monsters, now can I? There were a few like that among the healers, but on the flip side, those folks simply love to heal others, instead. Min Byung-gu dazedly stared at the bowl of Odin soup, before roughly scratching the side of his head. Could it be that only those who like fighting become awakened? There was no way that could be true. Min Byung-gu found something to be rather funny, and laughed all by himself while finishing the Odin. Jin-Woo quickly arrived in the hospital. Let's see. It was room number 305, right? He wasn't planning to enter the hospital through the front door, to begin with. While still writing on Kaisel, he searched for the windows of his mother's hospital room. Ruler's reach. The curtains covering the windows silently parted sideways. He saw the quietly sleeping sight of his mother on the bed. She looked exactly the same as the last time he came to visit. Jin-Woo used Ruler's reach one more time to open the window and silently stepped into the hospital room. Kaisel had disappeared into his shadow by then. He soon stood by the side of the bed. His heart was pounding madly now that the time he had been waiting for so long was here. If something goes wrong, I won't be able to do anything. His mother had been unconscious for a very long time. There was a chance that she might not even be able to swallow the divine water of life, and even if she did, there was no guarantee that she'd be okay afterwards. However, Jin-Woo got to witness plenty of miracles the system caused so far. If it happened to someone else, he'd never have believed a word of it. One didn't even have to look far for tangible evidence, either. Wasn't he the walking proof of those miracles? I was a rank E, yet now look at me standing here. All of his achievements, they were due to the system's powers. Jin-Woo wordlessly stared at his two hands, before raising his head. His mother lay right in front of his eyes, looking as if she'd wake up at any moment if he called out to her. He summoned the divine water of life from the inventory. Shururu. On top of his hand, a wooden bottle materialized out of the blue. He read the item information over and over again, just in case he might have missed something important. And so, by the time he had thoroughly memorized every word in the item information by repeatedly reading it over and over again, he managed to build up enough courage to pull the cork off of the wooden bottle. Pop! His hands that stayed steady during the life-or-death battle against the Demon King were trembling greatly now. Jin-Woo took a deep, deep breath to calm his mind. If I make a mistake here, my mother will bear the cost, instead. The moment he told himself there could not be any mistake whatsoever, he was able to regain the usual calmness right away. Even his hands stopped shaking. I'm fine now. Jin-Woo cautiously supported the back of his mother's, Park Jaeun-hye's, neck with his left hand. He then brought the mouth of the wooden bottle closer to her lips. Soon, the divine water of life slowly trickled into her slightly parted lips. Jin-Woo didn't rush it and made sure to let only a tiny strand enter her mouth. This wound. He then noticed the burn marks on the side of his mom's neck. The burns continued down the back of her neck, too. Although he couldn't see it from this angle, Jin-Woo knew only too well that the burn mark extended from the entirety of the back of her neck and her shoulders to some part of her head. She got that because of me, after all. Back then, he only wanted to wash his mother's hair, inside the public bathhouse. He wanted to emulate what his mother did, when she washed the hair of very young Jin-Ah. However, the young Jin-Woo, who never had much of an opportunity to visit public bathhouses before, lacked the ability to tell apart the temperature of the water. Splash, splash. The very hot water, hot enough to bubble up, filled up the plastic wash basin. The young Jin-Woo did his very best not to spill any of the hot water and cautiously walked to the back of his mom. And then, splash! He poured the water out of the plastic basin. Mom flinched a little, but didn't move from the spot even when her flesh was visibly cooked red. All because she feared that the hot water might end up on Gina's face. She simply held her daughter tight in her embrace. She didn't make any noise. The belated screams came from not his mother, but from the mouths of the aunties nearby. "Oh, my God! Someone, help! Jin-Woo's mom!" Only then did Jin-Woo realize he did something bad. But all he wanted to do was to help his mother. Jin-Woo dropped the plastic basin and began crying, but his mom tightly grasped his shoulders. And then asked him, "Jin-Woo? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" The young Jin-Woo thought that he'd be scolded for sure. He could never forget the events of that day and those words his mother said to him. "Not even now. And here I am, thinking that I don't owe anyone anything." After their father went missing, it was Mom alone who raised the siblings Jin-Woo and Gina. He hated owing someone, or someone owing him, so he made sure that such a thing never happened, but still. He owed his mother a debt that he could never possibly repay. It was then. The very last drop entered his mother's mouth. Jin-Woo put the bottle down and carefully laid her on the bed again. He stood quietly to the side as if he was praying to someone while waiting for the result. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded so much that his chest actually ached. Nervous saliva traveled down his throat, too. However, there was no visible change. Just as a drop of blood from Jin-Woo's tightly clenched fist was about to fall. He-oh-heek. Her eyes still closed, Mom sucked in a deep breath like a person getting rescued from drowning. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. A little bit of color was returning to Mom's once slightly pale face. Like color spreading on the black and white TV screen, a healthy complexion was spreading over his mother's skin. Every passing second felt like an hour to him. How much time did pass like that? Jin-Woo's mother slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze wandered around for a moment or two, before stopping at Jin-Woo. "Who? No, wait, could you be Jin-Woo?" Jin-Woo's heart nearly fell just then, but he managed to nod his head a little. It was obvious that she didn't recognize him right away. For years had passed by already, and he had grown by a lot since then, too. Jin-Woo didn't rush things and quietly waited. Like water slowly filling up an empty bowl, blurry memories of the past filled up the empty hole of the last 4 years in Jin-Woo's mother, Park Ji-eun-hye's mind bit by bit. It didn't take her a long time to realize why she was lying on the hospital bed like this. "How long have I been lying here, son?" "It's been 4 years, Mom." He could have also added that it was 4 years and a few days, but he didn't. His mother currently needed as much calmness, a sense of stability, so he did his best to sound and look normal. But Mom was still taken back by the revelation of 4 years, and she hurriedly asked him, "What about Gina? Is your sister all right?" It was then Jin-Woo felt something powerful welling up from deep within his heart. She had been teetering on the edge of life and death for the last 4 years, yet the first thing she asked after waking up was the well-being of her daughter. If he hadn't bitten down on his lower lip, he might have broken down right there and then. "It's no time to worry about that girl, you know." He wanted to say that out loud. But he suppressed his emotions and formed a thin smile instead. "Yes, Mom. She's doing okay." His mother sighed, her expression one of genuine relief. Jin-Woo was inwardly concerned, hoping that his mother would start worrying about herself soon, but at the same time, he began to relax somewhat as his mother seemingly hadn't changed at all. Things will go back to how it's been, soon. Finally recognizing that Mom's illness had been cured, his heart palpitated again. But then, he was jolted out of his thoughts. Mom was holding his left hand even before he had noticed it. "Mom? Thank you, son. You kept your promise." "Promise? Ah, I forgot." Then again, he had always thought it was the most obvious thing in the world, so it was possible that he didn't consciously see it as a promise. The so-called eternal sleep disorder, where you'd fall deeper and deeper into slumber, until you'd never wake up again. It became harder for Mom to carry on with her daily life as drowsiness frequently assaulted her without warning with every passing day. Out of the blue, though, she asked Jin-Woo for a favor. "If Mom can't wake up one day, will you promise me to take good care of your little sister?" She carried a smile of a mother asking her child for a simple errand back then. That was why he had been enduring until now. He didn't resent her at all. Because all he did was to take over the burden his mother had been carrying until then. However, Mom tightly squeezed his hand as if she knew everything. "My son. It must have been hard for you." Jin-Woo tried to smile like he had done before to assuage his mother's worries. As if nothing of note had happened until then. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that. All the tears he held back until then traveled down his face, and his lips parted all on their own. Yeah. Chapter 109 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110. Chapter 110, Chapter 110. What was that? The director of Seoul-Ilsan Hospital, Dr. Lee Seong-chul, got to hear a rather stunning piece of news. A patient suffering from eternal sleep disorder had woken up from the terminal stage of the illness. Are you telling me the truth? Yes, director. I've confirmed it personally. As a doctor, his ears would perk up greatly if such an event occurred in someone else's hospital, yet the patient in question was actually in his own? Who knew such a jackpot would come knocking at my door? The exceptional brain of director Lee Seong-chul began punching some numbers in his mental calculator. Isn't this an unprecedented event in the whole world? You're correct, director. The doctor in charge nodded his head. Lee Seong-chul's smile was so wide that it actually broke past his ears and threatened to rip his face in half. Nicely done, Dr. Choi. I beg your pardon? Director, I haven't done. My man, don't be like that now. Lee Seong-chul sent a meaningful gaze at the doctor in charge. It doesn't matter how it happened, we can always cook something up later. But, it's only right and proper that the doctor in charge is praised for the work well done when a patient gets better. Am I wrong? Not to mention, the hospital that the doctor was working in would be praised, too. Why yes. Thank you very much, director. The doctor in charge gave in and bowed his head slightly to the director. Even though the doctor's response was rather lukewarm, the wide smile on Lee Seong-chul's face didn't want to leave him, knowing that he had been blessed with an unexpected boon. If we play our cards right, the world's attention might gather on my Ilsan hospital. Being constantly talked about by other people because of a good piece of news was, in a word, free publicity. There was nothing to lose here, and everything to gain. If this news got out, reporters from all over the world would descend upon this hospital and absolutely lose their minds trying to uncover any related info, however small or insignificant it was. This was a great opportunity to advertise the hospital's name without spending a dime. What those reporters want to know would be the treatment method, but, well, all he had to do was to keep the patient nearby and find out what happened a step at a time. Indeed, nothing could go wrong here. That's what Lee Seong-chul thought. The doctor in charge acted as if something was troubling him and cautiously spoke up. The patient's legal guardian requested for immediate discharge. What was that? No, that definitely could not be allowed. Reporters would only come to the hospital if the patient was still here. No, never mind the reporters, he needed to keep the patient here in order to figure out how the disorder had been cured, to begin with. Lee Seong-chul's brows quivered. What was the status of the patient? Everything was normal, director, The patient's been asleep, completely immobile, for the past 4 years, yet you are telling me that her body was completely fine? Couldn't it be because of the life support machines? Indeed, the performance of the machines being too good could also be a factor here. Delay the discharge for as long as possible with an excuse that, we need to observe the patient for a while longer to make sure she's fine. I said the exact same thing to the Guardian, but it didn't work, Director. We can't keep a patient here without a valid reason if she wishes to leave, can we? If that was the case, then he had only one option remaining, and that would be to let the world know before the patient left the hospital. Let's alert the press while they are still in the premise. The doctor in charge shook his head. That will be difficult, Director. How come? We can't expose the identity of the patient. If we handle this poorly, something really bad will happen, Director. Hearing those unexpected words, Lee Seong-Chul could only form a flustered expression. Seeing the doctor's own troubled expression, he didn't seem to be exaggerating things, either. Lee Seong-Chul's attitude became a lot more serious. Is the patient such an important person? It's not the patient herself, but the Guardian, well. The protection of the private information has been requested by the Guardian himself, actually. Now that Lee Seong-Chul thought about it, Dr. Choi was being super respectful whenever he mentioned the legal guardian. Just who is this guardian supposed to be that you're acting like this? What kind of a person was the guardian that the hospital had to honor the request for the protection of the patient's information, as well as Dr. Choi being this polite? Have you heard about Mr. Seong Jin-Woo? Seong Jin-Woo? Was he a powerful politician? Or a CEO of some massive corporation? Lee Seong-Chul thought that he had heard of the name somewhere, but couldn't quite recall the face, and helplessly tilted his head. As if he expected this to happen, the doctor in charge quickly offered up an explanation. He's the hunter who was evaluated as a rank S recently. A rank S. Here was the reason why Dr. Choi was being so cautious. Who would have guessed that the patient's guardian happened to be a rank S hunter? It'll be the end for us if we make a rash move and things go sideways as a result. The influence a rank S hunter had over society was extensive, to begin with, but more importantly, if such a hunter lost his cool and decided to rampage around, then. Lee Seong-Chul nervously swallowed dry saliva when a rather unexpected name was brought up. That sure was too close for comfort. His hardened expression suddenly softened into a cheery smile. Begin the discharge procedure right away. Indeed, we should do that. Yes, we must. A smile of a good-natured person remained on Lee Seong-Chul's lips. They should definitely release the patient now. What were they hoping to gain by getting on the bad side of a rank S hunter? He quickly came with a logical-sounding excuse that contained the rough meaning of what both of them were thinking about. We surely can't force a perfectly healthy person to remain cooped up in a hospital, now can we? Indeed, Director. The doctor in charge quickly stood up from his seat. And after he left. Phew. Lee Seong-Chul stared at the now-closed door to the director's office and spat out a sigh of relief. As soon as she got the call, Gina dropped everything and rushed to the hospital. Jin-Woo had been sitting on a chair next to Mom's bed, and when he sensed his fast-approaching sister, quickly stood up. Right then, the door to his mom's hospital room was flung open. Mom? She hadn't even crossed the doorway yet, but Gina's face was already a messy mixture of streaming tears and snot falling from her nose. Oh, my gosh. My little girl, you've grown up so much. The last time their mom, Park Jae-hyun, saw her daughter was when she was still in middle school. She gazed at her grown-up daughter with a surprised expression, but shortly afterwards, opened her arms wide to welcome Gina with a warm smile on her face. When that happened, Mom! Gina tightly embraced her mother. Jin-Woo hesitated slightly. That wasn't something she should have done to a patient who regained her consciousness after 4 years of being in a coma. But, seeing his sister crying her eyes out like that while locked in their mother's embrace, he couldn't bring himself to stop her. Mom. She always acted all grown up, but in the end, Gina was still a kid inside. The energetic and brave everyday appearance of Gina overlapped with the current sobbing one, and that stung Jin-Woo's nostrils a bit. That is Eno. Jin-Woo eventually moved in to separate Gina, but Park Ji-eun-hye placed her index finger on her lips and slowly shook her head, her other hand still gently patting her daughter's back. Jin-Woo sighed softly and took a step back. As he looked on at his sister in his mom's embrace, as well as his mom's gentle and warm expression, a satisfied smile automatically formed on his lips. My effort wasn't in vain, but it felt like he was being fully rewarded for all the hard work he had put in right at this moment. Also, he felt as if something hard and stubborn stuck in the corner of his heart had finally melted down and was now flowing away, out of him. In that case, should he leave the two of them alone for a while? At least, until his little sister found a way to get a hold of her overflowing emotions. Since she was one smart girl, she'd know not to unnecessarily stress out Mom. Only that, she needed a bit more time here. Jin-Woo grinned a little and shifted his gaze outside the hospital window. As if to congratulate the reunion of his family, the weather outside was brilliantly sunny today. Feeling a bit awkward from standing there and staring at the weather without saying anything, he decided to pull out his phone. There was a scary amount of missed calls and text messages left on his phone that he couldn't even dare to attempt replying to a select few, never mind all of them. Jin-Woo scrolled the list of the missed calls and texts, before giving up and closing the window altogether. Well, if it's something urgent, I'm sure they'll contact me again. He quickly gave up on replying and instead, accessed the internet browser. But then, he clicked on the online news portal without thinking too much, only to perform a grand facepalm. A flying monster spotted over the skies of Seoul? The potential destination of the flying monster? Hunters Association fails to respond. What about the safety of citizens? Photos of Kaisel were plastered all over the various internet news sites. From the vicinity of his house all the way to this hospital, the distance between the 2 points was rather considerable, but he figured nothing serious would happen because he was traveling at such a high speed. But this? It was only a short flight, but we got photographed a lot, didn't we? The only fortunate thing here was that the photos didn't show him writing on the back of Kaisel. He made up his mind to not care about what others thought of him when he summoned Kaisel near his house, but now that he was dominating the headlines, he sure felt conflicted now. Oh, well, anyone would have their hearts in their mouths, seeing a monster flying in the sky like that. Jin-Woo scanned the news articles filled with a great deal of anxiety and told himself to be more careful in the future. There's no need to go out of my way to scare the public, anyway. Indeed, didn't he feel a certain aversion towards the class of necromancer because he was worried about failing to handle all the pointed stares of the public? However, if the frenzy over a winged lizard is this huge, then, the responses to the gigantic fangs would really be something else, no? While he was thinking of this and that, VRRR. His phone began vibrating. Who's this? He didn't recognize the number. After exiting the hospital room, he answered the call. Hello, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. A baritone yet still bright voice of an old man came out. Jin-Woo immediately recalled the owner of that voice. Association president? Yes, this is the association president Go Gun-hui speaking. Why is he giving me a call? What prompted the one and only association president to give him a call like this? Jin-Woo noticed that there were several people walking to and fro within the hospital's corridor, so he quickly walked towards a more secluded area. He continued to speak in the meantime. What's the matter, sir? I'm sure you've heard of the news by now. What news? Jin-Woo tilted his head a bit, before realizing that this wouldn't do and asked again. I'm not sure what news you're talking about, but... Wait, could it be? You haven't seen the news lately? Wow. I guess the speed of news getting around these days is nothing to scoff at. Jin-Woo readily admitted to his wrongdoing. I'm sorry about that. But I'll make sure to be more careful next time. Excuse me? Only after hearing the confused voice of Go Gunhui did Jin-Woo realize that he was deeply mistaken about something here. Wait, wasn't he calling me about Kaisel? If not, what else could the news outlets be talking about instead? The dual dungeon, the Red Gate, clearing the rank A dungeons, the beat of avarice, etc. Now that he thought about, there were quite a few potential topics of contention instead. Can you clarify what happened? Looks like you really haven't heard anything yet, but I've been spending some time in a location recently where contacting outside was difficult, actually. He wasn't lying about that, technically speaking. Go Gunhui's voice betrayed how surprised he was, but then, it became even graver than before. Hunter Nim. According to Jin-Woo's experience, this could only mean that the reason for this call should be brought up now. I'd like to come and discuss something with you face to face. Will that be okay with you? Jin-Woo's suspicion grew even larger compared to when he first answered the phone. Calling me on the phone isn't enough, so the association president wishes to come here and see me personally? Just how much of an important matter was this to make someone as busy as him personally move? Even then, Jin-Woo glanced in the direction of Mom's hospital room. I can't ask the association president to come here. He might have to come up with bullshit stories related to his mother if that happened. No, I'll go over there instead. Will you do that for us, then? Yes, I will. That was far more simpler for him. Quickly making the arrangement over the phone, and after telling his mom and sister that he had an errand to run and he'd be back a little later, Jin-Woo left the hospital. Having spent way too long inside the demon's castle where there was no sunlight, his eyes were feeling a bit itchy as the warm rays fell on him. Jin-Woo furrowed his brows. Man, this is so cumbersome. Should I just summon Kaisel? He deliberated for a moment or two, before smirking to himself and walked towards a waiting taxi. Chapter 110 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. The footage shown was quite a shocking one. Shot from a CCTV camera placed high up on a stretch of road, the viewer could see how deserted this unknown street was. It was so quiet that, even after the footage had been greatly sped up, only a handful of cars drove by. One might even end up suspecting that the road was located in the sparsely populated outskirts of a city or even in a rural area. The sped-up footage was slowed down greatly. And then, it happened. A saloon appeared on the edge of the screen. It was moving fast enough that even when the footage had been slowed down, one could still sense its high speed. But then, in the blink of an eye, a black thing suddenly appeared before the speeding car. It was a dark lifeform, standing on 2 feet like a person. The car couldn't slow down sufficiently with this sudden development. However, no such thing as the car and the unknown lifeform colliding ever occurred. Just before the collision happened, the car suddenly flew up in the air. The dark lifeform easily flipped the mid-sized saloon speeding towards it with one hand, and then dragged the unconscious driver out from the wreckage to devour the poor guy from the head. Chomp, chomp. That surely would have been the noise most likely to be captured by a mic, had the CCTV camera been equipped with one. The footage came to an end there. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze away from the giant TV screen filling up an entire wall of the association president's office, and to Go Gunhui sitting on the other side of the table. The older man slowly put the remote down. 300 people. Unlike some others, he didn't speak about the neighboring nation's misfortune with an easygoing attitude. That one ant managed to kill that many people. Were the Japanese too slow to respond? That's not correct. Go Gunhui shook his head. From what I hear, the Japanese hunters only took 30 minutes to get to the location. But, in that short period of time, a small village was wiped off the map. Japan boasted one of the most advanced hunter systems in all of Asia. And a country like that had to experience such a level of devastation, so what would happen if an ant entered the South Korean border? Go Gun-hui had viewed that footage multiple times already, but he still was overcome with a chilling premonition of an impending crisis every time he did. Before it's too late, we need to destroy the ants once and for all. The subjugation operation would get underway in 4 days' time. The Japanese had been demanding the release of the final list of all Korean hunters participating in the operation for a few days now. However, using his authority as the leader of the Korean side, Go Gun-hui delayed the announcement of the final list. The reason for that was simple. Because no one could get in touch with Jin-Woo until now. And so, after a long wait, the moment of the list being finalized had arrived. Go Gun-hui continued on with a trembling heart. "We'll go to Jeju Island and get rid of the ants found there." He formed a pleading expression next. "And that is why we need your help, Seong Jin-Woo hunternim." Next up, Go Gun-hui's expression shifted to one of anxiety. If Jin-Woo refused to participate, then there was nothing anyone could do. He was no longer affiliated with the association, and he was not duty-bound to carry out the demands of the association either. In other words, the final decision rested solely on his whim. After lengthy deliberation, he opened his mouth. After ending the meeting with the association president, Jin-Woo stood up from the seat to leave, only to sense something and shifted his head in that direction. What was that just now? In a place not too far from here, he sensed clashes of magical energy. Could it be a dungeon break? Initially, he suspected a dungeon break happening nearby, but he soon realized that wasn't the case. He couldn't sense any presence of monsters, only the magic energy coming from various hunters, instead. Did something happen? Go Gun-hui had stood up from his seat first and walked over to the doorway to bid Jin-Woo goodbye, only to turn around and question him when the youth failed to move from the spot. "Well, I don't think it's anything serious, but it seems that hunters are fighting each other nearby." "But that can't be." Go Gun-hui chuckled loudly. Which foolhardy hunters would dare to fight each other near the association's HQ? There was no way such a thing would happen. No, wait. The direction of Seong Jin-Woo hunternim is looking at. A possibility formed in Go Gun-hui's mind. "I believe that rank S hunters are doing some light exercises in the gymnasium." "Maybe you're talking about that?" "Light exercises, is it? If that was the case, then for sure, the continuous yet restrained clashes of magical energy made sense. Jin-Woo nodded his head. "I see." Go Gun-hui's eyes looking at the youth were filled with undisguised surprise. "He can sense something like that from this distance?" The association's gymnasium was designed to greatly minimize the amount of magic energy leaking outside. In actual reality, even Go Gun-hui himself couldn't sense anything. But then, not only had Jin-Woo sensed the minuscule amount leaking out from there, he even correctly guessed that different magic energies were clashing with one another, too. Just how highly attuned are his senses? It was simply impossible to even take a wild guess. "Ah, right. Would you like to take a look if you're interested?" Go Gun-hui made a quick suggestion. It was a rare event to find all of the rank S hunters in South Korea gathered in one place. Personally witnessing the abilities of other rank S hunters from the sideline would do a world of good to Seong Jin-Woo, who had become a rank S himself only recently. "I believe that Mr. Go-to-Ruji is also present there." Jin-Woo was thinking of taking a look-see with an open mind, only to stop in his tracks. "If you say Go-to-Ruji, do you mean?" "Yes, it is him." If you were a hunter, no, even if you weren't a hunter, you'd have at least heard of that name once, the name that belonged to one of the most powerful hunters in existence. It is indeed that Go-to-Ruji. He's currently staying in the country to aid in building a good repertoire and a sense of camaraderie in both the Korean and Japanese participants. Since he's planning to leave tomorrow, if you don't meet him today, you might not get another opportunity in the future. Not only were Korea's best hunters gathered in one place, but even Japan's best was also here too? Obviously, I can't miss this chance. Jin-Woo accepted Go Gunui's suggestion with a deeply interested expression. At the same time, Go-To-Ruji was doing his very best to stifle a yawn. This is supposed to be the abilities of Korea's best? How laughable. No, they were actually pitiful. The assessment of laughable was made from an objective point of view, while the pitiful bit came from him adding a bit of sympathy to that initial assessment. Rather than leaving the safety of the country to these people's hands, wouldn't it be far better to be under the protection of us, the Japanese, instead? Go-To-Ruji formed a leery smile and surveyed the Korean Rank S hunters. Out of all the Rank S hunters he met in Korea so far, only one seemed to be somewhat useful to his eyes. Her name's supposed to be Cha Hae-in, right? Even then, her abilities were only around the level of Japan's upper-rank hunters. She fell way short when compared to the best hunters Japan could offer. But there's no helping it, is there? South Korea was a small nation, and its population wasn't that vast, either. Also, the person who had awakened the greatest ability within the populace just so happened to be an old man who didn't have that many days to live and couldn't even fight properly. If it's Go Gunui, then he might be able to contend with some of our best on a similar level, but he could say that the Koreans had drawn a short straw on this one. In any case, he was done with assessing the capabilities of the Korean hunters. He had completed the real reason for his extended stay in Korea. They wouldn't even survive for 5 minutes if we withdraw during the subjugation. Thinking that there was no more reason to stick around, Go-To-Ruji turned around to leave, but then, he spotted someone unfamiliar walking closer from the entrance of the gymnasium. Go-To-Ruji's brows quivered greatly. He hadn't realized the approach of this unknown man even though they were in close proximity already. He was looking at the man with his own eyes, yet he still couldn't sense the other person's presence at all. Is he an assassin-type hunter? Go-To-Ruji asked the association employee tasked with translation next to him. Who is that man? The employee fidgeted with his glasses and stared for a long time, before finally recalling who the unknown man was and formed a smile. Ah. He's the newly registered Rank S hunter. Aha. So, that man was that reawakened with no known reliable information available? Go-To-Ruji was thinking of spending the remaining time in Korea to unearth more about this man, but he now thought that this was actually better for him. He formed a bright smile and asked the association employee again. Seems like he's a pretty excellent assassin? Pardon? When the employee stared back with a strange expression, Go-To-Ruji realized something was off. Did I make a mistake? Oh, no. That's not it. But, well. The employee pointed at Jin-Woo and spoke. He's actually a mage-type hunter. Mr. Go-To. No freaking way? Carrying a disbelieving expression, Go-To-Ruji quickly accessed the Korean Hunters Association website and went through the list of Rank S hunters there. The automated translation app allowed him to read the information on the Korean Rank S hunters right away. Seong Jin-Woo, Rank S, Mage type. There it was. The profile image and the person's face were a perfect match. He's really a mage type? Go-To-Ruji got inwardly stunned by this and hurriedly raised his shocked face. By then, that man was already standing nearby. So, this guy is Go-To-Ruji, huh? Jin-Woo only needed one glance to recognize Japan's most powerful hunter. He was a tall man with a sharp sense of fashion. His beard was trimmed neatly, too. At a casual glance, one might mistakenly think that he was a famous Japanese actor. But, why does he keep looking at me like that? Just as Jin-Woo was beginning to feel a bit unhappy at the continued gaze, the Japanese man performed a simple greeting with his eyes first. Did he stare like that because they had never met before until now? Jin-Woo didn't think too much about it and reciprocated the light greeting, and took a look around. In the middle of the gymnasium, the shirtless Baek Yunho and a hulking middle-aged man with a huge frame were having a sparring session. Excluding Go to Ruji, everyone else present was looking on at that with deeply interested expressions. Swish dash. Baek Yunho slapped away the hand of the quickly approaching man, spun his lower half, and sent out a powerful low kick. Pa! Contrary to expectations, though, the one to frown was Baek Yunho. Oh ho! Jin-Woo could tell why. In that briefest of moments, the giant man utilized a body reinforcement type skill to defend his legs. Judging from that huge body and the skill he used just now, he seemed to be a tanker type, but his agility stat must have been rather out of the norm, as well. Should Jin-Woo chalk that one up to that man being a rank S? The giant middle-aged man smirked. Instructor Baek. It won't do for a young man like you to be this powerless. I'm not an instructor, ma instructor Nim. The giant man referred to as ma instructor Nim chuckled genially and grabbed the belt of his dobok. Maybe because a guy with a physique of a sumo wrestler was wearing a dobok, it kind of felt a bit out of place to Jin-Woo's eyes. Well, in that case, The giant man fixed his attire for a moment before pouncing forward again, and Baek Yunho unleashed his magic power to counterattack. Both of them were carrying joyous expressions. As Instructor Ma pushed forward, and as Baek Yunho was pushed back, they both looked to be enjoying themselves. It seemed that they were relishing this rare opportunity to unleash some of their powers that had to be restrained most of the time in this gathering of rank S awakened. Even then, if Mr. Baek Yunho were to fight seriously, Mr. Ma Dongwook wouldn't be able to endure it. Choi Jonyan walked in closer to Jin-Woo and spoke up. The latter turned his head to look, prompting the former to nod his head in a greeting. Jin-Woo reciprocated the greeting, and their conversation continued on from there. That person wearing dobok is the Shining Star's Ma Dongwook. Ah. Jin-Woo was thinking to himself that he had heard of that name before, and it turned out that man was the master of the Shining Star. He nodded his head and threw a question. It's not like he needs to go easy on his opponent, so why is Master Baek hiding most of his powers? He finds it a bit troublesome to reveal his powers in front of too many eyes. Chairman Baek transforms into a real monster when he fights seriously, you see. Back in front of the red gate, Baek Yunho did reveal a pair of beast-like eyes to Jin-Woo. So, it's not just his eyes that can transform, not. Just like Baek Yunho's ability to transform, one would hear about top hunters possessing rather unique abilities every now and then. In a way, they were the possessors of monster-like powers. From other people's perspective, Jin-Woo thought that he'd be seen like that, too. A guy who can morph into a monster, and a guy who can summon monsters. When he thought about others finding him mystifying, just like how he thought of Baek Yunho's powers being weird, Jin-Woo couldn't help but smirk softly to himself. But that was all. He only found Baek Yunho's ability to transform strange and nothing else. There was nothing interesting to look at in regards to the sparring between Baek Yunho and Ma Dongwook. So slow. Jin-Woo didn't even need to concentrate, yet he could clearly read the attacks and counters of both men. It was then. Sensing something was off, Baek Yunho stopped moving. Ma Dongwook also stopped at the same time, as well. And their gazes shifted to Jin-Woo simultaneously as if they had made a prior arrangement. Maybe it was because Jin-Woo's boredom was too easy to see? But then again, too many people were looking at Jin-Woo the same way for him to think that was the case. However, he got to figure out the reason soon enough. It's not me, but behind me. When he looked back, Goto Ruji was standing there. The light glinting in his eyes was rather suspicious. The interpreter next to the Japanese man spoke on behalf of Goto Ruji. Hunter Nim? Mr. Goto wishes to speak to you for a moment. Jin-Woo knew that Goto Ruji was standing nearby, but because he hadn't expected to be addressed at all, he could only form a confused expression. This guy, I sensed that he didn't seem right since a while ago, but now. Did Jin-Woo's unhappiness get transmitted? Because Goto Ruji quietly threw out a rather unexpected question. Will you have a sparring match with me? Chapter 111 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112. Chapter 112. Chapter 112. There wasn't any deeper meaning behind his actions. Go-To Ruji came to South Korea to personally confirm the capabilities of the top Korean hunters with his own eyes. And now, he had developed a bit of curiosity after discovering someone a bit unique out of the lot. That was all. I'll soon find out whether he's really a mage or not. Go-To Ruji refused to accept that the man standing right in front of his eyes wasn't a melee-type hunter. He needed more data. In order to eliminate any and all form of unexpected variations, he simply had to acquire more data on Seong Jin-Woo. Well, half of it is for fun, though. Go-To Ruji smirked to himself. The interpreter heard what the Japanese hunter had to say, jumped up in surprise, before hurriedly asking a question. Mr. Go-To, are you sure about this? Please translate what I said to this man ad verbatim. But, even then. Will there be a problem? Go-To Ruji asked back in a teasing tone. His voice seemed to ask why shouldn't he participate in the proceedings, when the Korean hunters were already doing some light exercises? The interpreter continued to sweat buckets, before giving up in the end and replied to him. I understand. He turned his head and met Jin-Woo's questioning gaze. The interpreter hesitated before opening his mouth. Mr. Go-To is asking. If you don't mind training with him. There was no need for an extra explanation on what that training was supposed to be. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted over to Go-To Ruji. The Japanese man was waiting for an answer with an unreadable smile on his face. You want to find out more about my skill level, is that it? There was no way that the world-famous Go-To Ruji would do something so eye-catching just to show off his abilities. If that was indeed his aim, he'd have asked either Choi Jong-in or Baek Yuno, the leaders of the number 1 and 2 South Korean guilds respectively, instead. I don't know what you're planning here, but... Judging from the undisguised stare from earlier on, it was more than likely that Go-To Ruji's interest was on Jin-Woo. Even then, he didn't feel displeased by the Japanese hunter's abrupt suggestion. No, rather than that, he was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of the fight itself. He wanted to test out the strength he got to raise inside the demon's castle, and he was also curious about the abilities of Japan's top hunter, too. Indeed, it wasn't only Go-To Ruji who was curious about his opponent's strength. Go-To Ruji stopped smiling as a thin frown formed on his forehead. He's smiling? He expected Jin-Woo to become flustered and then eventually try to back out, but then, the Korean hunter simply displayed a certain relaxed vibe, instead. Was there something he felt confident of? Or, was he smiling wryly after finding the current situation troublesome to handle? The answer was revealed soon enough. Jin-Woo told something to the interpreter, and the latter jumped up pretty high in shock right away. Next up, the interpreter looked as if he was doing his best to dissuade the youth, while Jin-Woo was all smiles as he tried to calm the former, instead. Since they were talking in Korean, Go-To Ruji couldn't understand a word being spoken, and as a result, a frown grew progressively deeper on his face. What are they even talking about? It should have only been either yes or no. Why was the interpreter sweating buckets like that over a question with only 2 exceedingly simple available answers? Just as Go-To Ruji's patience was about to run out, the interpreter spoke up while continuously sneaking glances at Jin-Woo. Excuse me, Mr. Go-To. If only there were no eyes watching right now, Go-To Ruji would have shouted at the man to stop wasting time and hurry up with it. Forcibly maintaining his smile meant that Go-To Ruji's brows were quivering greatly, as he waited for the interpreter's next words. Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim agreed to your proposal. However? He says he has a condition. A condition? Not only had the opponent failed to lower his tail and cower, but he also accepted the challenge straight away, and even put up an extra condition, as well. It was Goto Ruji's turn to feel somewhat flustered now. And what is this condition? Well, Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim said that. The interpreter took one last look at Jin-Woo, and the latter nodded his head. He'll agree only on the condition that Mr. Goto gives his all. Goto Ruji's stare immediately shifted to Seong Jin-Woo. Is he being serious? Seeing the expression on Jin-Woo's face, one could tell that he wasn't kidding around. Goto Ruji tilted his head. Wait. Maybe he doesn't know who I am? But that couldn't be. Even if he didn't know before, the interpreter should have provided an explanation just now. Even then, for him to not cower and back off, was this the case of arrogance or a mistaken belief in himself? This might be fun. The smile was already wiped clean from Goto Ruji's mug. He was thinking of matching the opponent's pace and ending things after checking out Seong Jin-Woo's skill, but now, his thoughts had changed. Thankfully, with a rank S healer nearby, there shouldn't be any big accidents either. Alright, I accept. Heek. The interpreter's face paled immediately. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo had just advanced to rank S, so he might not be able to contain his overflowing passion, but why was Mr. Goto, who had experienced all sorts of trials and tribulations, behaving like this? Unfortunately, the atmosphere had already gone past the point of no return. Who's that guy next to the Japanese hunter? Isn't he Hunter Seong Jin-Woo? What's this? Are they going to spar or something? Soon, the rank S hunters and association employees within the gymnasium all gathered around the two men glaring at each other. As everyone was immersed in the developing situation, half of them looking on with worry while the other half in anticipation, Cha Hae-in also stood next to the hunters and looked on at the duo. Will he be fine? Jin-Woo's opponent was a man who managed to stand at the top of Japan, a country with over 20 rank S hunters. As for Jin-Woo himself, if one excluded the years he spent as a rank E, then he should be considered as a newbie who had been a rank S for only a few days now. It'd be the right thing to stop Hunter Seong Jin-Woo from continuing on any further. From Cha Hae-in's perspective as someone affiliated with the Hunters Guild, Seong Jin-Woo was a benefactor who saved the lives of an entire team consisting of her guild's elite men and women. She wasn't some honorless woman who'd do nothing and watch a benefactor get hurt from the sidelines. However, she kept recalling the events of that day whenever she thought about dissuading him. The look Jin-Woo gave her, telling her not to interfere even when he was facing off against over 100 high orcs and a boss of a rank A dungeon. When recalling that powerful, determined stare, she felt her chest palpitate, and unexplainable anticipation bubbled up in her heart. That was why she couldn't readily step forward, only to bite down on her lower lip in nervousness. It was then. Are you feeling okay today with other hunters around you? Before she had time to notice it, Baek Yunho was already next to her to ask that question. They had gone on several raids together, so he knew very well of her strange physical condition. Well, it's not like I'll be able to continue blocking my nose in Jeju Island, so? Hearing her answer, Baek Yunho nodded his head. It was her turn to ask next. You said before that you're an acquaintance with Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, yes? Yes. Cha Hae-in remembered that the White Tiger Guild also received Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's help in the past, just like her own guild did. In that case, shouldn't you try to stop Mr. Seong Jin-Woo? I guess that's the normal way of thinking. After all, the opponent today was none other than Goto Ruji. Cha Hae-in tilted her head. If so, then why? Baek Yunho shifted his gaze and met her eyes before replying to her. It's the same reason as yours, Cha Hunternim. Flinch. Cha Hae-in felt as if her inner secrets had been exposed by Baek Yunho just now. Her always taciturn expression displayed just a hint of change. I don't. Don't you feel this strange anticipation in the air? She couldn't deny that. Even now, her heart was racing with a singular thought of if it's Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, then he might, filling up her head. It's the same story for me. Baek Yunho replied with a grin and looked back in Jin-Woo and Go-to-Ruji's direction. His expression was filled with barely checked anticipation. If Hunter Song is really an awakened who can grow stronger as per my expectation, then this could be the chance to confirm that theory. Go-to-Ruji raised his fist first. The interpreter standing nearby hurriedly left their side. 2 rank S hunters were about to have a smackdown. Not only that, one of them happened to be referred to as Japan's best, as well. A normal person would die simply from being too close in this situation. Making sure that the interpreter had run off to a safe enough distance, Jin-Woo belatedly put his dukes up as well. No, that's what he tried to do. But then, swish! Without a moment's delay, Go-to-Ruji's fist flew past where Jin-Woo's head had been a blink ago. The Japanese man's eyes grew wide. I missed? The attack was meant to floor Jin-Woo in one go and help Go to recover his damaged pride, but now, it was all for nothing. Jin-Woo evaded the punch by tilting his head out of the way, and then, he easily created some distance between them. His reaction speed was surprisingly fast. And you still claim to be a mage after that? What a bloody laughable notion that was. Indeed, Go-to-Ruji's eyes weren't mistaken. He didn't know the reason for the Korean Association hiding that man's true abilities, but without a doubt, Seong Jin-Woo was a melee-type hunter. Not only that, definitely an assassin, too. His agile movements and his silent steps were all the proof needed. You may be able to fool the others, but you can't hide the truth from me. The corner of Go-to-Ruji's lips arched up. Allow me to peel off another layer of yours. Right until everything you possess is brought up to the surface. For the first time in a long while, Go-to-Ruji was feeling genuinely pumped up. After taking some distance away from the aggressive Japanese hunter, Jin-Woo stood still and listened to his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Indeed, his heart was beating faster. He could sense power on another level compared to other hunters from Go-to-Ruji. However, the emotion filling up Jin-Woo's heart whenever Go-to-Ruji's unbelievable aura touched his skin was the strong sense of belief in himself. So, that guy is the best in Japan. Only now could he truly recognize how much he had changed while raising his level to 97. His strong confidence was clearly visible on his face now. On the other hand, Go-to-Ruji's expression was hardening. He's smiling again? How dare he, in front of me? Go-to-Ruji spat out a heavy breath. The scarcely believable amount of magical energy he emitted began to heavily press down the surrounding air. Hunters watching on were jolted by a nasty surprise. Shouldn't we stop them before something happens here? Go-to-Ruji, maybe he's thinking of really going for it now? However, there was a thin smile on Jin-Woo's face. This was what he wanted, anyways. Go-to-Ruji saw that Jin-Woo showed no signs of cowering even after he had unleashed his fearsome level of magic power, and felt something welling up from deep within. His eyes gleamed dangerously just then. Even before other hunters had the chance to step forward and stop this bout, Go-to-Ruji pounced like an angry predator. The distance closed up in an instant. Go-to-Ruji reached out with his hand. Jin-Woo leaned back in the nick of time and evaded the attack. Go-to-Ruji's eyes trembled imperceptibly. He dodged? Was that also a coincidence, or? Even though many thoughts fleeted in and out of his head, he didn't stay his hands and continued to rain down his attacks. Too bad, not one of them could connect to his target. Jin-Woo always managed to dodge by a hair's breadth or repelled the incoming hits away. How could this be? Cold sweat drops formed on Go-to-Ruji's forehead. Go-to-Ruji and his brilliantly flashy attacks, and Jin-Woo who managed to dodge everything by the smallest margins imaginable. Other hunters watched the duo and expressed their genuine admiration. That's some fierce attacks, alright. Hard to follow those movements with my naked eyes. Look, even Hunter Seong Jin-Woo is enduring pretty well, no? Right, it's already pretty remarkable that he can evade the attacks from Japan's best to that extent. Cha Hae-in shook her head multiple times inwardly. No, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo isn't enduring anything right now. Others could only see that Jin-Woo was being endlessly led around by Goto Ruji's continuous stream of attacks, but in reality, it was completely the opposite. Cha Hae-in swallowed her saliva, feeling rather astonished at the moment. He's actually leading Goto in such a way that Goto has no choice but to keep attacking. If she was not wrong about this, then Hunter Seong Jin-Woo had matched his own pace to the opponent's, so he could figure out more about who he was facing here. Such a thing was only possible if his own level of abilities was several times greater than that of his opponent's. How can that even make any sense? But that nonsensical event was actually unfolding right before her eyes. And now, she couldn't help but think that the real reason to stop this sparring wasn't that Hunter Seong Jin-Woo might find himself in danger, but the other way around. Just as Cha Hae-in's thoughts arrived at this point, she discovered Baek Yunho next to her shuddering non-stop. "See Chairman Baek." She called out to him in a soft voice, but he didn't respond. His eyes were glued to Jin-Woo and nothing else. She tried to read his expression, only to get stunned by what she saw. His eyes. Baek Yunho's eyes were gleaming in yellow color like that of a wild beast. His vertical slit eyes were trembling softly in shock. She looked on with a worried expression on her face, but he didn't even notice that someone was looking at him right now. Baek Yunho was seeing everything clearly with his eyes of the beast. I was right. Jin-Woo's current level of power was incomparably greater than back when they last met in front of the association building. A hunter who can grow stronger. Baek Yunho's entire body shook from the unbridled shock. It was then. Baek Yunho had been paying his utmost attention to Jin-Woo all this time, and when it happened, he unconsciously spat out a frightened gasp. Cha Hae-in next to her also sensed this deeply chilling aura and hurriedly shifted her gaze. A few seconds ago. Goto Ruji knew better than anyone else here that he had been suckered into Jin-Woo's pace. He had been always referred to as the strongest back home, so it felt like his pride had been shoved down the gutter in its entirety by this development. How dare he do this to me? The attack that he meticulously aimed at the opening also missed its mark, as Jin-Woo narrowly avoided it at the last possible second. Goto Ruji grew enraged, and murderous intent began filling up his eyes. "I'll kill him." Jin-Woo's own eyes grew wider. He could acutely sense Goto Ruji's killing intent pricking his skin. Murderous intent? Jin-Woo's heart nearly fell to the pit of his stomach. Then, if someone formed a murderous intent towards him, the system would float up a message and issue an emergency quest right afterwards. What if he got a quest telling him to kill Goto Ruji here? Tearing. A mechanical beep resounded out right at that moment, and Jin-Woo quickly looked up. Warning. Discovered a subject with murderous intent nearby. Thankfully, it was still a warning message. There was no emergency quest, like back then with Hwang Dong-suk or Kang Tae-sik. However, swish dash. Goto Ruji's outstretched hand, aimed at Jin-Woo's eye, narrowly missed and ended up slicing his cheek just a little. If his reflexes that had reached the absolute limit didn't react in time and tilt his head out of the way, he might have really lost his eye just now. It was an attack that clearly carried the intent to kill, and it was clearly aimed at a vital spot of the human anatomy. Such a thing would never be accepted during a training match like this. Grit. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere changed. Baek Yunho unconsciously spat out a frightened gasp. The first person to sense the abrupt shift in the atmosphere was actually Goto Ruji, however. Unfortunately for him, although his body understood the change, his head could not. The chilly air roused sleeping goosebumps to break out all over his body, and all the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He had never, ever felt like this before. What is this? Even before his brain had the time to process anything, Jin-Woo grabbed his wrist, hard. Goto Ruji tried to yank his arm out with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. What kind of strength is this? His gaze briefly lingered on his wrist, before moving on to Jin-Woo's face. And he found an icy cold glare. But what caught Go-To-Ruji's attention even more than Jin-Woo's cold eyes were his right shoulder and his raised right arm. Jin-Woo's arm was cocked back by a lot. A tightly clenched fist at the end of that arm was taking an aim at Go-To-Ruji's unguarded face. The air sinking lower all around Go-To-Ruji pressed down on his shoulders. He suddenly couldn't breathe anymore. Why? Why did he inexplicably think of the word death right at this moment? But, then... Stop. Baek Yunho and Cha Hae-in jumped into the fray purely out of instinct and grabbed hold onto Jin-Woo's right arm. The former was tightly hugging Jin-Woo's shoulder as if he was trying to pull it down, while the latter was grabbing onto his wrist with everything she had. When Jin-Woo looked back, Baek Yunho hurriedly shook his head. Even Cha Hae-in was looking at him with anxious eyes, fear clearly visible on her face. The desperate dissuasion of these two that didn't even care about their own safety helped Jin-Woo to cool his agitation down somehow. Phew. Jin-Woo let off a short sigh and released Go-To-Ruji's wrist. The Japanese man rubbed his now freed wrist and retreated quickly. Meanwhile, the interpreter hurriedly arrived near his side. Baek Yunho quickly spoke to him. Let's stop the sparring session here, since the mood seems to have turned for the worse. Please tell the Japanese for us. The interpreter nodded his head. When Baek Yunho's words were relayed to him, Go-To-Ruji proceeded to glare at Jin-Woo for a long time, before spinning on his heels to exit from the gymnasium without saying a word. Mr. Go-To. The voice of the interpreter as he ran after Go-To-Ruji sounded so pitiful. Baek Yunho finally spat out a sigh of relief and lowered his head at Jin-Woo. Forgive us for butting in. That man is supposed to lead the Japanese team in the operation a few days from now. I couldn't just stand by and watch, even though there was a chance that something might go horribly wrong for us. Baek Yunho cautiously studied Jin-Woo's expression and asked, Did I do something unnecessary? No, not at all. Jin-Woo readily admitted to it. Baek Yunho was right. If something happened to Go-To-Ruji and that led to an unnecessary snag in the operation, then both countries might end up suffering severe consequences afterwards. So, he never thought of assigning any blame on Baek Yunho or Cha Hae-in after they interfered in the timely fashion. Wow! Now that the situation seemed to have calmed down, people absorbed in spectating on the sparring session between Go-To-Ruji and Jin-Woo quickly approached him. The way they looked at him went through a noticeable change. The first one to make his approach was the master of the Shining Star Guild, the massive-framed Ma Dongwook. Ho-hoo! Ma Dongwook laughed genially. To be able to walk away with only a small scratch on your cheek after having a bout with the one and only Go-To, you're truly something else, young man. Regretfully, no one else seemed to have figured out what happened here besides Cha Hae-in and Baek Yunho. Ooh! You have really firm muscles. What an outstanding physique. Ma Dongwook touched Jin-Woo's shoulders and arms while expressing his genuine admiration. My guild is full of mage-type hunters, so we're severely lacking in melee types at the moment. Instructor Son, if you haven't thought of a guild to join, how about joining mine? Excuse me, Ma Instructor Nim. Having been quietly observing the situation from behind until then, Choi Jong-in stepped forward and raised his voice. Yes? When Ma Dongwook turned his head, Choi Jong-in spoke up as if he was waiting for this moment. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was actually a mage-type hunter. A massive earthquake erupted within Ma Dongwook's eyes. What was that? On the other hand, Go-To-Ruji escaped from the confines of the gymnasium and, after quickly distancing himself from the interpreter, he checked his wrist. His wrist was bruised black and blue all over. Even though the weather wasn't all that hot, there were cold sweat drops visible on his forehead. He pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. After a couple of rings, he could hear the sound of the phone's receiver being picked up. Click. It's Matsumoto speaking. Association President. Is it you, Go-To? What's the matter with your voice? Go-To-Ruji did his best to calm his trembling voice. In South Korea. There's an incredible hunter in South Korea. More than you? More than likely, sir. I think there's a need to modify our plan a little bit, sir. Matsumoto Shigeo didn't immediately say anything, but rummaged through something for a while instead, before finally asking a question. The name of that hunter is? It's Seong Jin-Woo. He's a reawakened, evaluated as a rank S recently. This is strange. Such a name doesn't exist. I beg your pardon? Such a name didn't exist, Did that mean the hunter Go-To-Ruji met just now was a phantom, an illusion? Well, he did kind of feel that he had been bewitched just now, though. However, didn't he also personally enter the Korean Association's website to confirm that that man was supposed to be a mage? What do you mean, sir? How can Seong Jin-Woo not exist? Actually, we have received the final list of the Korean hunters participating in the operation not too long ago. Are you saying Seong Jin-Woo isn't on the list? But, how could that be? Unless Go-Gun-Hui had gone truly senile, there was just no way that he'd form a raiding party without the strongest member available. Matsumoto Shigeo spoke in a calm manner from across the phone line. Choi Jung-in, Ma Dong-wook, Baek Yun-ho, Ja Hae-in, and Taegyu, and Min Byung-gu. As if to signify that there was no need to modify their plan at all, Matsumoto Shigeo spoke in a voice filled with conviction. These 6 are the members of the Korean team that will leave for the raid in 4 days' time. Baek Yun-ho took a deep breath. Even after the 2 men who turned the inside of the gymnasium chaotic had left, his heartbeat didn't want to slow down at all. Was such a thing even possible? Having witnessed something that he'd been hypothesizing in his head for real, Baek Yun-ho had difficulty trying to hide his astonishment. An awakened that can really grow stronger. Just what would be that man's true value? He couldn't even dare to imagine it. This was his reason for standing back and watching on from the distance at the efforts of Choi Jung-in, Ma Dong-wook, and Taegyu as they tried to scout Jin-Woo. He remembered Choi Jung-in's confused stare directed at him, as he didn't even bother to sweet-talk the youth. If it was me, I'd probably never even think about joining a guild with an ability like that. Indeed. All the attempts to scout hunter Seong Jin-Woo were a waste of time. However, there were all sorts of ways to form a good relationship with a brilliant hunter that didn't involve scouting him. Time to activate the Plan B, then. It was then. VRRR. His mobile phone suddenly began vibrating. Seeing that the vibration didn't last for long, it must have been a text message. Without thinking too much, he pulled his phone out and took a look. It was an alert sent out by the association. And it was the final list of the participants for the Ants subjugation raid taking place 4 days from now. Baek Yun-ho skipped past the lengthy list of the Japanese hunters and scanned the list of the Koreans, only for his eyes to widen in surprise. He shot up from his spot in the wooden bench. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo isn't on the list? Chapter 112 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, Chapter 113. The mass media was whipped into a frenzy. To eradicate the monsters that turned the island of Jeju into a barren wasteland, the nations of South Korea and Japan form a united raid team. Where would you find another story that could stimulate the interests of the country's citizens even more than this news? TV channels ran news segments related to this upcoming raid all day long, while every front page of newspapers was completely dominated by the topics of the United Raid Team. However, it was only Korea's media that kept talking about this matter. Even though the number of Japanese hunters participating in this operation exceeded the Koreans by 3 folds, no one thought it was strange that the Japanese media kept quiet over the upcoming event. And when a handful of articles did appear online, the comments that followed said articles were negative in nature, to say the least. What did you expect when the Koreans are too weak to close a gate by themselves? Why are you cleaning up the sh*t left behind by the Koreans? Are they going to compensate us for the damages those ants caused here or not? Useless Japanese Hunters Association, and irresponsible Korean hunters, why don't you all kick the bucket together on Jeju Island? LOL. Dongsan Yimon. TL note at the end. While two parties thought of two different things regarding the same upcoming event, time continued to tick down towards the date of the operation. In the meantime, these past few days proved to be the happiest Jin-Woo had been since his mother was admitted to the hospital. Many things went through a change. First thing first, the Seong family returned to their home with their mom as soon as she was discharged from the hospital. Clank. When he opened the front entrance, the first thing saw was the messy living room of the apartment, all thanks to Gina being alone while he was kept busy inside the demon's castle. Jin-Woo began pinching his sister's cheeks, and with gentle laughter, Mom tried to stop him. The very first thing their mother had to do after returning home from 4 years of coma was to clean the house. Jin-Woo tried to dissuade her, but in the end, he couldn't win against her insistence. Eventually, the whole family rolled their sleeves up to clean up their home. Once the house was spotless, the complexions of all three brightened up considerably as well. The apartment that had always felt empty and lonely after Mom's admittance to the hospital now seemed so full of life. For the first time in a long while, Jin-Woo got to stretch his legs and go to bed without any worries in his mind. And on the next morning, when he got to the living room, he got to truly appreciate the fact that his mother had returned when he saw the breakfast neatly arranged on the dining table. Park Jae-hyun stopped cutting the spring onions, turned her head towards Jin-Woo, and asked, "Did you sleep well, son?" With still sleepy eyes, he replied as a smile bloomed on his face. "Yes, Mom." The so-called expert continued to speak on the TV screen. The rate of evolution these ant monsters have shown is truly surprising to behold. A guest sitting next to the expert formed an exaggerated expression of surprise and asked, "Monsters are evolving? Wasn't the ant found in Japan a lone mutated creature?" You're correct. When the mutated specimen increase in number and gain control of the whole horde, then we call that evolution. After that, the prepared video footage began playing. Ants, as they appeared during the first and second subjugation attempts, were displayed on the screen. At first, they were no different from regular ants as they crawled on the ground. Just from their external appearances alone, they looked exactly like oversized supermassive ants. But then, a short while later. This is the footage taken during the third subjugation attempt. The ant monsters were now walking on two legs like humans. The once giant heads had shrunken down in size by a great deal, they were able to move around much more nimbly, and the forelimbs acted like arms. Its appearance looked as if half an ant and half a person had been mashed together to form a new creature. In only 2 years, the distinct characteristics of the ant species had been completely transformed into something else. And this footage of the ant monster was taken recently as it wreaked havoc in Japan. Wow! The audience members in the studio all gasped out in shock at the footage being played. To their horror, the ant was now even closer in appearance to a human, and not only that, it even sported huge wings on its back. The comedian appearing in this show as a guest flinched in great surprise and raised his voice higher. "That thing can now fly?" That's correct. And that would be the decisive factor in the formation of the Korea-Japan United Raid Team. The Korea-Japan United Raid Team. When that term came out of the TV speakers, Jin-Woo wordlessly switched the TV off. In all honesty, he also didn't want to miss out on this operation. His heart began racing so fast after he thought of all the experience points he'd get to earn when Association President Ko Gunnawi requested for his participation in the raid. However, his excitement cooled down in no time at all. And he was able to objectively and coldly analyze the situation. It hadn't even been 1 day since Mom woke up. More than that, his mom didn't know that her son was a hunter yet. He also recalled the sight of his mother staying up all night for several months after she heard the news of his father going missing inside the gate all those years ago, too. He couldn't bring himself to tell Mom that he was going to Jeju Island when she was already carrying around such a painful memory, to begin with. His lips didn't want to part and provide an answer. He wanted to spend some time with his family for a few days, at the least. And he definitely didn't want to delay the moment he'd been fighting for so long for some other matter. I will. Jin-Woo barely made up his mind and spoke with great difficulty. Not take part in the operation. The one thing far more precious than experience points, the reason why he gritted his teeth and endured everything in order to become stronger. He did not regret making this choice. Except that, now. By the way, why is Seong Jin-Woo not on the Korean list? Your disposition won't change just because you become a rank S, you know. Once a rank E, forever a rank E, dude. Broly ran off to hide, nearly wetting his pants in the process. Kek. 21 Jap rank S hunters plus even the retired hunter is gonna represent for Korea, yet. Where is Seong Jin-Woo? Why does he want to do that when he's a rank S? It's so embarrassing. Except that, all these anonymous pointing fingers who didn't even know of his situation were really getting on his nerves now. Or, to be more specific, it was his sister's stress level that got on his nerves, actually. I don't really give a d*mn about what others think of me, and Mom doesn't really go online, so it's fine on that front, but Gina liked to search for stuff like this in her spare time. TSK. Jin-Woo clicked his tongue and put his phone down. There was no helping it, what with the poor timing and all. Mom had retired early for the day, and it was also still too early for Gina to come back from her studies. He was thinking of taking a stroll to get some fresh air and change his spoiled mood, but like a devil, his phone began ringing just then. Jin-Woo checked the caller ID and a grin formed on his face. Click. Hyung Nim. It's me, you Jin-Ho. Hey, Jin-Ho. Now that Jin-Woo thought about it, was this kid still staying in that local motel even now? Where are you staying now? Is it the same motel? Oh, no, Hyung Nim. I started renting a room not too long ago. Thankfully, my mom came to my rescue. Hearing his giggling voice, Jin-Woo felt happy inwardly as well. Jin-Ho briefly updated Jin-Woo regarding the status of his life, before hurriedly continuing on after remembering the reason for the call in the first place. Ah, right. Hyung Nim, I found some office space for us, so would you like to come over and take a look? What office space was he even talking about? What office? When Jin-Woo asked with a confused voice, Jin-Ho confidently declared. Of course, it's the office space for our guild, Hyung Nim. If you want to establish a guild, then you'll need an office, at the very least. Jin-Ho, this kid. It seemed more than likely that this kid was under the grand delusion of developing the guild he'd preside over as its vice master, and make it as big as the hunters for the White Tiger in the near future. Jin-Woo slowly scratched his chin. If I tell him that the raid team will consist of only me and no one else, he might flip out in shock here. He only invited the kid to join him in passing, but now that it was time to explain to Jin-Ho the future of the guild, Jin-Woo didn't even know how he should go about it. What do you think, Hyung Nim? Now that he was here, Jin-Woo could understand why Jin-Ho sounded so confident on the phone. He scanned the empty office space and nodded his head. Its location was pretty good. I specifically chose a place not too far from your place, Hyung Nim. It was also tidy, too. I deliberately went for the newly developed office spaces. I believe that the old saying goes something like put new wine in a new bottle. Don't you agree, Hyung Nim? Perhaps most importantly, the place was freaking huge. I'll do my best to grow this guild so it'll surpass the 5 large guilds someday, Hyung Nim. Jin-Ho was burning with unbridled passion, figuratively speaking. It's fine for you to burn with passion like that, but please, leave me out of it, Jin-Woo pondered seriously about this quandary. Should he tell Eugene-ho to just go back to Eugene Guild now, before it's too late? Well, he had this gut feeling that the Eugene's chairman, a guy who even froze his own son's bank account, wouldn't be so keen on taking his son back at this point in time. Seeing that Jin-Woo was in deep contemplation, Eugene-ho formed an expression that cried out "Heek! Hyung Nim! You don't like this place?" "No, that's not it." "Then, should I sign the lease contract, Hyung Nim?" "Sure, why not?" Judging from the size of the place, the monthly rental must have been crazy steep, but when comparing to the potential revenue stream of a guild, it'd be a chump change at the end of the day. I guess it'll be fine to let him dream a little bit longer. For now, Jin-Woo couldn't tell the kid that it'd be only the two of them sharing this huge office space. Ah! Eugene-ho suddenly clapped his hands. "By the way, Hyung Nim, who do you have in mind for the remaining spot?" "The remaining spot? Did he make a promise to open up a spot for someone?" Since Jin-Woo wasn't the type to forget his promises, he could only look at Eugene-ho with a confused expression, prompting the latter to excitedly explain the situation. "You need at least 3 people when creating a guild, Hyung Nim. The master, the vice master, and an employee." Indeed, that was the minimum required composition of a guild's founding members. The rule of the minimum number for a team raiding the least dangerous gate out there, a rank E, being 3 people seemed to be related to this, somehow. Well, you will never find a guild wanting to clear a rank E gate, though. The founding members, was it? Several familiar faces fleeted in and out of Jin-Woo's head as he considered who could fill up the remaining vacant spot. The only condition being, they had to be hunters, too. If it was at all possible, someone who didn't want to work as a hunter ever again, and only there to make up the numbers. Why do I keep picturing women's faces? He recalled the faces of the high school girl who decided to give up being a hunter, as well as a certain female healer who went back to her family home in the city of Busan, but they disappeared from his thoughts quickly enough. It was then. Ah, I almost forgot. Eugene-ho abruptly opened his mouth. Jin-Woo quickly asked him. "Did you suddenly remember someone suitable for the spot, then?" "No, it's not that, Hyung Nim. Actually, there was someone looking for you." "Me?" "Yes, Hyung Nim." Jin-Woo couldn't help but get curious. Seeing that this unknown person had indirectly contacted him through Eugene-ho, he or she must have done their thorough research. Eugene-ho and I aren't known as associates publicly, after all, but... Indeed, if anything, others should see their relationship simply as one being the previous raid leader while the other being the member of that raid team. Even then, calling me through Eugene-ho, is it? Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit just a little. Who was it? I don't know, Hyung Nim. That person was definitely an English-speaking foreigner. Hold on. Eugene-ho rummaged through his pockets, pulled out his wallet and extracted a piece of a memo from there. This person said that he'd be staying in Korea until the 17th, so he'd very much appreciate it if you give him a call, Hyung Nim. Jin-Woo took the memo and found a number for a mobile phone as well as a hotel room number. He took a look at the back of the memo, but nothing was written there. 17th, that's 3 days from now. An English-speaking foreigner, just who could it be? He couldn't think of anyone he knew or fit the bill. However, quite suddenly. Looks like I'll have to go home first. Jin-Woo's expression hardened. Pardon? You're going home already, Hyun Nim? Eugene-ho had been thinking of treating his Hyung Nim to a delicious meal since it had been a long time they ate together. But now, he looked like a person who had lost his country. Perhaps a bit too callously, though, Jin-Woo didn't even try to understand his Dongsing's feelings at all. I'm going ahead first. Eugene-ho quickly hid his disappointed expression and quickly bent down in a polite bow, as usual. Okay, have a safe trip, Hyun Nim. When he raised his head, Jin-Woo was already long gone. It was now that time in the day when the inky black darkness dwelt on the hidden alleyways. A female college student named Eun Ji-min was on her way back home. Her heart was pounding like crazy at the moment, however. There's no way, right? Because there was a man busy following her. She hoped that they were simply walking in the same direction, and that had to be the reason why his footsteps were continuing right behind her like that. I saw something like this on a message board. In a situation like this one, it wasn't only the woman, but the man would be feeling rather troubled, as well. A man's walking speed should be faster or similar to that of a woman. If he tried to walk past her, she'd freak out, but if he tried to simply stay behind her, then he'd come across even more suspicious, instead. On top of that, by going around the corner up ahead, she'd find herself in a secluded street with a broken street lamp, which could potentially make things even more awkward for the parties involved. Eun Ji-min took a glance behind her. A man with a baseball cap pulled down low and his face staring at the ground was quietly walking on the street. Although it was suspicious, it was not a crime to wear baseball caps like that in public. Instead of letting this awkward walk-together thing carry on, maybe I should, Eun Ji-min stopped walking as if she needed to tie her shoelaces, and eventually, the man walked right past her. Phew! After confirming that the man was gone from her sight, Eun Ji-min spat out a sigh of relief. She then gathered her hands in mock prayer and closed her eyes. I'm really sorry about that, Mr. Unknown Uncle. She looked around her vicinity for a bit longer before tidying up her clothes. With a smile on her face, Eun Ji-min energetically began walking again. She had a mountain of assignments to get through. If she were to prepare for the end-of-term exams, running back home now would still leave her with not enough time. How wide was the scope again? Thinking about how she'd have to spend the whole night studying, her shoulders slumped dejectedly. But, as Eun Ji-min went around the corner, her eyes widened. You make a noise, I'll kill you. The man who walked right by her seconds ago was standing in the street corner with a kitchen knife and an insidious smile on his face. You know that. A few people had died here already, right? Ah. Eun Ji-min couldn't even scream. With a pale complexion, she stood there completely frozen. The man lowered the white surgical mask on his face and grinned. Follow me. Tick, tick. There was no one around them, only the broken street light flickered listlessly. Chapter 113 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114. Chapter 114, Chapter 114. Ah. Someone, save me. Eun Ji-min somehow managed to squeeze out her dried-up voice and took a couple of steps back. No, that's what she tried to. However, her feet didn't want to move. It was as if heavy iron ingots were attached to her ankles. She could only stand there frozen as her tears began streaming down her face. Meanwhile, the man scanned his surroundings. Since the girl didn't look like she'd be able to move, he was thinking of offing her here, right now. How fortunate that there was nobody around. Also, there wouldn't be a CCTV camera of the Big Brother installed in a secluded alleyway like this one, as well. That's why I love this neighborhood, you know. The man formed an evil grin and thrust the knife at Eun Ji-min's midriff. But then, a hand shot out from the darkness and grabbed the knife. Ah! The man raised his head, only to find a strange youth standing there. Because of his hood, only the punk's chin was visible. But he possessed a pretty D******, outstanding physique. Is he wearing a glove or something? Not a drop of blood dripped down from the hand grasping the blade. Who the hell are you? The serial killer tried to yank the knife out several times, but after realizing that it wouldn't budge an inch, he quickly let go of the knife's grip and turned around. He rapidly escaped from the spot. What a strange son of a B*****TCH. The serial killer took a look behind several times and found that strange youth was following along, constantly scanning the surroundings while he was at it. What the hell is up with this B** starred? The serial killer changed his direction and led the youth to a deserted vacant lot, the place he originally wanted to drag that woman to. If that punk was protecting his hand with something, then it'd be fine to attack him elsewhere. When he arrived at the destination, the serial killer slowed down and gradually shortened his distance to the strange punk that had been keeping pace with him until then. Once their gap closed to around a couple of feet or so. "Hey punk, who the hell do you think you are?" The serial killer spun around and stabbed the youth in the chest with an awl he'd been hiding under his jacket. "Do I look like an easy mark to you?" "Ha!" Stab. The hand pushing the awl into the youth's chest shook hard. What the hell could be this hard? A stab-proof vest? Or something else underneath his shirt? The serial killer quickly threw out a question. "What the F***? You wearing something under your clothes or something?" If this guy was able to sense magical energy, then he wouldn't have asked such a stupid question. Too bad, the serial killer somehow failed to think of the word hunter even though his opponent didn't try to retaliate after that second sneak attack. Instead, a quiet voice leaked out from under the hood. "I'm curious about something." The voice naturally belonged to Jin-Woo. He discarded the kitchen knife of the serial killer to the ground. "Why are you doing this? What's the matter? You wish to reform me or something?" "Nope. Just curious if you have a reason or not. That's all." The serial killer snorted derisively. He thought that, what with this punk jumping out of nowhere to save that woman and following him all the way out here, he was looking at some weirdo masquerading as an ally of justice or something. But now, this kid's just a bloody idiot, isn't he? Or maybe, this punk was the same type of madman as he was? The serial killer thought that maybe he could get away from here unscathed if he used his gift of gab, so he readily humored the youth. "A reason, is it? Well, if I were to really think of one, because it's fun?" "Fun? For some reason, whenever I see someone weaker than me, I just want to torment that person." The serial killer didn't get to finish what he wanted to say. Instead, "You walk? You walk." Instead, he fell to the ground clutching his left ankle where his tendon had been sliced apart. When he raised his head, he realized that Jin-Woo was holding the kitchen knife even before he had the time to notice it. But, didn't he throw that away? Just when? It was right then, Jin-Woo's shape grew blurry again. "You walk?" This time, it was his right ankle. The serial killer rolled around the ground in pain. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo leisurely rummaged through the serial killer's pockets now that the murdering B** starred wasn't going anywhere with his tendons cut in half. He soon found the killer's mobile phone and the wallet. You. Who the hell are you, you son of a B** tch? Jin-Woo ignored the venom-spewing serial killer and calmly dialed 119 to call for an ambulance. He then pulled out the ID card from the wallet to take a look. Next, he placed the phone and the wallet back in the hands of the shivering serial killer and murmured quietly, "Hand yourself over to the police before midnight tomorrow." "What?" "If you wish to keep breathing, that is." He said all he wanted to say. Jin-Woo got up from the spot and inserted one of his shadow soldiers inside the serial killer's shadow, before leaving a similar-sounding order to that soldier. Although, I don't know how patient a high orc shadow can be, but, that soldier might not be good with patiently waiting around until the designated time, but well, carrying out the next part of the order should be the speciality of high orcs. I'd prefer it if you keep living on. The killer had to be alive if he were to repent for his sins for the rest of his life. What the hell are you? Jin-Woo left the serial killer shivering from pain and fear behind in the vacant lot. He could hear the sirens of an ambulance coming from afar. He walked to a far enough location, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, he pulled his hood back. Phew! Thanks to the signal sent by the shadow soldier after discovering the serial killer, Jin-Woo was able to arrive just in time. The shadow exchange. This skill was proving to be exceptionally convenient the more he used it. It's not the highest ranked runestone for nothing, is it? Jin-Woo formed a satisfied smile now that he got to experience the greatness of the shadow exchange once more in the last couple of days. He couldn't even begin to imagine just how much more useful this skill would get, once the skill level rose up high enough to sufficiently decrease the cooldown time. And so, as he continued to walk back home, he abruptly raised his head to see that the moon was now in the middle of the night sky. Now that I think about it, it's already tomorrow. The Korea-Japan United Assault Team's raid. It was already here. He wasn't even on the team, yet his heart was pounding this much in anticipation. So, what would the participating members be feeling right now? Jin-Woo recalled the faces of the raid members he was acquainted with, and prayed for their safety as well as their success in the mission. Late at night, Go-To-Ruji was still in the dojo inside the Japanese Hunters Association. In front of him, 2 men, and at his back, 1 other. He was surrounded by rank S hunters, ostensibly the same rank as he was. Go-To-Ruji took a deep breath, and just as his eyes flew open, Tahaat! The hunters biding their time powerfully pounced on him all at the same time. However, slam! The ones to fall down were the 3 attacking hunters. That was great. As expected of Go-To-san. No one can measure up to your skills, sir, but... The 3 hunters lying on the wooden floor of the dojo dusted themselves off and stood back up. This was only possible because Go-To-Ruji had held back his power. Without saying anything, he lowered his head slightly to imply that they all did a good job. As expected, there's no problem with my physical condition. No, if he were to frankly assess himself, then he was at peak condition right now. Just from imagining how he'd swallow up South Korea, it felt like his condition was getting better and better all by itself. So, how come? Go-To-Ruji continued to stare at the dojo, now empty that the 3 hunters had left, as the memories of that day still lingered on in his mind. Seong Jin-Woo. Just what was he? The more he thought back to that day, the more bitter he felt. Soon, though, Go-To-Ruji shook his head. Well, it doesn't matter now. Regardless of all else, that man Seong Jin-Woo wasn't taking part in this raid. And the association president's plan would unfold without any mishaps. Once South Korea loses almost all of her rank S hunters, its leadership would naturally fall into Japanese hands. By then, the complaints of the Japanese citizens demanding for the appropriate reparations from the Koreans would have been transformed into rousing cheers of fanfare, instead. When that happened, what can Seong Jin-Woo do all by himself? Didn't matter whether Seong Jin-Woo was a genuinely powerful hunter or he simply came across that way through Go-To-Ruji's momentary delusion, the fact remained that him not participating in tomorrow's raid was for the greater benefit of Japan. There was nothing to bother him now. The decisive moment would come tomorrow. Inside this still dojo bathed in the cold moonlight, Go-To-Ruji formed a quiet smile to himself. We'll be in your care. The managing director of a certain TV station deeply bowed his head to the lone cameraman. Such a thing was completely unheard of. However, the cameraman standing in front of the director was no ordinary man, he was an active hunter and a proud holder of a rank A license. The future of my station depends on this raid. In order to win the exclusive broadcasting rights, the director had to spend over half of the station's total annual budget. There had been simply too many competing bids, and that's why he had to go all in. But, then again, there was a compelling reason why he simply had to make such a brave business decision. Not many rank S gates opened up around the world. Even when one did open, it was still impossible to take the recording equipment inside to capture the footage of what happened in there. In other words, this would be the one and only opportunity for regular citizens to witness an actual rank S raid in progress. As long as there wasn't another unfortunate event of a rank gate opening up somewhere else, that was. On top of this broadcast wouldn't be a recording, but shown live. Sure, there would be a 10-minute delay to the live feed, but still. Just how high would the audience rating reach? 70%? 80%? When the managing director thought back to all the potential profit margin to be had from selling the footage to the TV networks in other countries, he no longer felt regret in investing half of the station's budget in this venture. As long as the raid doesn't end in failure. Indeed, no sane-minded viewer out there would ever want to watch the top-ranked hunters get devoured by the monsters during the raid. No, even if there were, he couldn't let such footage be broadcast to the public, to begin with. So, the director had staked everything he had on the success of the fourth subjugation operation. Considering that, bowing his head several times to the cameraman tasked with capturing the all-too-important footage was indeed nothing. Heck, if the cameraman wished for it, the director was prepared to prostrate on the floor, even. Please don't worry too much, director. The cameraman did his best to calm the shivering managing director down from his high anxiety level. Even before he became a hunter, he made his living as a cameraman. And after agreeing to take on this job, he made sure to study and polish his skills of wielding the camera even further. Obviously, he didn't want to spoil the broadcast that the entire nation would be watching through some stupid mistake on his part. Of course, he'd get paid quite a big reward in return, too. He's going to give me a portion of the profit earned from the broadcast, after all. The cameraman had already earned plenty from being a Ranka hunter, but the offered amount was so high that it really excited him to no end. If the operation ends in success, then he'd be able to earn an enormous amount of money and fame, perhaps as much as the rank S hunters actually participating in the raid. Wouldn't he become quite possibly the most famous Ranka hunter in South Korea? A smile formed on the cameraman's face as all sorts of wonderful thoughts of the future bloomed in his head. By the way, I'm surprised that the association president Ko Gun-hui actually gave his permission to film this raid. I mean, that hard-headed man wouldn't have allowed it simply for the sake of money, so... The station's director nodded his head at the cameraman's puzzled question. He said that the fee we paid will be split equally among all the hunters participating today, actually. Oh? In that case, why? Why did he permit the filming of the raid? The director cautiously voiced his educated guess. I think, perhaps he wishes to console the hearts of the citizens. The Korean Hunters Association had to swallow the bitter pill of defeat 3 times at the hands of the ant monsters. Because of the continuous failure, the association had to suffer great losses, which in turn also led to the loss of the public's trust. Meanwhile, the citizens felt increasingly powerless as the thought of these ant monsters being invincible took root in their hearts. As the atmosphere of the nation festered like that, a chance to reverse this whole thing had suddenly landed on their laps. You can tell how the public is responding by taking a quick look at the internet forums. The association president wanted to take a step further than that. He wanted to capture the moment of victory and broadcast it live to the citizens. His grim and perhaps desperate resolution to not fail could be gleaned from this decision. The cameraman nodded his head after hearing the managing director's explanation. He took a look at his wristwatch before standing up with a determined expression on his face. It's time already. I'll be on my way now, sir. The managing director once more bowed deeply to the cameraman. We leave everything to you, Hunter Nim. Hunters began boarding the helicopter, as the spinning rotors issued deafening noises above their heads. The constantly smiling Ma Dong-wook, the always confident Choi Jong-in, and even Baek Yoon-ho, famed for his positive personality, were all wearing somber expressions. The cameraman checked his recording equipment for the last time. The camera itself was designed to be fitted around the head so it should not impinge on his movement by much. I wouldn't have agreed to come if the camera was bulky and made it impossible to move, but the place their helicopter was heading off to was perhaps the most dangerous place in the whole of South Korea, no, maybe even the world. Thinking about their destination, the cameraman could only swallow his saliva down in nervousness. No matter how hard he tried to stay calm, there was nothing he could do about the nervous tension slowly mushrooming in his heart. It was the same story for the rank S hunters, as well. In order to dispel the tension in the air, Baek Yun-ho started talking to his Dongsing, the one he was closest to. "Hey, Byung-gu. I really didn't expect you to show up here today." Min Byung-gu grinned in response. "I thought that, without me healing you, Hyung would be the first one to get killed today. I mean, you always jump on a monster whenever you see one, you know." "What the hell? Why do you have talk like that? Since when did I ever jump on monsters?" Other hunters began giggling after hearing the two men chat. Min Byung-gu was the sole rank S healer in South Korea. All members of the raid team were greatly relieved and happy to hear that he was coming out of retirement, especially to participate in this operation. There was a big difference in whether there was a healer or not in a raid. After all, one would be able to fight harder without worrying about getting hurt when there was one. As the tense atmosphere frozen stiff and nervousness gradually relaxed through Baek Yun-ho and Min Byung-gu's conversation, Cha Hae-in sitting next to the former quietly asked a question. "Chairman Baek, by any chance, have you spoken to Mr. Seong Jin-Woo before coming here today?" "Mr. Seong Jin-Woo?" "Yes." Baek Yun-ho shook his head. "No, I haven't." "But, why do you ask?" "Ah. It's nothing important, actually. I guess I've made a mistake." It was then. Ma Dong-wook broke out in genial laughter. "Hoo hoo. Looks like it's finally starting." The gazes of the hunters present followed the direction he was pointing at. Through the window of the helicopter, they could see the darkened island that had become the land of monsters. Chapter 114 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. The mutated ants discovered the helicopter's presence in the air and began flying up one by one. View Wong. View Wanning. Maybe the number of specimens that could fly was low, because the hunters could only see 7 flying up to meet them. "Let me take care of them." The sole mage-type hunter among the team, Choi Jong-in, stepped forward. His skill, Flame Spear, was called into action. As soon as he was done casting his magic, 7 bodies of floating flames drew long lines in the air to resemble burning spears and slammed accurately into the airborne ants. Qua qua boom. It was difficult to kill a single ant monster with scattered firepower, but it was more than enough to burn away their wings. Ki dash. Kayak dash, dot. With their wings burned off, the ants fell freely back to the earth. Choi Young-in tightly clenched his fist while witnessing the result of his hard work. However, now wasn't the time to bask in the glow of his victory. Choi Jong-in turned around and asked Ma Dong-wook, "What's happening with the Japanese side?" The ants had noticed their approach and began moving now. Meaning, there was no more time for them to take it easy. Crackle dash. Ma Dong-wook paid attention to the radio receiver stuck in his ear. As a tanker, he was named as the leader of the Korean side of the raid team. "They say they have landed on the island now." Kaboom! Just as he was done speaking up, there was a loud explosion from afar. Boom! Kaboom! Dot. As if that was the signal, several more explosions began ringing up from all parts of the island as thick, choking smoke plumes rose up. The 4th subjugation operation was now officially underway. The Master of the Reapers Guild, Im Tae-gyu, looked out of the helicopter's window, and at the ground far below, a deep frown forming on his forehead. Thousands of ants were pouring out of the ant tunnel, before splitting up into 4 smaller swarms to rush towards the 4 cardinal directions. That's some creepy and disgusting thing to look at. Seriously, man. Doesn't it look like most of them have left the tunnel now? It does, doesn't it? The once lengthy lines of ants soon came to an end, leaving behind a massive gaping hole in the ground. That was the entrance to the ant tunnel. The scale of the ant tunnel must have been rather incredible, because the entrance itself was as big as the mouth of a tunnel one would see commonly on the national highway. And in the deepest past of the ant tunnel, the Ant Queen was waiting for their arrival. This raid team only had one goal: to eliminate the Ant Queen. Everyone. Before they set off to invade the ant tunnel, Ma Dong-wook gestured and gathered the raid team members around him. He even gestured towards the hesitant cameraman, too. Everyone participating in this operation pressed their heads together. During hundreds of simulation runs, Japanese were only able to buy us 1 hour, tops. Which means, we need to kill the Ant Queen within that hour, no matter what. He didn't bother to speak about the possibility of if we fail. Unlike the first 3 subjugation raids, there was no escape path this time around for them. They would be utterly cut off inside the ant tunnel. Ma Dong-wook studied the faces of each raid members, and they returned a nod, a look of grim determination clearly etched on each one. These are the best individual team members imaginable. Unless there was another tragedy similar to Jeju Island happening in the future, one would never come across an opportunity to hunt together with members this capable ever again. Ma Dong-wook was deeply honored to be the leader of this team. They soon finished reconfirming their resolve, and then, "Let's go." From the helicopter, 7 people, the 6 members of the raid team and the lone cameraman, jumped out. How long has it been since the Koreans went inside? Go-To-Ruji threw out a question. Hold on. Now originally, it was Go-To-Ruji's job to communicate with the Mission Control Center. But, as he didn't enjoy carrying around bothersome things, another hunter was tasked with doing so. It was precisely this person that provided the answer. They say it has been less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes, is it? Time to start the escape procedure, then. Before they started withdrawing from Jeju Island, though, Go-To-Ruji briefly scanned his vicinity. The corpses of the massacred ants were piled up on high. The role of the Japanese in this raid, on the surface, of course, was to attract the attention of the ants. They didn't even focus on killing the ants and concentrated on retreating in order to buy as much time as possible, yet they still managed to achieve such a feat. The Koreans might find these ants as tough opponents, but they are nothing to us, the Japanese. The unbridled confidence caused the corner of Go-To-Ruji's lips to arc up. He kicked away an ant corpse hampering his steps to a far-away distance and immediately issued the order to withdraw. Finally, it was time for them to start moving towards the true goal of the Japanese team. However, "Excuse me, Go-To-san. MM?" The hunter in charge of the communication formed a worried expression. "I can't get in touch with Team 3 from a while ago. Is it equipment malfunction?" The instances of equipment that had gone through multiple meticulous checks, malfunctioning right before an important part of the mission, or during the important part itself, did happen occasionally. The landing point of Team 3 was in the southern part of the island. Go-To-Ruji's Team 1 landed on the western part and they had been constantly moving south, so their distance shouldn't be that great. What is the estimated distance between our current position and the last known position of Team 3 before the communication failure? With our current speed, we should be able to get there within 10 minutes. As expected, it wasn't far. At this rate, Team 3 would never get to hear the order to withdraw and get left behind in the island, eventually meeting a very bad end for themselves. When he thought about the next subjugation operation that would take place involving only the Japanese personnel, he simply couldn't afford to have 5 rank S hunters as Kias. Also, because Team 3 was planned to be deployed on the southern part of the island, which was the closest to the ant tunnel, the whole team was made up of the best among Japan's elite. Losing them here meant that Japan would greatly suffer as well. Well, I'm sure nothing bad has happened over there. Indeed, it must have been a minor error. Nothing to worry about. After a short deliberation, Go-To-Ruji decided on the next course of action. We shall head over there and take a look. The moment Jin-Woo stopped his usual daily run, the familiar mechanical beep rang out in his ear. T-ring. Total distance ran, 10 kilometers. You've completed running, 10 kilometers. Completely the opposite to when he started doing the daily quests, Jin-Woo wasn't even out of breath. He had repeated these daily quests for so long, it simply felt like the part of his daily routine now. Soon, along with the completion message, his rewards figuratively landed on his lap. Stats. Out of the 3 stat bonus points he gained as a reward, Jin-Woo spent 2 on his agility, while the remaining point was spent on his strength. Stats. Strength, 219. Endurance, 200. Agility, 230. Intelligence, 250. Perception, 200. Available points to distribute, 0. Reduction in the physical damage, 46%. Seeing that almost all of his stats were now ending with a 0, a satisfied smile crept up on his face. If only I had one more point. Although it was regretful, he couldn't manufacture a point out of thin air, so there was no helping it. Still, looking at his stat value that had risen up evenly like this, a smile automatically bloomed on his lips. Nice. After he raised intelligence stat to 250, he began maintaining a balance of sorts and made sure that not one stat was left behind. All 5 stats are indispensable to me. That was his final assessment after leveling up and raising his stats for a long time. Regardless of which stat it was, with their numerical values continuing to soar higher, he hadn't been disappointed once so far by their usefulness. That's why he was planning to continue with this stat balancing act for the foreseeable future, as long as there weren't any unexpected circumstances forcing him to change, of course. Jin-Woo dismissed the stat window with a satisfied grin still etched on his face. He then took a look around him. His neighborhood had always been on the quieter side, but today, he failed to spot a single soul so far. He could easily guess the reason why, though. Jin-Woo pulled his phone out and confirmed the current time. I knew it. The Korea-Japan United Teams raid would be in full swing by now. And pretty much every single citizen should be glued to their TV screens, too. Jin-Woo turned around. His daily quest was already over, but the steps leading him back home were far more urgent than usual. The operation was unfolding smoothly so far. Just as the Japanese had predicted, Ma Dong-wook's team didn't encounter any obstructions as they entered the deeper parts of the ant tunnel. The inside of the tunnel resembled the cave-type dungeons in its layout. However, if there was one clear difference to note, then that would be the lack of illuminating stones. The hunters had to provide light themselves to see where they were going. Gulp. The cameraman thought that he had plenty of experience exploring dungeons before, but today, he just had to nervously swallow his saliva. His current position was right at the back of the group. The team maintained a formation of Choi Jung-in standing right at the front to light their way using magic, while the other hunters were sticking very close to him. The cameraman also had a flashlight attached to his headgear for the purpose of filming. Unfortunately, this darkness was infused with a heavy amount of magical energy. The flashlight didn't provide as much help as the magic from a rank S mage, and it could just barely illuminate a bit of space in front of his eyes. It's really quiet in here, but Choi Jung-in voiced his opinion without giving it too much thought, and Ma Dong-wook next to him nodded his head to express his agreement. As a leader and a tanker, he was duty-bound to protect the mage, Choi Jung-in, who should originally be stationed at the far back. Was that the reason why? Ma Dong-wook continued to glare at the surroundings with a pair of sharp, focused eyes. His usual, outgoing demeanor was nowhere to be seen now. It was the same story with Baek Yun-ho, as well. He activated the eyes of the beast even before entering the ant tunnel. He hadn't spoken a single word and did his absolute hardest to latch on to any slight movement or deviation in the flow of the magic energy. Both Min Byung-gu and the cameraman also carried deeply tense expressions. Only Cha Hae-in maintained that expressionless face of hers, silently walking forward while her hand rested on the hilt of her sword. It was then. Look, over there. He must have found something in the distance, because Choi Jong-in raised his voice. Ha! The hunters all gasped out in nasty shock. Countless ant eggs were attached to the walls and the ceiling of this huge chamber with nary an empty space between them. They could see dark-colored larvae wiggling inside the semi-transparent shell of each egg. There could only ever be one emotion they felt when facing this nursery area filled with gloomy, dreary atmosphere and a seriously terrible stench. That would be sheer disgust. Don't you think we should just burn all these away? Choi Jong-in spoke, his expression crumpling greatly. For the first time since he entered this ant tunnel, Ma Dongwook formed a smile. I'd like nothing more than to do exactly that, but since we don't have much time, let us not. Even if all of these creatures hatched, they would only live for no more than 1 year, at most. As long as they could kill the mother, they didn't have to worry about these critters anymore. Here they come. Baek Yunho pointed towards the distant darkness and warned the rest of the team. Even before he made his warning, though, Cha Hae-in had unsheathed her sword already. Ma Dongwook pulled the shield as large as his body right up to his chin and glared at his front. Shasha. A group of around 10 ants appeared at the same time. As if they were born on Jeju Island and had gone through some sort of a mutation, all of them didn't have eyes. Are they the Queen's guards? Asked Ma Dongwook. Choi Jong-in shook his head. No, they are not. Looks like they are here to guard the nursery area. In that case, this shouldn't be difficult. If they were regular monsters, not the guards of the boss creature, then there was just no way these critters could withstand the combined firepower of a raid team consisting entirely of rank S hunters. Knowing better than anyone else that there wasn't a lot of time, Ma Dongwook jumped into the fray first. Let's go! Hunters followed after him. Right behind them, flames flared out brightly from Choi Jong-in's hands, and arrows fired by him Taegyu sliced up the air as they flew to their targets. Just as Ma Dongwoo predicted, the battle was concluded pretty quickly. Kiik! The head of the last ant fell to the ground. Cha Hae-in wordlessly shook off the bodily fluids clinging onto her sword. Meanwhile, Ma Dongwook spoke up. Since the nursery area is right here, that means. Choi Jong-in provided the follow-up. The Queen's lair is nearby. As the hunters began checking their equipment before they rushed into the decisive showdown against the Ant Queen, the cameraman began looking here and there to capture more footage. But then, he gasped out in pure shock. Heek. The gazes of the hunters were immediately focused on him. I am really sorry. Momentarily forgetting that the camera attached to his head was actually broadcasting to the rest of the nation, the cameraman hurriedly bowed towards the hunters. Sensing something was afoot, Baek Yunho approached the cameraman. Did you find something? Well, it's just that. Over there. The cameraman sheepishly smiled and pointed to the corner of the chamber. There's a pile of empty eggshells over there, but one of them happens to be really, really big, you see. Baek Yunho's eyes grew larger. It was as the cameraman said. Most of the eggs containing regular ants were only about the size of a bicycle wheel, yet the one pointed out was as big as a grown man. No, wait. The lengthy and ovoid shape of the egg was large enough to say that a fully grown ant specimen must have emerged from it. That's also an ant egg? Just what the hell came out of that egg? Min Byung-gu had watched closer before anyone had noticed it. There was a look of huge shock on his face as well. Baek Yunho's expression was stiff for a brief moment, but he quickly changed it to a grin as he lightly slapped Min Byung-gu's back. We're here to kill the queen. Let's not worry about anything else. Right. Min Byung-gu carried an uneasy expression as he turned around to walk over to where the rest of the hunters were. Before he joined the others, Baek Yunho took one last look at that egg. That's just crazy. This is just crazy, Goto Ruji had to doubt whether his own eyes were working properly or not. Heek. Other Japanese hunters either convulsed in shock or muttered lowly under their breaths. Goto Ruji frowned deeply as he scanned his surroundings. The hunters of Team 3 were found in the exact location where their communication had been cut off. All 5 of them were here, but without their heads. The sight of their headless colleagues lying on the ground as corpses left a shocking mental imprint on the other hunters. Goto Ruji wordlessly massaged his temples before approaching the bodies to check out their wounds. This wasn't done by a blade. The necks of the dead hunters were all roughly bitten off. Just how much of a biting force was it for their necks to end up like this? While Goto Ruji was stewing in his astonishment, one of his fellow hunters walked in closer and angrily spat out. How dare these D*MN ants? Goto quickly shook his head. It's not ants. Pardon? Whether this was the handiwork of an ant or not, there was only one enemy. But, how can that be? Goto Ruji swallowed his saliva. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't see any hint of a battle taking place here. If ants pushed on with sheer numbers to annihilate Team 3, then he should have found corpses of dead ants or some other traces around this area. However, he couldn't find anything. Also, the wounds on the dead hunters, judging from the location of the attack, it was more than likely that they were killed by a single assailant. How could a team of the best hunters from Japan fall to a single monster? If his guess was correct, then only a Rank S Dungeons boss could do something like this. Goto Ruji quickly snatched the communication device from the hunter next to him and spoke up. It's Goto. Yes, please speak. Where is the Ant Queen? Did it come out of the tunnel? Let me confirm. The magic energy detection camera mounted on the spy satellite. Only America, Japan and China possessed such technology in the entire world. In reality, China had to hack the Americans to copy the camera system, so one could argue that only the USA and Japan truly possessed this technology. The location of the Ant Queen, as monitored by the technology Japan so proudly boasted to the rest of the world, soon came out of the receiver. No, Goto-san. The Queen is still inside its chamber. The Korean hunters are entering the Queen's chamber as we speak. What was that? Goto Ruji stood right up. He felt his heart nearly leap out of his mouth just then. The Queen didn't do this? His breathing quickened. He realized that something was going terribly wrong here. Goto Ruji hurriedly issued a new order. Issue the withdrawal. Tell every single Japanese hunter to escape from this island immediately. Yes, sir. Understood. Chapter 115 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116. Chapter 116, Chapter 116. Translator, Nun Editor, Shugong. Goto Ruji ended the communication there, his expression remaining quite grim. Did we miss something? In order to successfully achieve what they were aiming for, the Japanese considered all types of possibilities and variables. However, the event of a team featuring 5 of the very best Japanese hunters getting annihilated in one go like this, such a thing simply exceeded all their expectations. Wait a minute. Something popped into his memory just then. There was an odd occurrence about 4 months ago. The Ant Queen, being observed for 24 hours straight every single day, suddenly showed a massive decline in its magical energy emission. It was less than half of the usual amount. The research team interpreted that as the lifespan of the Queen coming to an end, and submitted several hopelessly optimistic reports. That was only until the Ant Queen began slowly recovering her magic energy, of course. It took about a month, didn't it? It didn't take too long for the Queen to regain its original magic energy output. All those researchers that spoke up about the lifespan or rather had to shut their mouths as this result obviously went against their expectations. Go-to-san. The voice of one of the team members woke Go-to-Ruji up from his reminiscence. Nmem. He had been kneeling on one knee in order to check the bodies of Team 3's dead hunters. He slowly stood back up. Now wasn't the time to worry about anything else. Did we come in far too deep inland? Shack. Hundreds of ants had appeared behind him by then, and these monsters raised their heads up as if they were smacking their lips in anticipation of a tasty meal. On the other hand, the Korean team had entered the boss room, also known as the Queen's Chamber. It took them 15 minutes to get here. If we consider the fact that we'll need roughly the same amount of time to get out of here, they still had around 30 minutes of wiggle room. Assuming that they should be able to shorten their return trip because they were already familiar with the path now, the remaining time was on the more than enough side. Very good. Having confirmed the time with his wristwatch, Ma Dongwook raised his head. Everything was going according to plan. What remained now was how should they go about bookending this operation. Baek Yunho used his eyes of the beast to see through the darkness and accurately assessed the number of enemies present. The Queen is at the rearmost location. There are 8 guards in front of the target. The Queen's guards were incomparably stronger than the regular ants. It'd be too tough for one tanker to take on the attacks of the Queen and its guard monsters. From here onwards, Ma Dongwook needed another person to act as a secondary tanker. He looked to his side. Hunter Cha. Yes. Can you take on the guard duty while I tend to the Queen? Leave it to me. Cha Haeun's reply was short and simple. She served as the main tanker during the raids of her guild, the Hunters. So, performing the role of a sub-tanker was easier than drinking cold soup for her. Ma Dongwook shifted his gaze to the rest of the team. Every single member present here was a top specialist in hunting down monsters. Going through detailed explanations was a waste of time for them. Let's go. As soon as Ma Dongwook turned towards the ants, Choi Jong-in created a massive ball of light and floated it up to the highest point in the boss room. That brightly illuminated the entirety of the chamber. Heek! The cameraman spat out a quiet gasp at the sheer size of the light sphere. He quickly began whispering towards a small mic located near his lips. As a Ranka hunter, I've participated in quite a few raids before, but it's my first time seeing such a huge light magic like that. As expected of Korea's best mage-type hunter. His voice entered the mic and got transmitted to the viewers throughout the entire country. Not too long ago, he heard that the live broadcast he was filming had shot past the audience rating of 80%. Feeling overly motivated now, the cameraman tried to step forward in order to capture even better footage, but then, Min Byung-gu standing next to him at the back of the group hurriedly yanked him back by his shoulder. Kiok? At this absolute strength, the cameraman couldn't offer any resistance and spun around to face Min Byung-gu. His shoulder hurt so much that his mouth bobbed up and down all by itself. How can a healer be this strong? There was no time to get shocked, though. The cameraman was now facing Min Byung-gu, who carried a completely different expression to when he was busy cracking jokes during the ride in the helicopter. This here is a boss room of a rank S dungeon. No one here is responsible for your life, except yourself. Hearing Min Byung-gu's anger-infused voice, the cameraman could only continue to nod his head, unable to form an intelligible reply. If you understand, then stay at the back. The real thing is about to get started. The overflowing energy of a rank S hunter, even a healer, who was supposed to be the physically weakest out of all the hunter types, still could display an aura that easily overwhelmed a rank A hunter. That was the difference between a rank S and a rank A. Such monstrous beings were uniting together to start an intense battle, so what could a measly little rank A cameraman even achieve here? The cameraman felt his own powerlessness for the first time since becoming a hunter, and hurriedly stood behind Min Byung-gu. Sure enough. Here they come. A supergiant ant discovered the hunter's presence and shifted its 6 legs to slowly approach where they were. So, that's the queen. Baek Yoon-ho nervously swallowed his saliva. The taut, nervous tension was also writ large on the faces of other hunters. The absolutely commanding presence of the ant queen. These men and women had become the very first humans to witness the outer appearance of the ant queen, having sneaked past the wall of hundreds, thousands of ants to get here. Today, we shall end the lifeline of these d***able ants for good. Baek Yoon-ho's heart trembled as he thought about bringing that massive creature down. But, if they were to do that, then first of all. Baek Yoon-ho's glare that had been fixed on the ant queen now shifted lower to the ground. We need to. 8 ants walking in front of the ant queen, they had to get rid of the guards first. High HP. As if he had read the minds of his fellow raid members, the main tanker of the team, Ma Dong-wook, rushed forward to the front line. A thick vein protruded out of his neck as he shouted out. "You'd *MN ants, come and get some." His impressive roar. The ants' sights had degenerated now, but in return, their sense of hearing had become even more developed, so they immediately bared their fangs and claws before pouncing on Ma Dong-wook's position. He quickly looked behind him. Hunter Cha. Now. Cha Hae-in had been running behind Ma Dong-wook while maintaining a certain distance, and when she heard his call, quickly unsheathed her longsword. Grabbing the hilt in a reverse grip with both hands, she powerfully stabbed the ground. Skill, Tremor of Provocation, activated. Quack. With the sword stabbing the ground serving as the epicenter, magic energy radiated out in circular waves. The ant guards aiming at Ma Dong-wook suddenly all changed their directions and jumped at Cha Hae-in instead, as if they had been entranced by something powerful. There you go. Ma Dong-wook inwardly fist-pumped the air as the monsters ran past him and towards Cha Hae-in. She was successful in attracting the aggro of the ant guards. Next up, it was his turn. Ma Dong-wook quickly stepped in between Cha Hae-in and the giant ant queen trying to shuffle towards her. You're mine, dot. The ant queen must have been displeased by an enemy blocking its way, because it began bellowing out a high-pitched scream. Kai-e-heek. Any old tanker would have been suppressed by the sheer pressure and cover their ears from that horrifying screech, but such a trick wouldn't work against Korea's best tanker, Ma Dong-wook. Hap dash. He instead activated his skill, Battle Cry of Provocation. Unlike Cha Hae-in, who activated an AoE aggro skill, Ma Dong-wook activated one that only worked against a single target. The ant queen stopped screeching out and glared at Ma Dong-wook now. He had successfully attracted its aggro. Yes. And now, his role was to endure the boss's attacks until his colleagues managed to kill off the ant guards and come to his aid. And that would be the role he felt most confident of performing in this world. Ma Dong-wook lifted up that heavy, large shield right up below his chin, the light of grim determination burning in his eyes. As he always had done, he began praying deep in his heart. Please grant me the power to protect myself and my colleagues today. Kwa-ka-boom. Just then, a huge explosion resounded out from behind him, signaling the beginning of the raid of the Ant Queen, where countless lives were at stake. Grandpa, aren't you going to watch? Hunters are supposed to show up on screen today. Grandma, I don't care. Don't be like that now, the folks in TV said just now that they can really smash apart those ants today this time, so let's watch together. Arg. They all say the exact same thing all the bloody time. I told you, I don't care. An old grandpa turned away on his chair and concentrated on the newspaper instead. But then, a sound of him clicking his tongue came out from his slightly hunched back. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Even this newspaper is talking about those D*MN hunters and nothing else. How boring. The old grandma cautiously closed shut the door to their bedroom as the grouchy voice of her husband continued to enter her ears. A few. Only until 2 years ago, her husband used to hold so much interest towards all the news related to Jeju Island. He was also a big supporter of hunters, too. Their one and only child was taken from them by the ants of Jeju Island, after all. The despair that felt like their world was collapsing on them soon became deep hatred towards the ant monsters. Her husband donated a sizable amount of money to the Hunters Association whenever there was a subjugation operation taking place to cheer on the participating hunters. He failed to fall asleep because of nervousness on the nights leading up to the operation dates, too. However, the bigger the one's expectation, the greater the one's disappointment would be. When the third subjugation attempt, where the hunters promised to spare no effort to succeed, also ended up in failure with heavy losses incurred, her husband couldn't regain his wits for several days, looking all dazed and the like. After that, her husband stopped talking about hunters altogether. He stopped expecting, and stopped hoping for a miracle from them. Phew! The grandma sighed out once more and picked up the remote of the TV in the living room. When it was switched on, the host of the broadcast was in the middle of making his emotional speech. Our proud hunters of South Korea have taken their very first step towards the Ant Queen raid. The hunters were getting ready to engage in combat just as she turned the TV on. The grandma gathered her hands in front of her chest and continued to watch on, her heart beating faster and faster in anxiety. When the hunters were injured, she averted her gaze while feeling sorry for them. When the attacks of the hunters landed successfully, she clapped her hands in delight. Ago! Agu, dot. Ah! Finally! They have brought down a monster. That was the beginning. The terrifying-looking ant monsters began falling one by one from the fierce attacks of the hunters. And whenever that happened, the roars and cheers of people shook and reverberated throughout the apartment building the grandma lived in. Agu! Agu! Only 4. There are only 4 more left. They have managed to defeat half of their numbers. Hearing that announcement, tears suddenly formed in the grandma's eyes. First of all, she was thankful towards these hunters who were risking their lives to protect other people. Secondly, she recalled the face of her son as the boys celebrated him getting hired by a large corporation located in Jeju Island. Only 2 more guards remain. As long as they can defeat these 2, they can start concentrating on the Ant Queen. It's not too long now from the successful completion of this raid. It was then. Slam! The bedroom's door flew open and the grandpa hurriedly ran out, his face burning with emotions. Dear! Even though grandma called out to him, grandpa didn't say anything, his reddened eyes glued to the TV screen and nowhere else. His tightly clenched fists were trembling hard now. The host held his breath and continued to observe the situation for a while, before. They have defeated all of those powerful ant guards. The only remaining ant is the queen itself. As soon as they kill the queen, it'll be the same as the ants being completely decimated. Our proud hunters, they are not wasting any time and have begun attacking their final target. The TV screen now displayed the stirring image of 5 hunters rushing in at the same time from behind my Dongwook, who had endured commendably well against the Ant Queen's attacks. Thick tears streamed down Grandpa's face as he energetically punched the air almost out of instinct. Yuad dash. Inside the TV station. As the phone calls of encouragements and support inundated the station's phone line, the station's director yelled out in pure, unadulterated joy. Sir, the audience rating has gone past 85% just now. We did it. The director tightly clenched both of his fists. The audience rating of 85%. Now that was a record that would never be beaten, even if the South Korean football team reached the final of the World Cup. And when he thought about all the profit coming from overseas, as well as the potential future revenue. A jackpot. He plopped down on his chair and rubbed his face. All the other employees within the station's situation room all breathed sighs of relief after seeing the happy face of their boss. On the main screen showing the transmitted footage from the island, the Korean hunters were busy making mincemeat out of the Ant Queen. The USA, China, Russia, and France. This is the moment that South Korea will join the list of countries that have successfully cleared Arankes Gate. The station's director took out his handkerchief to pat down his sweat-soaked slick forehead. Yes, very good. Very good. The queen was on the brink of death now. All these hunters had to do now was to finish off the ant monster and safely escape from the ant tunnel. However, Kaya Hadash. What the hell? The director was jolted out of his senses and he quickly took a look behind him. One of the producers hurriedly lowered the volume. The director tilted his head this way and that, before walking closer to where this producer was. Producer Na? What was that noise just now? Ah, that was... This is the real-time live feed coming from Jeju Island, actually. That screech came from the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen made that noise? There was a slight delay between the broadcast being shown to the public and that of the real-time live feed coming in from the island. Since no one knew what would happen during the raid itself, it was decided that the real-time footage couldn't be shown to the public directly. The station's director stared at the feed, before issuing an order with a smile on his face. Well, I think it won't do for a monster's terrible screech to come out when we're about to witness a historic victory. How about you edit that part out, or decrease the audio volume? Will do, sir. This producer named Na nodded his head, and the director squeezed his right shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. It was then. One of the station's employees hurriedly ran up to him with a hardened expression. Director, producer Na. The director quickly turned his head around. According to his personal experience, not once did the reports made by his subordinates carrying such expressions turn out to be a good one. Even before the director heard the report, he was beset with this rather ominous hunch. Praying that he was wrong, at least for today, the director cautiously asked the employee. What happened? Unfortunately, one's ominous hunches had a way of coming true. The employee spoke in a disconcerted voice. Sir, I just found out that Japanese hunters are withdrawing from the island right now. What was that? Ma Dongwook spurred his teammates on. We're almost there. Let us just push a little bit harder, everyone. Just as his words implied, the Ant Queen was truly on its last legs. All they needed was a little more push, and that would be it. There were hundreds of arrows stuck tightly together on the head of the queen fired by Taegu, and the creature resembled a hedgehog as a result. Pyong. Kwajik. Yet another arrow flew and struck the queen in the face. The creature screeched out as if it was in great pain and shook its head. Ki-heek. The queen quickly recovered its bearings and began spewing out poisonous acidic liquid throughout the boss room. Splash dash, dot. It was such a wide-scale attack that several hunters failed to escape in time. Their skins began burning up into black charcoal, but their wounds were restored in full by Min Byunggu's healing magic. Ki-eek. The queen was further enraged by the fact that its acid attack wasn't effective, and bit down on Ma Dongwu in front of the group with its large, saw-like fangs. Kawak. However, Ma Dongwook activated the advanced fortifications skill to defend his entire body and managed to endure the queen's attack. One side of the ant's jaw was blocked off by the shield, while the other side, with his left hand. While Ma Dongwook was buying more time in this fashion, a huge pillar of flames exploded out from the side of the ant queen. Kwakakaboom, dot. It was Choi Jong-in's magic doing its thing. Keechk. The queen staggered and failed to balance itself. Baek Yunho in his beast-type monster form, meanwhile, seized upon this chance and jumped up very quickly to rip out the queen's left fang with his bare hand/paw. Kwajiek. Deftly landing back on the ground, Baek Yunho breathed heavily as certainty grew larger in his heart. The queen's finished. His extensive hunting experience told him so. This would be the moment when they finally kill the leader of an army of monsters that dyed this land black with the blood of their victims. Just a little bit more, and it'd be done. When he thought like that, a certain powerful emotion welled up from deep inside his heart. But then, the queen suddenly raised its head high up in the air. And Kaya Owayawa dash. A screech that was so loud that it almost ruptured the hunter's eardrums reverberated throughout the entire ant tunnel. Baek Yun-ho's eyes shook hard. What was that? A roar of anger? Its death throes? No, it felt different from those. That screech sounded like a pleading call towards someone, something, which was still far away. It's calling for something? When his thought process reached there, he felt an unexplainable chill run down his spine. We need to stop that thing. Before Baek Yun-ho could take another step forward, Cha Hae-in jumped up rather gracefully and swung down the sword she held firmly with both hands. Slice! The queen's head fell down to the ground first before she could land back on her feet. Thud. The cameraman had been holding his breath as he bore witness to this battle of the rank S creatures. And finally, he was able to raise both of his arms up high in elation as tears formed in his eyes. This was the moment when the curtains closed on the horrifying battle that lasted for 4 years. Pant. The heavily panting Ma Dong-wook raised his thumb up towards his teammates. Cha Hae-in also sighed out in relief. Choi Jong-in grinned as he adjusted his glasses, while Tae-gyu punched the air. Everyone was expressing their delight over the victory in their own way. Only Baek Yun-ho among them was shuddering from this ominous and unexplainable chill taking root within the corner of his heart. Hyun, we just became the 7th raid team in the entire world to successfully clear a rank S gate, so why do you look like? Hold on. It was then. Ma Dong-wook, who had been in communication with the command center, suddenly formed an enraged expression. There was no time for them to relax like this. He quickly called out to his teammates, taking a short break nearby. The Japanese have withdrawn already, and the remaining ants are heading this way. We need to escape from here, right now. What? But don't we still have some time left? 20 rank S hunters couldn't even hold out for 30 minutes, never mind 1 hour? When his teammates grew visibly flustered, Ma Dong-wook spoke in a complicated voice. I don't know the details, but the association is trying to find out what's going on, but the Japanese have one-sidedly cut off the communication. Those stinking sons of B** cheese. Choi Jong-in spat out some choice words in disgust. If it were the Japanese hunters down here and not the Koreans, would they have given up this early and withdraw? No matter what, though, one had to be alive first in order to get angry later. To prevent unrest from breaking out among his teammates, Ma Dong-wook did his best to suppress his own feelings. With a calm face, he hurried with their escape from this place. Everyone, hurry! The members of the Korean raid team hurriedly ran towards the exit of the Queen's chamber. However, the one running in the lead, Baek Yun-ho, stopped in his tracks first. Ah! Hyung. Min Byung-gun running right behind had to stop there, and as a chain reaction, everyone else came to a stop as well. Wordlessly rooted to the spot, Baek Yun-ho's gaze was fixed in one direction as his entire body began trembling noticeably. This can't be. This couldn't be happening. No, such a thing shouldn't even happen in the first place. As he watched a shadow approach them, he recalled the tall, humanoid-shaped eggshell back in the nursery area. You're telling me that this is the power possessed by a single monster? Baek Yun-ho's complexion paled instantly. Other hunters, feeling puzzled, finally sensed something was wrong and quickly took a step back from the exit. What's this? Did the ants return here already? As the hunters began falling into a confused state. From the far side of the ant tunnel draped in darkness, a single winged ant was slowly walking towards the Korean hunters. Chapter 116 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. Cha Hae-in immediately felt something was very wrong as soon as she saw the ant monster leisurely entering the Queen's chamber. There's no presence? It was almost impossible to locate the creature without keeping her eyes locked on it constantly, that's how difficult it was to sense its presence. There were only two beings out of all the hunters and the monsters she met until now that had this sort of effect on Cha Hae-in. One of them was this ant monster right in front of her eyes, and the other one was Mr. Seong Jin-Woo. She inexplicably recalled Seong Jin-Woo, who had finally bared his hidden fangs at Japan's most powerful hunter a couple of days ago. What if that man stood in front of her as her enemy? Shudder. She couldn't breathe anymore as a crippling chill ran down her spine. Just imagining it alone caused her expression to harden considerably. The entrance of this unknown ant monster was definitely not good news for the Korean hunters, who were still deeply fatigued from fighting the Ant Queen. That thing. Something's wrong with that monster. It feels really creepy. It wasn't to the extent of Baek Yunho or Cha Hae-in, but other hunters also felt a certain sense of incongruence here. Gulp. It was just a single monster, yet the atmosphere was shifting rather rapidly. What should we do? Ma Dong-wook was inwardly worried. When faced with an unexpected situation, a leader had to make a quick decision. Especially so, when they were pressed for time like this. It's a monster, so we should just kill it, but. Just why was he feeling this enormous sense of unease right now? While they stood there pondering and hesitating, the ant monster narrowed the distance between them quite quickly. Its movements were so eerily quiet that goosebumps automatically rose up on their skins. We don't have the time to hesitate like this. By the time Ma Dong-wook finally managed to suppress the warning bells rung by his instincts and made the next logical decision, the monster suddenly disappeared from his view. Where? Ma Dong-wook's eyes opened super wide as he hurriedly scanned his vicinity. The reactions of other hunters weren't all that different either. Behind. The cameraman, anxiously looking around, belatedly located the monster and shouted out, "It's behind us!" The hunters were startled by this and quickly turned around. With the speed none of them could see, the ant monster had slipped past the hunters to stand before the dead corpse of the Ant Queen. It went past us. But, how? Just like that, the hunters of the Korean raid team finally got to see what Baek Yunho saw earlier with his eyes of the beast. Thump, thump, thump. Their heart rate rapidly picked up and their breathing quickened in no time. That's no ordinary monster. Cold sweat drops dribbled down Ma Dong-wook's forehead. The ant monster quietly stared at the dead queen, not even showing a hint of interest towards the hunters. But then, it raised its head and it began screeching out a beastly howl so terrifying and loud that the entire ant tunnel began shaking from the reverberation. Plop! The cameraman was the first to lose all his strength in his legs. Plop! Plop! The other hunters couldn't withstand the sheer pressure as well, and they began kneeling on the ground one by one. Ma Dong-wook too carried a look of pure disbelief as he tried to support himself off the ground. I'm kneeling because of a howl? Eeoff. By the time the seemingly never-ending howl came to an end, the only one standing still was Cha Hae-in and no one else. However, her two legs were wobbling noticeably too, as if standing upright was all she could do at the moment. Obviously, fighting back was out of the question here. Only then did the ant monster display some interest towards the hunters. With a clear hostile intent, to boot. Cha Hae-in's eyes grew wider. The creature's face was hideously twisted as it turned around to face the hunters, as if it was expressing its anger at the death of the queen. She did her best to calmly move her hand towards the hilt of her sword. However, the ant monster was a step faster than the speed of Cha Hae-in drawing her sword from her waist. Paishuk dash. The ant monster literally blinked and reappeared right in front of her nose. Cha Hae-in's eyes shook hard. She didn't even have enough time to think about defending herself. Slam dash. Ak! Being struck in the side of her head, Cha Hae-in flew away in a straight line and slammed into a far wall, before powerlessly falling to the ground. Tumble. Just one hit, and Cha Hae-in was rendered unconscious. All of her teammates couldn't hide their astonishment after seeing that horrible spectacle. Because their strongest member had been knocked down in one hit, that was why. Unfortunately, they didn't have any time to stay shocked like that. They had confirmed the ridiculous power level of their new enemy. Through their experiences, these hunters knew very well that their odds of survival would decline further the longer they remained hesitant as they were now. As the main tanker, Ma Dongwook took a step forward first. Hup dash. Ma Dongwook powerfully bear-hugged the ant monster from behind and strengthened both his arms. With the strength that could easily uproot a full-grown tree, he squeezed hard at the ant monster's body. Thick veins popped up all over his arms and his neck. Unfortunately, you walk dash. When the ant monster increased its strength for a bit, both of Ma Dongwook's arms fell off, just like that. He fell down to his knees. No! Baek Yun-ho pounced forward. If he failed to draw that thing's attention away now, then Ma Dongwook would be killed off in an instant now that he lacked the means to defend himself. Baek Yun-ho gritted his teeth. White fur began sprouting up all over his body, his claws extended and he transformed into a ferocious beast, before pouncing on the monster. Paishuk dash. The monster disappeared from the spot again. Where? Even Baek Yun-ho's eyes of the beast failed to follow the monster's movements. The scream came from his behind. You walk, dot. This time, it was Choi Jong-in, who was getting ready to cast his magic. The ant monster's long claw left a lengthy, diagonal cut wound on his upper torso, and he fell to the ground with a pained moan. About 5 paces from where he was, Im Tae-gyu had been waiting for an opening while hiding his presence. He immediately fired an arrow containing his magic energy. I'll never miss in this distance. His strong self-belief was contained within that shot. Swish dash. Too bad for him. Grab. A powerful tremor rocked Im Tae-gyu's eyes. Heek. The ant monster snatched the flying arrow and easily snapped it in half. Crack! Im Tae-gyu hurriedly tried to knock his next arrow, but by the time he did so and raised his bow, the monster was already standing in front of him. F***CK. Pow, dot. Im Tae-gyu was struck in the face and flew away. Baek Yun-ho attacked when the ant monster's back was turned away from him, but the back of his head was grabbed by the monster instead, as the creature spun around in an instant. He was planted violently into the ground next. Boom! Baek Yun-ho's body quivered from the impact. Just as the ant monster was getting ready to slam Baek Yun-ho to the ground again, Ma Dongwook dashed forward and shoulder-charged the creature away. Kwon! The ant monster rolled on the ground for a little while, before standing back up. Ma Dongwook's arms had been severed for sure only a moment ago, yet he was attacking the creature with all his limbs completely intact. The ant monster defeated Ma Dongwook again, and then proceeded to defeat other hunters again, too. Yet, the humans that should have stayed down with crippling injuries were attacking again, all fully healed in the blink of an eye. Only then did the ant monster begin to recognize the existence of a healer. The monster scanned the vicinity to find this annoying human. However, Min Byung-gu stayed calm under the pressure. His lone self-defense skill, camouflage. He was able to completely hide himself with this skill that was quite similar to the stealth skill, but there was a drawback to it: he couldn't move from the spot. Even then, that was more than enough for a healer like him. He simply had to stand still in one spot and continue to heal his teammates, that was all. When the healing skill continued to fly in from an unknown place, the ant monster changed its tactic. It selected Ma Dongwook, who looked the sturdiest among the hunters, grabbed his leg, and dangled him upside down in the air. What is that thing trying to do now? Min Byung-gu was taken aback with great surprise. The ant monster then proceeded to slowly destroy Ma Dongwook. Min Byung-gu carried on healing him as that happened. He had no choice there. The moment he stopped healing Ma Dongwook, that man would be dead in less than a blink, after all. Sweat poured out in buckets as Min Byung-gu continued on with the healing magic. The ant monster traced the continuously firing healing magic's origin, and then, its head swiveled in Min Byung-gu's direction. It can't be a dot. His heart skipped a beat, he blinked, and the ant monster was gone from the spot. What the hell? Where did it disappear to this time? Byung-gu! Baek Yun-ho loudly yelled out. It happened, then. Stab! Ki-ok! Blood sprayed out of Min Byung-gu. The pain of being burnt alive came from below, and he took a look down to see a huge hole in his stomach. And the ant monster's black arm emerging out of that hole. He raised his head in disbelief and met Baek Yun-ho's gaze. Min Byung-gu spoke in a faltering voice. Hyun! Run! Be Byung-gu! Baek Yun-ho tried to get up, but he couldn't put any strength to his wounded leg. Kwajiek! The ant monster tore into Min Byung-gu's head. Kwajiek! Kwajiek! Yuwa-oa! Baek Yun-ho staggered unsteadily and ran forward. The ant monster discarded the now headless body of Min Byung-gu and grabbed Baek Yun-ho by his neck. He struggled with all his might, but it was still insufficient to escape from the creature's incredible grip. Suddenly, the ant monster opened its mouth. Hyun! Run! Hyun! Run! Baek Yun-ho was freaked out of his skull, his brows shooting up real high in shock and terror. The ant monster was perfectly mimicking the speech pattern of Min Byung-gu. If one subtracted the off-putting crack in its voice, one might even mistake it as Min Byung-gu's, even. Run! Hyun! The ant monster repeated the same words for a long time, before looking straight into Baek Yun-ho's eyes. You are all weak. From the mouth of the ant monster, a familiar language flowed out. It sounded inarticulate, but for sure, it was still undeniably Korean. What the? Baek Yun-ho's eyes widened even further. This side. Queen, dead. Killing soldiers. Not enough payment, your king, who? King? The ant monster strengthened its grip on Baek Yun-ho's neck. Ki-ok. Your king, where? Baek Yun-ho's brain kicked into gear. With the strongest person in the Korean team, Cha Hae-in, still unconscious, he needed to find someone who could buy him and the rest of the group a little bit of time. And he immediately thought of the Japanese team that had abandoned the Koreans. More specifically, the strongest among the Japanese, Go-to-Ruji. Out. Outside. Outside. The ant monster raised its head up. It seemed to be searching for something, before speaking again in a satisfied tone of voice. There. A strong one. And then, it discarded Baek Yun-ho as if he was not even worth wasting time on, and disappeared from his sight in a scarcely believable speed. Ki-ok, Ki-ok. Baek Yun-ho lay on the ground and panted out heavily. He quickly took a look around him. This wasn't the time for this. Before that thing comes back, they needed to get out of here. However, Shasha. While they were engaged in the battle against that ridiculously overpowered monster, the swarm of ants had returned to the ant tunnel and were slowly encroaching upon the queen's chamber now. Go-to-Ruji sheathed his sword back in the scabbard. Corpses of ants were piled up like small hills all around him. At a quick glance, there must have been over 100 of these creatures. It was a perfect demonstration of the abilities possessed by Japan's strongest. Looks like we've taken care of most of them. Yes, sir. His teammates nodded their heads while admiring the sight of the always trustworthy Go-to-Ruji. They thought that, as long as they stuck by his side, they at least would avoid the fate of getting killed off. Sir, I've been told that we'll be the last to withdraw. The hunter receiving the transmission from the operations center relayed the message. Go-to-Ruji nodded his head and turned in the direction of the coast. This way. Go-to-Ruji didn't get to finish his sentence. Swish dash, dot. Because an ant monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was now standing before his group, that's why. With a single glance, Go-To-Ruji figured out the capabilities of the new enemy. That isn't a normal ant at all. Go-To-san. His colleagues tried to step forward to help him, but he held them back. I'll handle this. Against an opponent this strong, his colleagues would only prove to be a hindrance. Instead, going at it solo would be simpler for him.